Welcome out, gamers and gamettes, to the RGL.GG 2025 Philadelphia LAN. We're here in sunny Philadelphia, not so funny right now, looking at the Season 18 Invite Playoffs. I am Alto, joined by Wild Rumpus to my side, Dolphin behind the camera, this time only 10 feet to my left, as always. Rumpus, how you doing this fine afternoon?
I'm excited. Really looking forward to LAN this time around because there's a lot of exciting things happening. I mean, for starters, I think the competition is really good this year. At least the top three teams, no offense to the fourth place guys, but the top three teams seem really competitive. And we're actually going to be starting off with a banger here with Froyo versus Legacy. There's going to be an exciting matchup, one that we might see later in the bracket as well, depending on how things go. But yeah, why don't we just run through how things work? So of course, this is an RGL LAN for the RGL season. So most of the coverage is going to be about the Invite division. This is where playoffs is going to be played out on LAN. However, there are other brackets that are being played here.
Right, yeah, we'll also have the Open Sixes tournament that will be running throughout the day. I know we're going to get at least one cast of that later this evening. It'll be on. And Dolphin, let me know if we're going to have any other cast on there somewhere else potentially, but I think it may just be that one. But we got a lot of people here. We're going to play some really, really good games, though. As you said, we're starting off with a banger right now. We are likely going live soon enough on Legacy Froyotech. Okay, 8 minutes. We're getting word. 8 minutes until we're ready. We're looking at Legacy versus Froyotech, and I think, as you said, top three teams incredibly competitive this season, with Legacy actually snagging that second seed from Froyotech right at the end of the season.
Yeah, absolutely. So of course, to introduce them real quick, we've got Kobe and Sai. We're going to be actually, I think this roster has switched up the classes a bit because Lolgai has been on demo earlier on. It's looking like he's on medic tonight. So Sai, I believe, will be taking that demo spot. Kobe, of course, is on soldier. And besides that, we have Speedy filling in on medic, and Gungan and Sam filling out the roster as well.
And over,
They're not Speedy on medic, excuse me. Said
yeah.
Lolgai.
Just to refresh that, I think it will actually be Kobe on Scout, Gungan also on Scout,
Okay.
Zam Speedy on the Soldier side demo, and Lol Guy on Med. As you can see up on your screen right now, I'm just being aware of the
out here.
player photos. And then let's move over to the side of Froyotech, coming in at third seed, which may be the lowest I think we've ever seen them in playoffs. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong on that, but it will be Habib and Banny coming in on Scouts, Laz and Patty on Soldier, Logan on Demo, and Hubert on Med.
Yeah. So I mean, like, this matchup, as we mentioned, Froyo did lose last time they were paired up against each other, and that was actually a match that I covered, if I recall correctly. And yeah, I mean, it was a particularly tough game for Froyo. They had a lot of drops. It kind of seemed like a team like Legacy, which plays very well in the chaos. We're kind of creating that sort of environment. But as far as like predictions are concerned, why don't we mention that we have a little thing here where we were asking people in the venue what their thoughts were. It seems like the recent
people have spoken.
Yeah, recent results have really made people think Legacy are going to take it with twice as many people going for Legacy there for Froyo.
And important to note, too, that Legacy went 2-0 in their matches against Froyo this season. They come in both with 11-3 records. Legacy, again, with that 2-0, slightly better rounds won versus rounds lost. The one other loss in there and coming to Mama's Boys. So in that head-to-head, both of which happened relatively late in the season, too, I believe, you're looking at that Legacy advantage. They've been able to find ways to beat Froyotech, which I think is probably surprising for a lot of people. It's been more struggles than we're used to seeing out of them.
Surprising as well because Legacy had roster changes during the season. Started out as Jiminy and had some players leave, had some players join, and are now a similar core still, but different roster nonetheless. And being able to make those adjustments mid-season and be consistently Froyo is different.
Yeah, definitely. As It is worth noting Froyo coming in does have the only win over Mama's Boys, who's sitting at our 1 seed. They'll be on cast sooner rather than later, I would imagine. Going to be going up against Global Clan in the first match as the 1 versus 4 seed. But I mean, we've had every team here has taken wins off of another. Even Global Clan coming in at 4th seed did take a win off of Legacy in the season. So everyone here has beaten everyone here to some degree. So, you know, really anything's possible. We've seen a lot of really close matches. We've seen even some of the lower teams doing a lot better.
Yeah, 100%. And it is interesting to see kind of a triangle forming there where Froyo, again, only wants to take a map off of Mama's Boys, but losing to Legacy, who in turn were losing to Mama's Boys. Honestly, I think the Mama's Boys are probably the favorites going into today, or just this weekend in general. That being said, I mean, they've shown they can lose. Now, actually, in a conversation I was having with Hubert yesterday, it was brought up one thing with specific regards to product as a map, that there might be concerns there over whether their matches and scrims against Mama's Boys are actually indicative of what they're going to see when it really matters, or whether they're holding things back, such as like playing sniper and things like that. So it does make you wonder if stakes are going to be high enough here to where those top teams like Mama's Boys are maybe holding back strats a little bit, maybe keeping things a little tight to the chest as far as their true strength is concerned, you know, in order to, you know, not reveal anything for when it really matters.
Yeah, which is a really interesting point because having those kind of strats in your back pocket is a classic, you know, thing to do going into playoffs. But you have to wonder what the cost of holding those is. With Legacy coming in with those 2 wins, they're able to snag 2nd seed. It means that they're going to have the, you know, ability to kind of choose that final map here, come in as the higher seed during pick ban, which is something you always want to have. So hiding strats, you know, maybe those strats are good enough, right? The cheese is the cheese that they've been cooking is tasty enough to really come in and make it not matter what maps they're on. But from what I've been able to see so far this season, we've seen some pretty, you know, high variance in terms of team performance based off of the map that they're on. So I think that's a really big advantage that Legacy's going to have going into this. And as we referenced before, people clearly think that as well.
Yeah, 100%. I'm noticing now in the server, actually, that Legacy has a nice team loadout with the yellow gibbous, which is normally a cosmetic associated with Kobe, who's on the team. Maybe the rest of the team following suit there. But yeah, any expectations? They're on process right now. I'm not sure if we have the map picks or not. But next day process, they are on Sunshine at the moment. And probably a few minutes out from actually going live as well.
I think hopefully only the 1. Hearing some, I think we're hearing some hype coming in from the stage over there, trying to get everyone fired up. So it looks like it will be Sunshine, Snakewater into Gully Wash as our maps. Take a look.
Pretty normal picks. I mean, Gully's a little strange, I guess, or that has a connotation I don't really intend. It's the most different of them. Sure. Now, of course, if you can win on Sunshine and Process, then you don't have to worry about Gully. But I'm not sure. I mean, at this kind of level of play, I don't know even how much just playing a standard map favors one team or the other. Because like a Sunshine or a Process is either or.
Yeah, and again, and worth noting too, neither of the 2 maps they played each other on in the regular season. Legacy did pull a 3-2 out on Process, and a 5-2 out on Metalwork, but neither of those maps are showing up here. We're getting worse with Dolphin. We should be ready to go live shortly. So, Rumpus, I'll ask you now before we get into it. Any spreads here?
So on the poster, I actually predicted Froyo because it seemed not close enough for my taste. So if I were a channel point better, then those, what would it be, like 30 to 60 odds, I'd definitely be putting it on Froyo. But if it's more like 50-50 odds and I'm betting, then I'd probably take Legacy. Because again, they did do well in their matches against Froyo, and recently they've been doing well against them. So I think realistically, they might be the favorites going into.
All right, well, I'm going to be the peaceful champion with them and think that Legacy going to take it as we are getting live to kick off the 2025 RGL Philadelphia LAN. Both demos coming right into mid. Going to try to get some spam across. No immediate soldier bump coming across yet. See Laz, though, going to be the first one trying to go in. Looks to go in behind in choke. And first kill's going to be coming in. Lolguy, first one dead to the lock.
Yeah, and Logan definitely putting the namesake Lock Enjoyer to work there by picking up that kill. Now, that being said, Froyo are stuck behind. Actually, bomb in choke from Speedy. Finds a kill. Might be a trade. Does get traded out, but Froyo are going down, despite the fact that no one here on Legacy finding any kills. Guy picks up Laz. There does Crater, so it's a trade, but mid gets capped off. It's 2 scouts versus a scout with heals here. So, yeah. Going to be Banny, able to retreat with Hubert without using Uber, so good compensation there for Froyo. But honestly, both teams kind of got something they can be happy with that mid.
Yeah, the Whirlpool theory there on that mid was pretty crazy, honestly, considering Lolguy going down so quickly. I think Froyo may have been able to snowball that harder, but just with the way the positions on that mid worked out, Legacy was essentially able to trade their med for that better positioning and end up getting the point cap, but they have this at 85 right now or so on the side of Lolguy as the Uber comes out from Froyo, gonna start chasing out everyone in Legacy. Speedy and Gungan gonna be going down, but Danny and Hubert end up being the trades. Hubert getting caught in the post, so the mid gonna go over to them, but Lolguy safe with Uber, and it's gonna be a full ad.
Yeah, Speedy finding the force there. Banny did find a kill, taking that forced Uber a little deep, but ended up dying for it, and then Uber dying in the post, not great. As the bomb in here from Laz will find the force with some nice rockets, so that's good compensation. However, Logan died, and in choke as well, Habib's gonna go down. So suddenly on Uber, it looked fine, like a soldier sacking for the force, got it pretty easily, but 2 kills later, and suddenly the Uber actually worked out quite well for Legacy, as they're going to take 2 pretty easily here. There are forward spawners. Stickies actually get knocked away. Pyro trying to bust the hold here, but will get capped off. It looks like 2 is relatively held. Laz going to get through. And actually, Kobe gets sniped, so maybe 2 is not on the table for Legacy.
Yeah, we've seen in a couple of the matches towards the end of the season, Habib really liking to stay on that sniper and forwards for quite a long time, and managing to get the kill on Kobe, though he will get picked off by the Stickies from side. Good damage onto Hubert as we've been walking into choke, but not nearly enough follow-up as we're seeing a fight in the little cafe area right here, and it's going to end up with Kobe going down again. That said, gonna see more contesting coming in from Legacy. Patty getting taken out now by the lock and load, and Logan as well to go down next. Hubert forced to pop with no one else around him. Gonna meet up with Laz, but they have to run for their lives.
Yeah, looks like Froyo were thinking about taking something really aggro in a cafe, and I bet if they met with combo and Legacy, oh, Hubert caught the bomb. Oh man, this now has round implications. In fact, it could be a round right now, depending on how Legacy plays into last. Worst case scenario, they can just back up and play the Uber advantage. As I say that, Last finds a kill on a Speedy, and Lolguy goes down, so no Uber ad into last to be spoken of. And with the spawners here, there's some pressure on point, decent cap time, but no, it will be Logan killing both scouts, and that's going to be a hold. But yeah, earlier on mid, Froyo were looking to get maybe aggressive, maybe catch the other team unaware with their 10 ad, but it actually ended up biting them as their over rotation into Cafe really opened up Valley for the peak from Legacy.
Yeah, and I mean, really big props to the Froyo soldiers that they're able to stall so much time, each able to trade out a kill, as we're going to go into our first pause of the match.
Yes, I see exclamation point tech in chat. I mean, so far, things have looked relatively even, I would say. It's been a lot of salvaging, I'll say, because each team has been getting good positions. Froyo has had multiple opportunities to be dry pushing with basically full Uber advantage. Likewise, Legacy have gotten plenty of Ubers with multiple kills. And nonetheless, in the post, things still go a little awry for each team. That kind of neutralizes things when all is said and done. I mean, we saw there such a great fight on second with Psy bombing in, catching Hubert by Shutter, but Legacy commit pretty hard into last and ended up losing their own medic, and suddenly things kind of resetting there.
Yeah, and I mean, I think to me, I feel like I'm seeing slightly more from Legacy, just in maybe the way that they're managing to control space here. I mean, I think that mid was something I was expecting Froyo to take all the way at the start of the round, with Wall Guy getting nuked out immediately. But they're able to play the space that they got for that, zone Froyo out. You had this weird combo flank from Froyo where they managed to get Hubert out, but it cost them the point. And it feels like if all other things are even, Legacy's slightly pulling ahead. But, you know, we saw them try to go into left, as you said, but, you know, that was an opportunity there and they weren't able to execute on it. You know, the soldiers coming in from Furrier really bought so much space. And it looks like Dolphin did let us know that this may end up actually being a technical pause rather than a tactical. So one of the headsets died is what we're getting. So we'll look to get that fixed ASAP, but probably a little bit of the time for the teams. You know, they came over, you know, got a taste of how they're going to be playing. They can maybe try to readjust a little bit, and then once they have comms back up, we'll get to see how things go.
Yeah, true. And as you were mentioning with that mid, I mean, I agree. That was honestly like surprising how well Legacy did there. Because in a situation like that, I mean, you have the med kill as well as another kill as well. I don't know if it was a soldier or a scout. They had someone else. I think it was Zam actually. In that kind of position, yes, you're stuck behind because Sunshine can be awkward when you rotate to the other team's side and then suddenly things start going a little sketchy. But from that position, everyone on Froyo is out. They're safe. They have the luxury of getting healed whenever they want, getting buffed as they see fit. Whereas Legacy, absolutely not the case. I mean, only so many players can rat around for packs. We saw, I mean, scouts weren't even buffed. They were kind of weak at that. So the fact that Froyo took the fight, in my opinion, a little fast, I guess, and we're trading down players, losing players that I don't know if they needed to. They ended up not stopping the point, which maybe was their intention, but also losing so many players that Banny basically had to retreat despite having heals, and it was just Banny and Hubert, which of course, excuse me, are the two players you want to be living there, but still, it was a little surprising how neutrally that mid ended up turning.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it's like you said, how they played fast there, right? Because usually you kill the enemy team's medic, all of that damage now is going to stick. So you usually want to be playing slower, wanting to spam them, put the enemy team in the kind of position of saying, we either got to go in fast to accelerate the pace of this mid, or we got to back out. Because if you stick around, then, you know, if you were to, they didn't even, and the thing is normally the reason why you don't always want to just go in and bomb two soldiers for the med is because a med without Uber is contributing, you know, 30 or so heals a second, really, plus arrows. And that's less than a lot of damage classes can do. If you're trading immediate combat power for the sustained power of those heals, you'll lose out in the short term. So they didn't even have to, though. They just, you know, 2 pipes and Wall Guy's gone. Yeah. So, you know, would have liked to have seen them play that a little slower, maybe not worry about the flank so much and just stay where you are, get the spam in. It didn't seem like Legacy was getting too aggressive there to really force things out, but, you know, all the credit to them. As I'm hoping we may be able to be getting some testing done, but remains to be seen.
We'll see. But that being said, I mean, for the play they were going for would have given them the best of both worlds if it worked out. Because if, again, like these players aren't buffed, they are easier to kill than they would be with heals. So if you can get that, if the soldier bombing through choke from behind is able to find a kill and live, get a bow, then suddenly you're denying the cap and you're preserving the ad, versus if you play particularly passively, then you're guaranteeing that the other team's going to get the cap, which long term you're still expecting to get it. You're behind the other team with uber advantage. But, you know, if you don't want to give that up, then you might fight for it. And on the flip side, if you want to play things very aggressively, you can do that in a very safe manner by just using your Uber. Typically, Ubers are going to be going for something like a medic kill. The fact that Lil Guy was already dead means that that's not an option anymore. So you're just looking for kills at that point. But general rule of thumb, I mean, 2 kills on combat players for an Uber is plenty of compensation, and teams will absolutely take that. So if you know, let's say times 4 on the point, you know 2 scouts are there, and there's a demo setting up traps close to a door, you can get those 3 kills, and that Uber is for sure going to be worth it. It's not going to put you in a mid to last situation, but yeah, there's definitely options that they had.
Absolutely, yeah. And then, I mean, even so, they're able to get Vanny and Hubert out. They take the Uber coming back in, and then I think they lost, I'm trying to remember, they lost, at least Hubert went down trying to back out of the eventual ad Uber that they took, trying to get too deep into second, and then they dropped another one as well. So if now you kind of wasted that med pick, you lose the med pick off of mid, then you take that ad Uber, and you go 2 for 2 with it, including losing your own med. And I think Froyo's lucky they haven't given up a round yet right now, but still early in the day, you know, plenty of time to tune up. I imagine the teams will probably be talking about it as well right now, as seems like things aren't quite as simple as we may have hoped. So we may be here yet for a while yet.
I mean, if anyone thought that there weren't going to be technical difficulties on the first match of the first day, then they were probably a little foolish, I would say. We've seen this song and dance many times. But yeah, I mean, so far, no, okay, we're only 5 minutes in, man. There has been some back and forth happening. And that is the nice thing about LAN, actually, is that when things feel good, like when shots are easier to hit, people will also, when there's just higher energy because you're in a venue with other people, like yelling, doing comms, all that, there's a natural tendency to just want to take fights. Because online, like, whether you take a fight or not, there's a lot of factors going into that. But some of it is just like, do you have the balls to or the confidence to? Because a fight that doesn't necessarily work on paper, or there's nothing like special encouraging you to do it on paper. Well, if you like hit a good shot, suddenly that door is a little bit cracked open. Let's say a demo hits a pipe on someone, that door is even more open. You get a pick, that door has swung wide open, and now like you have real opportunities. But it really just starts with the initial kind of poking and prodding. And I think that there is a tendency for teams to do that more often and be more willing to take those fights in a LAN setting.
Absolutely. I mean, when Sai jumped through second and managed to catch Hubert out by Shutter, we heard that from here. You know, the cheers coming out of the Legacy side of the stage. So when you have your teammates there getting hyped, you know, you can feel it. There's an energy there, and it means that teams, all of those feelings you normally have, you know, mental is such a big part of any game, but especially when you're in person, all those feelings are going to be magnified. So all of the highs are going to be that much higher, all the lows are going to be that much lower. So being able to maintain control of that, you know, as you said, fights, which I love to see.
And that bomb in particular from side obviously worked out very well. It's kind of a difficult line to sort of skate on, because as a demo, you are one of the best classes at catching people, but you're also one of the most vulnerable on your own, especially after you use a sticky jump and lose a bunch of health. So it's very easy as a demo to bomb in just barely too deep, and rather than back up into your stickies that you're shooting at the doorway, the scout just walks forward, shoots you twice, and then they leave safely and you just fed. And I think Sai in particular is showing that aggression really well and identifying when to go for it. And to be honest, it's almost like a soldier player tendency as a demo to be just bombing more. Sometimes when someone only plays demo and doesn't have much soldier under their belt, they play a little more passively. They're more inclined to just charge a sticky as they peek through choke, just to like hit the combo leaving for 50 rather than be bombing in and catching the medic and catching players. But obviously, well, we saw the potential impact of that play. Unfortunately, Lil Guy died as they were pressuring into last. But if they were able to capitalize on that in a better way, then that by all means could have round implications with a play like that.
Absolutely, yep. We're getting 15 seconds coming in, so should be live quite quickly. Rumpus, from what we've seen so far, give me a player name you think we should be looking for as we resume.
Man, I want to see what Kobe is up to, actually, because I'm sure he's doing some business on the flank, because we're actually live here. But the fact that he was able to find Hubert, of all players, in that post-Froyo dry push force type of scenario we were mentioning earlier, definitely tells me that he's playing with some confidence. Pushing things.
The long-range spam, though, onto Banny just catches him in choke a little bit too aggressive. And the fadeaway rocket going to come in, take him out. It was a slight ad for Froyo, I mean, barely 10%, but, you know, that's going to stifle any chances of an ad push.
Yeah, Gungan, however, does go down while peeking, so what would have been a pretty nice advantage of the pick with even Ubers in 2 seconds actually gets neutralized pretty readily. And now we're just looking at standard countersec. A bit of a beefed bomb there from Patty. Will be able to fade out as, look at that, Vandy just shoving through Valley, I believe. Does go down, but ends up trading with Zam. Bomb in now, gets the force, but Froyo loses 3 for it, and they get forced in turn. So definitely looking quite bad for Froyo now as, oh, bomb in from Sai again. Yeah, the collapse is coming in. Kobe on the flank as well, finding the opportunity, trying to body block players, but not hitting shots. Does go down, and so does Speedy. So suddenly, Froyo with spawners have more of a foothold in this fight. It was looking very good for Legacy. Is now not looking so great.
Yeah, I mean, that was such a great Uber by them. The lock and load coming out of Sai really continuing to find big picks, but that you're looking at a potentially, what, a 5v3 really almost coming into that? You saw the flankers coming in. Kobe had an opportunity. Felt like he couldn't choose whether or not he wanted to just take out Banny or go for Hubert. Split his aggro, ends up going down. Banny picks up 2 there to kind of help salvage that. Bit of an overextension. I mean, both meds will end up living, so dead even on the Ubers, but it results in Froyo coming in, keeping the mid, and now they're pushing into Legacy's second. You know, with
it wasn't an exchange on mid, still going to be evens. Looks like Froyo want to cook something up choke. And he's just trying to clear some sticks. Laz asking for a buff. Both soldiers positioned by choke. You might see some fade and then commit action, but Banny actually just dies to traps and choke. And will be Speedy cratering there. And Zam actually went on the countersec as well. Oh, and Kobe is caught on the flank. So despite Froyo losing a player without much value, looks like Legacy kind of overheated a bit and ended up, oh man, he is on the combo, got piped though, and that gives Sai the confidence to be taking this fight. No, but the force goes through. So Habib, with the aggression, was able to find that kill off of the pit, or find that force rather off the picks, and now Froyo in a position to potentially get on the scoreboard.
Yeah, I mean, just Banny going down, I think maybe gave them a little bit of false hope. But Kobe on Sniper going to take out Habib going in. Uber pops in from upper. Cap time already coming in. Zam doing his best to try to block it. He's brought him just enough time to side and spawn up. Frag's going to be trading, but it looks like going in favor of Legacy. Gungan on that heavy, going to take out Logan. And the last defense is just barely there, but Froyo really starting to switch it on, it seems like, after the pause. Some real killer aggression right there. And now jumping in. Sai almost getting taken out, but everyone will keep their lives for now. Some really good re-aggression though coming in. Gonna find Laz caught out in second, and it looks like with nothing really but pressure alone, Legacy able to get themselves out of last.
Yep, and keep in mind it's still ad, so they are just blowing it through choke. That last pick definitely helps. Means you only really need to spot one soldier. Patty will actually go for the stack anyway. No damage on the little guy. Does not force, and that's another kill. So Ubers are going to be close to evening out now. Hubert at 80%. Of course, rule of thumb, usually you get 2 points. In this case, going to be both second and mid. You expect things to even out. Nonetheless, Legacy are going to be pressuring off the fact that they have that pick on Patty. Patty did not get a forward spawn either. So this will be a stack. Cody is going through choke, trying to overwhelm the flank. Going to be taking a 1v1 with Laz. Likely to win it. Does, in fact, Hubert, I think, eating a pipe or something down to 33 HP. However, Legacy losing 3 players again. Habib getting quite aggressive again, only this time Sai going to secure more damage. Little guy going to be a little safer, so unable to secure that force. It looked like Kobe was going for a play on Froyo's side of things, and I think got the force as well. So going to be Uber advantage, but player disadvantage right now for Legacy.
And that said, spawns for Legacy are coming in on this mid. Patty is in under the point, going to be forced out into Cafe. And yeah, I mean, despite the numbers being in Froyo's ad, Hubert had already taken some damage even before getting forced. Habib was hit low, so weren't able to capitalize on much. And the Legacy Uber now coming in from Cafe. Hubert only on 70. 2 frags going their way already. The rest of Froyo has been chased out into last, as it will be the second cap coming across. Ad for Hubert. And Laz, though, is in deep. I can't quite see where he is, but the last push is coming in regardless. Uber, they do get the force out of Hubert, and now it's going to have to be a back out from Legacy. Laz behind, though, finds Lol Guy with deep cover. Secret agent coming in. James Bond assassinates Lol Guy. But again, with all of 41 last.
Yeah, and that we can see is kind of the perfect example of an Uber getting 2 kills still being considered pretty good, right? Because Legacy popped into seconds, they found 2 kills on combat, Hubert close to getting, but they were still able to transition that into last pressure and still able to find the force pretty cleanly, I should say. But unfortunately, Laz, unaccounted for behind, was able to basically, well, not really just neutralize things, but turn it around for Froyo, who now not only push out of their last successfully, but have 30 ad into mid. You have Kobe in the forwards on Sniper, but that's really the main threat here for Froyo.
The rockets from Laz coming in, gonna put some pressure on him, but he's still there, going for a peek, but it looks like the Uber now has passed him by, going deep into second. Kobe, gotta get out of there. Your team's getting attacked behind you. That said, overcommitments from Froyo across the board means that they're almost going to wipe on that. Hubert, the only one alive, getting chased out. Zem, you know, looking to catch him from behind in Cafe. The chase continues. He finally goes down. You know, gonna now be on a pretty delayed spawn for the rest of the team as well. You know, I thought that Uber was gonna go a lot better for Froyo with Kobe still stuck in the forward, you know, trying to go for a shot, but ends up with Froyo just overcommitting, getting caught out. Great kite out from Legacy, and they're gonna go basically from their second all the way into Froyo's, and now they're perched up outside last.
And you have to wonder if heading the medic there is worth it for those who unaware. If a medic is guaranteed to die, as Hubert was there, then you can just not kill him for however long you want, and that's going to be an even later spawn and even more Uber ad for you. Because we're in a position now where Wolguy really only at 70% ad, if that. I say 70, I meant 20. And even closer to like 15, all things considered. Whereas this could have very easily been much more ad, much easier last to convert. You have Gungan dry pushing the door. It seems like Legacy are aware it's not enough ad to just take a pop through Uber. They're trying to play, yeah, they do it quite well, playing the passive positioning of Froyo in order to take space for a force, and we're able to do it. They lose 3 players for the force, so Froyo still plenty of compensation. They're going to be able to push into second quite easily here and set up a hold here, but okay, they deny both players, so we could even see Froyo aggression. No, they're going to be playing this plenty safe, so going to be 70 ad now for Wolguy in 2 seconds.
Yep, the force going to come through, walking through Cafe. It will take Laz for it. Banny also going to go down. Patty now the one on some secret agent in Cafe. They're looking to try to even get into Laz, but Patty, nope, found out this time. Not quite the secret agent that Laz is, but all this pressure now coming into Laz. Cap's going to come across on second. Habib, the only one near the point, only going to, no, he gets the kill onto Gungan, but Speedy and Zam start cleaning them up. It is desperate here on the last point right now. Rocket will find Lolguy, but Sai in alone. Only a sliver of health on the scout, but it's not enough. And Sai going to fail to capture that point. Gungan now the only one spawning up, preventing that full wipe, and Froyo backs against the wall, managed to hold it together, barely avoid giving up that cap, and they're getting onto their second, and they're going to be looking towards mid.
Yeah, another example of just getting so close to finding a complete round off of just getting kills on 2 with Uber, but unfortunately did not work out, and there were very close margins there. I mean, just one extra sticky, I think, from Sai may have sealed the deal. Nonetheless, blank craziness here from Legacy. They did find some trades. Unfortunately, the counter aggression from Froyo finds an extra 2 kills. So that will be Legacy backing out of mid. Just don't have the players to fight this, and with Uber's relatively even, don't really have any resources to kind of hold off and wait for spawners. We have Gungan actually on engineer and forwards. Excuse me, interesting strat. You see it sometimes. I mean, you may as well just get the gun up in some cases. Does go down. Switch off. But with Psy Guy getting the forward spawn denied, I guess it makes a little sense to have that defensive option. Maybe slow down Froyo a little bit and give Psy time to show up. Fortunately, in this instance, it does not work out.
And I mean, Froyo, to their credit, are able to just, fully capitalize on these little openings Legacy has been giving them. Going last to last here, it's going to be Legacy's attempt now to try and, secure their last point. Full Ubers here on both sides, so not expecting to see any 6-on-6 exchanges coming through. No off classes either on the side of Froyo. May see a sack coming through sooner rather than later, but both teams just kind of scoping out the other's defense. Hoping with the gun on the point, and Laz and Habib actually both getting caught out just a little bit too aggro. Speedy deep in will go down, but forces all of Froyo quite far back right now. Not enough really for anyone on Legacy to feel comfortable pushing out any more than lobby, but more time off the clock, closer to that reset. And I think right now, if you're Legacy, if Froyo's not gonna make any real attempt to push this, you're happy to just go back to mid.
Yeah, and I mean, by the numbers, like just losing 2 players is effectively the same as a double sack, but you'd like to be losing those players in a very proactive way that has a good chance of getting the force.
Even Gungan both on snipers.
Yes. So the Habib sniper into last. Makes me wonder, because, I mean, sniper is, in a figurative and literal sense, a very hit-or-miss class. And, okay, it will be Habib winning the SPS here. I think Gungan maybe hit a body shot there, but against the buff, does still win, but down goes Habib. Keep in mind, that play, the sniper rolling out, charging up a shot, getting a kill on the sniper, and then getting a deeper peek only to die without a real shot on the med. Took like around a minute. So you have to wonder, okay, I'm going down with the lock, but down the sniper, I don't know if we'll see a sack. No, Laz is committing. Is actually getting a really good bomb off onto the NG and demo, but is going to go down to the level 1 gun without finding too much. But, chaos lobby. Just to finish my thought, yeah, having that sniper can be a slow class. You can be wasting time, so you'd like to be getting good opportunities if you have it.
Yeah, and I think Sunshine too, especially just the way the angles kind of work into that, a lot harder to get those safe shots in. I think we saw a lot of, remember, I think it was it Slemnish? I think on Mama's Bush we saw on Snakewater have a lot of impact on second and last because there are such longer angles, harder to spam. But Sunshine last especially feels like if you want to get any good shots, you're going to be risking yourself to just getting jumped on. This is exactly that. But we have since transitioned back into midpoint. Frags being trading back across by the Cafe. Uber's going to come out from Froyo, but significantly better on the side of Legacy. Already 4v3 in their favor. Hubert going to get caught out once the Uber fades. Now just desperation sacks in onto Lol Guy. Not going to find it. That's a full wipe for Froyotech. Legacy going to be capping up that mid. Couple of spawners in on second. We make it difficult to make it a full steamroll here. As Patty getting a forward as well. So they'll have 3 here. The rest of the spawners coming up now. See if they choose to defend it. They're going to give it up.
Yeah, denying 3 and 40 ad. I mean, this is by all means going to be a push into last with ad for Legacy. We are seeing a pretty standard setup on last. We have the sentry gun going up. We have the sniper by spawn. But yeah, yet another case of Froyo trying to shove Cafe. Meanwhile, Legacy just say, hey, sure, we'll just counter shove through Valley, and ended up getting an earlier force, playing a much better exchange there and finding the full wipe. Looks like it might be a left side either.
Yep, the ad now coming in to last. Gonna be the gun and Patty going down right away. Laz gonna be next. Already 64. Legacy hasn't lost anyone. Habib gonna be the next to fall. The cap coming in. Legacy will be the first team to capture a round here. Coming up 1-0, finally breaking that tie. We're just about 20 minutes into this match, just under, able to finally leverage that ad Uber, come in, take the round in a pretty flawless last push.
And left is not a door you see that often, but that was a door chosen purely for fundamental reasons, which is that you want to use into the gun early. And the gun being built on left side is a more common thing recently. So they were able to get that gun early and find kills. However, on this mid, Psy's going to be first to go down, but both demos are traded out. A lot of aggression from Legacy, going to be collapsing onto Hubert, find the kill, but they lose so many players for it. And it is just Gungan alive against 2 players. I mean, a scout can win this, especially with the other team's scout being quite weak. However, will just be a trade.
Yep, and I mean, yeah, pretty much 11 dead on that mid. Only the one Froyo player surviving, as it will. The rest of the numbers now gonna trickle in. I mean, that's basically pretty much a reset. No one there to cap up the point. And now we've got mid V2 coming back in. Speedy jumping up, will kite back out though, not wanting to commit. Banny getting a little bit too far forward, gonna be the first to go down on mid 2.0. Hubert getting bombed out by Speedy now will be the next to fall. Habib makes it 3 for the soldiers of Legacy, and Laz will be 4. So second time's the charm if you're Legacy, able to come in, take the frags 4-0 right now, and they're already moving into second.
Yeah, absolutely. And keep in mind, Freo never capped mid, so there are no spawners to deny, as it looks like we are in a pause right now. So yeah, mid getting capped off will be second completely occupied here by Legacy, and in fact, there will be Saigai getting pretty aggro traps in lobby should anyone on Freo get a little cute peek into lobby rather than just set up on last. But yeah, potential mid to last. Actually, no, yeah, potential mid to last situation here. Forgot, because both meds died at mid, but only Hubert died at mid V2. So they do have 50 ad here.
Yeah, and I mean, I think Froyo just came into that. I don't know if they were feeling confident after that first mid that they technically won by keeping the only player on the field alive, but get a little bit too aggressive. Legacy's ready for them. Banny's going to go first. Speedy, not even at full health, I don't think, comes in on the bomb, just catches Hubert, unaware, able to take him out, and it all goes down from there. None of the, last minute attempts to salvage onto Lolgai came through. And as we said, yeah, looking at a mid to last, but we are in a pause here. Yes. I think we heard Dolphin, we're looking tech pause this time?
So there's actually production issues apparently. I think the stream may have been down for a moment or something. Not too sure, but in case it was missed, we saw a mid-fight. It was Gungan versus, I believe, Banny and Patty, I'm guessing, a soldier.
So.
Everyone else was dead. Gungan goes down, but Freo unable to secure the cap. Gungan finding a trade on the soldier, and then on kind of the refight to mid. It was actually Legacy showing up a little earlier, getting a little bit better positioning, and able to just basically full white Freo. So that puts us in the position now where it's sort of a mid to last situation. You mentioned, like, in a sense, Freo won the mid, but I mean, even in a situation where someone or where a team is able to cap mid, but their med dies, the other team's med lives, and the repush, you lose it. Even then, I consider, like, long term, you lost the mid. Yeah. So in a position like this, where you're not even getting the cap, definitely Legacy happy with the position they're in, obviously.
Yeah, no, you cannot complain there. I mean, mid takes long enough anyway. Banny wouldn't have been able to cap it up solo before the first members of Legacy start getting back in. So that aggression seemed kind of ill-advised from them. You had everyone getting super forward. You're pushing under the point. You're getting past Lego, really getting forward in choke. I mean, Banny died cut off on Legacy side of the mid. So I'm trying to come up with a justification for the reasoning behind that. Soldiers weren't coming in either. I don't know if they thought Legacy was giving up the space and wanted to take it, and Legacy was really just trying to bait them in. Probably what I'm leaning towards, but definitely felt a little sloppy there.
Yeah, and a lot of the time, Freo does kind of play in that way where if they don't get a pick, they're just beating. But if they do get the pick, then it's kind of exactly what they were supposed to do. Where Banny running that deep, if he finds a kill or just finds enough damage to force Legacy to back up, then yeah, maybe direction can be turned towards a player like Speedy who's landing on Hubert's head. Or maybe direction can be turned towards those players and find those kills, which we did see fights like that go Freyo's way, where one kill, Freo just gets extremely aggressive very quickly and then converts it into suddenly 3 kills. However, when it doesn't work out, if Banny dies early, suddenly Froyo were in a position where they are very committed to a very losing fight, and it's just full salvage mode. And if you're playing against very talented teams such as Legacy, then they're not going to let you get an easy salvage, as we saw there.
And I'm glad you brought that up, because it does feel like an assumption you can take that play is based on the fact that you know you're the better team, you have the better players. You can take a 50-50 play and turn it into a 60-40, or a 45-55 play, turn it into a 50-50. And the players of Legacy are just good enough to not allow Froyo to do that as often as they want, to the point where it's worthwhile.
Yeah,
you know, I'm a Highlander player to my core, but something we've seen from some of the better teams in Highlander is that they're not going to 3-0 you on a Koth, 3 minutes to 0 you on a Koth map, right? They're taking these 80-20 plays. They're getting aggressive. Yeah, sometimes they're going to overcommit and they're going to full wipe, but they're taking them to the extent that they're always going to win more than they lose, and that's why they beat you.
Yeah.
Froyo, maybe they've been feeling like they've been able to do that in the past, but now no longer the chance, and we kind of see that their third seed this season, you can say it's, you can say it's hidden strats, you can say it's regular season, whatever, but the fact that there's two teams that are beating them means that, you're no longer able to take plays on the basis of we have the better players. It's a more level playing field. That's why I think we've got such an exciting slate of matches coming up over the next 2 days.
It is a style that very much kind of attacks what's the word I'm looking for, like a pace tendency from the opponents. Because if you just randomly bring your beam over to the flank and shove it, what you're actually doing is you're looking for a position in which the flank are out of position. They're maybe a little too aggressive, trying to get through a little too early, push the pace in a way that would really benefit them if you're not there with heals to kill them. But you're trying to set up a position in which you can find those kills and just have a really messy situation, honestly, where you have the numbers and trust that we are a dynamic enough team. We are good enough, not in like the hitting shots kind of way, but a coordination and understanding kind of way, to where you can have a position like that and be happy with it, right? Maybe your combo's a little out of position in a weird spot, but you have the kills and you can kind of play it. So yeah, we're still figuring out technical stuff. I think it's networking things, which the caster computer was a little weird too. I had to perpetually restart Steam to install TF2 because it only made progress for like 10 seconds and then it just stopped. So that was interesting, but we're in the server anyway, so that'll work out.
And I should apologize. It seems the pause is actually my fault, as we've got about 80 gorillion wires underneath here.
Yeah, no, there is a mess down here. I'm like
disconnect off and over on the production side. So my bad. Apologies for the delay. But maybe we can hope this has given the team some time to talk it out, cool the jets a little bit. I mean, I still think things are looking really good for Legacy as far as this mid to last goes, but maybe Froyo has a little bit more time to recalibrate.
I mean, we'll see what this push looks like, because I guess we can mention that sort of door selection that we saw earlier with picking that left side door, which is traditionally more of a dry push door, which Legacy did not take as a dry push, and I don't think they should have dry pushed in that position. But it worked out very well for them, and for very good reason. Typically, teams will pop through top right, which gives you already kind of a high ground position, which is nice. But notably, you're expecting maybe a gun to be on the side you're using it on, and that's oftentimes the first thing you want to take out with your Uber. Unless you know that the other team is particularly caught on one side or the other, then you usually just default want to take out the gun early. That's a classic example in Process. If no one is caught, then and you want to go either 3 or 4, then whichever one you choose is kind of up to where the gun's at. And in this case, similar sort of thing, where teams more recently in past seasons have started building a gun on the left side from the attacker's perspective, which is really strong against the top right Uber. It's difficult to cross into because it's physically pushing you back, And it can be tough to take out as a demo, really limits your crossing opportunity. It's just potent defensively. But if the attacking team adjusts and just pops through the door next to it, and suddenly there's a soldier that's too close, not expecting an Uber to be used through that door, suddenly they're caught. You have the gun and a pick, and it was just easy conversion after that.
Yeah, and I think too is, they cap second, they go quickly, right? Don't let that gun get to level 3. Keep it at a level 1. Can't deny you nearly as much. They're able to get in. And it really felt like Froyo wasn't expecting the Uber to come right then, because someone else I think it was Patty got caught out on there, which if, we've seen so many Ubers over the past kind of 3 weeks of matches as the season's coming to a close of just teams able to use their Uber even on an ad, and they get the gun and that's it. And the rest of the team is perfectly prepared to kite all the way back. Just play the other side, get it set up where, you're 6v6. They have to cap the point, you can sit and do nothing. Ball still, advantage is still to the defense. But getting that first kill, and then I think they even found a second too as they kind of sped along, really just made that kind of stop right there, as we do have an unpause. Going to be Banny coming up on the engineer, trying to build right at spawn, but the full ad on the side of Legacy could make things messy here in just a second.
They might be switching it up, and no. Yeah, looks like they want to go with the same door last time. I mean, it did work out quite well. This time around, Soldier's much more passive. As you can see, gun going down immediately. There will be a cross. Okay, off to a great start so far from Legacy. Gonna try to be pressuring point here. Sam does go down, however, which would neutralize the picks. With this heavy, it's just a matter of if that class can get focused down in time or not. Not looking great. Re-aggression here from Legacy. They're trying to get some cap time. Guy is actually committing to the fight. Full commit does not find the heavy. And they do get Hubert, which is the most important pick to get there. But honestly, I think Froyo can accept the fact that, they did not lose the round. They at least held last.
Yeah, and I mean, Habib was only on a sliver of health at the end there on that heavy. If he goes down, they may lack the firepower needed to, really needed to defend that, as the cap got pretty close. But we're going to push back out here. Habib and Laz both going to go down on second, because the cap should be able to go right back in favor of Legacy. They're going to be looking to get into last 2 with 2 dead, but Zam and Guy blown up instantly trying to walk in. Speedy and Sai going to be next. They're able to get the kill onto Logan, but Gungan coming in now. Finds another onto Patty, but the one scout not going to be nearly enough. Kobe trying to get escape and will not. So just love to see the aggression coming out of Legacy there. They had a shot, they took it, didn't work out.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I think this is the distat, but the spawners getting very aggressive on 2. Will be able to force Froyo out, who have a lot of cap time. And this is something we actually saw, or a position similar to this, that we saw in the Denver LAN, in fact, where the team pushing out of last very intentionally did not finish off cap on second, because it was actually a different situation than this, because it was disad for the team pushing out versus ad here for Froyo. And they do take it. They might find, okay, only the 1 kill. So we might see a refight here from Legacy. But to finish that thought, yeah, that cap time on 2, but not fully capping it off, gives kind of back cap potential for a team defending last, which can be nice. I'm curious if we'll see that this weekend.
Yep, remains to be seen, but Froyo with that Uber will take the second, but going to leapfrog the Uber back in favor. And I think they're taking it in right now. Yep, going to be Habib and Laz going down. Make that Logan next. Banny, dicey spot in lobby, will be able to back out through lower. Patty, I think, going to get a kill onto Speedy as well. So more than enough kills to get second capped up. They're looking to try to get aggro here onto last. I'm not sure how well that's going to work. Coming in again through that left door. The offensive perspective, going to get Banny a little bit low, but that's about it. Realize that the spawners are up, nothing more to be done. Backing out into second, getting ready for a bigger push.
Yep, Froyo with 50 ad, now have Uber. Looks like they will be going dungeon with it. Okay. And this is a nice sort of counter strat to teams playing the Leaf Valley. So the Valley team, ooh, man, but Sam going down, but trades out with Habib, and Kobe might be caught here. Is indeed dead. Will be Speedy Shoving to last, however. There are players back. Yeah, Speedy's getting out of there. Oh man, the bomb in, however. Nice from Speedy there. Faked going to last, only to recommit onto second and find the force. A lot of value there. So that's going to be Uber advantage now firmly in the hands of Legacy.
Yeah, really played the sight lines well there. I think pulled Banny and potentially one of the soldiers back into last, then deked them around, went right back in on the combo. You get that Uber off. Means again that the Uber ad stays in favor of Lol Guy here. So just keeping that Uber up, you know, if they're able to get enough kills here, they can potentially snowball that into last. I think it's a hope. They will pick up Laz and Patty. Some aggro going in around on Shutter as Zem looking to get aggressive, but Speedy up from lower gets good damage onto Hubert. Not enough to finish him off though, and will lose his life. Coming in on the left side now, we do have Gungan, but the 2v1 not going to go in, the 1v2 not going to go in his favor. He brings him up. So I think, you know, as we kind of see these leapfrogs back and forth, I think Legacy is hoping that they're going to get a big enough win on second to snowball it right into last. And Froyo's just not giving them enough of an advantage to do that, and we keep kind of going back and forth here.
I think those 2 soldier kills was enough of an advantage to be pushing off of. Because soldiers especially are just such a valuable spam class and such a valuable cap time denying class. Unfortunately, I think Speedy went a little early there, and the fact that he died means that it basically just turned into you can stack now, but there's no real try fight. That being said, Speedy finding a nice timing through choke to get the force on Hubert again. Unfortunately, Kobe died just beforehand on the flank, so it is down 2 for Legacy. That kill from Zam onto Laz is nice, evens out the numbers a little bit. And the fact that Froyo already used their Uber means it's now disad for them. They'll be backing up towards Cafe, it looks like, and it'll be Legacy trying to push through Valley.
Yep, as they've now made their way into mid here. I think we should be just looking at a full 6v6, but that threat of Uber on the side of Lol Guy going to be frightening them back into second. Going to be Kobe staying behind the cap, and now it looks like we're going to see the Uber coming in through choke. Speedy getting in deep, as is Side. They're going to catch Habib out, but it looks like it's going to be a fight down in dungeon. Speedy, though, going down. Zam's going to be next. Gungan in deep finds Hubert for his life, so they're able to get the med. They're temporarily breaking that leapfrog right now, but it costs them 4 to do it. So Froyo going to be looking to take that extra space, make their way back into mid. And ooh, Banny getting a little bit too forward right there. Laz going to be the next challenger to step up to Kobe with a beam on him. They're potentially looking, he's done such a good job of just staying alive and getting damage out. The rest of the team comes in, they're cleaning him up. No mid for Froyo right here, as second now likely going to be pushed right into as well. And it's still ad for Lol Guy, things looking up for Legacy.
Yeah, and I gotta say that one thing I've really appreciated about being at a LAN, especially ones that Lol Guy is playing at, is he is one of the cheerers of the TF2 community. I've noticed he doesn't cheer on when he does things. It's when his teammates do good things, which I definitely appreciate. But nonetheless, Uber is being taken. Full cross here is going to find Laz, and Sai is actually staying on the right side, trying to contain Spawn. There will be Vandy getting through, and not finding the kill onto Sai just yet, who is actually living. Hubert is able to secure Uber and pop it, however, so at the very least, Froyo are going to be able to hold, and it looks like they're going to be able to get basically everyone here. So still a 1-0 game, 2 minutes left until we start rolling into overtime here. Is Kobe with that early spawn, maybe setting up here on Sniper.
Yep, looking to try to get anyone coming in through choke. Just Hubert getting Uber just in time. Going to be enough for Froyo to hold off on last of that one round. Potentially looking to be the only one set up as we move, as you said, into overtime shortly. I think, yeah, that sniper to me really signals that we're gonna sit here, we're gonna hold it, make it as difficult as you to get in to make sure you can't get around and tie it back up 1-1. Or has he switched off the sniper right now, or HUD's still a little bit broken from the pause? I think he has.
Yeah, it looks like oh no, he's on Sniper in his own Valley. And there is a sight line from Valley to Valley. So this is going to be an annoying drive push for Froyo. They are taking full face.
Hubert is so
weak though. Oh man, does have to use. Yeah, that is like rocket flash across the map type of health threshold. Very sketchy there. The use makes sense. Laz is going to find a trade onto the sniper, so no longer a threat to worry about. But yeah, nice force there from Froyo.
Yeah, as they are now able to get successfully into second. Trap set up. They're looking to camp outside of last. We've got just about, we've got 36 seconds and counting left before overtime sets up here. So Froyo really going to be looking to hopefully get around before then. We're actually going to be coming out of Wall Guy. Only Patty and Sai are going to be the trade. But Kobe coming around finds Hubert. The rest of the team collapsing just one after another. Laz getting the salvage onto Lol Guy out in Valley. I think that's going to be it. Backcap potentially coming in from Froyo. Not fast enough. Banny just a second too late. The ×3 on the Lighthouse going to be enough to keep things going for Legacy. What a photo finish that would have been.
That is frightening, to say the least. I mean, in those
Yeah.
positions where, I mean, it's one thing if you have to send a guy back for that, or, you know, it's very close before it's getting stopped. Manny was not getting stopped at all there. It was just a matter of outcapping. And having to outcap last from second is very sketchy.
Yep, a little bit of a fight going on in Cafe. Gonna be Zam trading out with Patty. Laz, the next one down though. And now Sai onto Habib. Legacy successfully taking this midpoint for themselves with the 3 kills. And we are in infinite overtime now, so in case you're unfamiliar how that works, after 30 minutes of game time, the win limit is set to 1 more than the leading teams. So with it having been 1-0 Legacy, you'll now need 2 points to win the match. So next cap by Legacy will end it. Froyo needs 2, and they can only now win this 2-1. But Legacy putting themselves to kind of end us pretty quickly after the overtime starts.
Yep. We are even Ubers here on last, so Habib on sniper, just holding top left. Actually, couldn't find that pick onto the scout beacon. A gun is being constructed in front of point. So this is a decision you can make about where to put the sentry gun, because they all do different things. The gun in front of point, much harder to spam from the doorways. From my experiences, it's a little bit weaker to a bomb top left, because a gun on point doesn't have to turn up as much or look up as much to lock onto and deny those bombers. So you can sometimes bomb around it. But if you have top left really locked out, then the gun position we're seeing now is very strong. That being said, a pretty standard thing to do is have the medic positioned with the gun so that the bombers who get physically denied from the sentry are not knocked into your medic, but rather away from them. But I imagine we'll see Hubert kind of hold up there at some point.
That will be Kobe running in, getting the trade with Logan. Speedy also going to go down. So, but Speedy came in and dropped Hubert. I didn't even notice that. He must have just come in at Mach 5, finds the medic. 2 rockets going to be enough. And Legacy, that's attack pause coming in. As,
From Legacy, actually.
Yeah, from Legacy, as I think they know this is their chance. You know, get the early map win out here in this match against Froyotech, put themselves in the driver's seat going forward. They need to make sure that they execute this, because they're not going to get another chance like this again.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't want to say it, but at the same time, like, that kind of basically exactly showed what I was talking about with the sentry gun being important, not just for dealing damage to those bombers, but physically keeping them away from your medic with damage knockback. Whereas you were kind of stuck in a corner by right spawn, not in a real position to hit a good surf or really get away from that bomb. With, I imagine Speedy was bombing through dungeon is the door I would guess. I of course missed it, but it didn't help either that Logan ended up going down as well. Ended up finding a trade, but losing your demo in last is definitely not great, especially if that bomb came from top left, which was Logan's door. That means that, yeah, Logan dying had a very direct consequence there, I suppose.
Yeah, the trades were taking place by the right side from an offense perspective, so it must have either been dungeon. And honestly, if with Hubert having, I wish I knew the term for it, playing on that right side, kind of in that little room that, you know, you can't easily surf out of because there's a roof in there. If the bomb's coming through dungeon, the gun's actually going to accelerate anyone coming in at your medic. And nope, we repaused. coming right back in, no warning. But once again, things heavily in Legacy's favor with this full ad. It's a 6v6, but that Uber looming large right now. So I think they're just scoping out. They should know where the gun is at this point, and it looks like they're going to go through dungeon.
I feel like a walk dungeon just to take out the gun. Yeah, they are doing exactly that. And now Sai can bomb if he wants. Looks like they will be crossing over to the right side. Immediate cap time. A little bit of cap time to speak of. Bomb in from both soldiers on the combo of Froyotech, but not finding any kills. It's Froyo finding all the kills. The soldiers maybe a little early there. I mean, if they just get so much damage and completely nuke Froyo as they're walking out of the spawn, then by all means that can work. But yeah, usually you see those soldier bombs in conjunction with combo aggression, as we actually sneaking around a little bit here. With 2 players on last. Okay, now he's spotted as well. No way this play works out. 2v1 will go in the favor of the 2, to no one's surprise.
Exactly. And now a fight in still on second. Legacy maybe trying to see if they can keep this cap team alive. Not working out as they're going to lose everyone. Lol guy included. Danny getting in deep pisses him down. So, you know, sometimes you get in that spot, you're like, oh, we're so close, we can get it, and you just stay in feed mode. And maybe Legacy unable to turn that off because that was not a well-advised fight to take on Froyo's second, but it's going to end up costing the mid and potentially their own.
And shoes on the other foot now because Hubert, who did get forced, still low guy dying after the fact means it's 30 plus ad now for Froyo. Unfortunately, they're a little slow on the mid cap and let all of Legacy spawn in the forward spawn. So I don't expect this ad to be played into last. I don't think that would be possible for Froyo. So things probably not going to even out on 2. I imagine Froyo's still going to want to play this ad to some effect. They might just be popping a choke, it looks like. They were waiting until they had to do anything. They do, in fact, just use it. Plenty of players are caught, in fact. Only Kobe to go down. Okay, there goes Zam. That's 2 kills. Make that 3. This could be enough to convert, and they find the force on the lol guy. This post-Uber fight from Froyotech could be very, very fruitful. And it's only 5 seconds left for Legacy to be able to find their spawners. They're getting the kill. It's cap time on point. Only lol guy to stop it. And Froyo tie up the game.
Yeah, just really great aggression coming in, keeping up the pressure. They get in. I mean, I think they were hoping to kill lol guy before he gets the Uber, but they end up forcing it. They don't lose anyone, so they're able to keep those numbers, hide out the Uber, get the second cap time in, then come right back in. I mean, Banny typing fear pop in chat. You know, I think he smells blood in the water, so look to see how Froyo can keep the ball rolling here. Coming in on to mid. Big bomb coming in from Laz. Nope, going to abort once he lands. Finds no one where he's looking to land. But Zam now coming in on to Logan. Gets some good damage as the whirlpool is starting to swirl. But the kills coming off right across on in favor of Legacy. Going to be Banny and Laz going down both right away. Now another on to Patty, and it is a solid mid-fight win for Legacy. Hubert safely out. Going to be playing back by Shutter, an easy escape into lobby. So no crazy snowballs to be expected here, but will likely be mid and second for Legacy. And now Froyo, you know, great they're able to get that cap. Or even 1-1. Next cap will win this map, but their back's really still up against the wall.
I was a little scared for Hubert that mid, not because of anything he was doing, but because Banny actually got a little isolated in Valley and picked off very early into that mid, so I was scared that he was just going to get landed on without help. But yeah, we're even Ubers on Froyo's last again. Ooh, bomb in pretty early before gun can go up, and Kobe finds the timing. Hubert again kiting into kind of that no man's land. So it will be 3 players for the force, so Froyo for sure going to want to be pushing out here, and maybe in a position to be getting that cap. Oh, lol guy. Weird positioning from him. Ends up getting forced pretty easily.
They probably knew Patty was going around behind them as well, and likely gets that force anyway. So maybe they just wanted to use then, you know, get it over earlier, right? Maybe try to get kills on the people in front of you, but not going to be many coming across. They will find Laz now, but there's still 5 up. Khabib on that sniper, going to be locking down a door as well. But Speedy coming in, finds Hubert. Logan's going to be next. That may just be enough. Banny falling. Great playing on the point by Patty, but in a 1v3, not going to be enough. Will get taken down, and Gungan, right as the next spawner comes up, gets the point. That is a 2-1 for Legacy. You can probably hear the applause coming out here from local host, and Legacy now continuing their success against Froyotech. That's now 3 maps they've taken across the season, but 1-0 here in the first round of playoffs.
Yeah, I got a little scared there actually for Legacy because in positions like that where you just have numbers over the other team, and you, especially if you have a scout who can kind of like dance around point, as a demo, my brain just screams, just stay away from the point and just shoot stickies at it, because that player needs to stand on it on the other team to actually stop the cap, and you just kill them and win. So the fact that, I think it was Patty was the soldier on last, was able to find 2 kills on Lol Guy and Psy just because they were kind of clumped on point. Made things a little scary, but nonetheless, when once the momentum started to slip a little bit, Legacy were able to kind of clean up their act and, yeah, take map 1.
Yeah, and I mean, you could maybe say that Legacy had a lower success rate on full ad pushes into last than you'd maybe have liked to have seen, but you have to give them all the credit for even getting in that situation in the first place, right? They're able to consistently generate that. They're finding good kills onto Hubert and the rest of Froyo. And, you know, I think the 2-1 is a very appropriate score, right? Sometimes you see a match that ends 3-0 and you're like, yeah, it was 3-0, but could have gone either way. 2-1 to me is incredibly indicative of how these two teams played. And I think it's the same score that, one of the same scores that they ended up winning earlier in the season. So that said, Dolphin, do you think we can maybe get a little bit of an ad break going? Give us a moment to rest our voices here, and we'll be right back on Snakewater. All right, 5 minutes, so stay tuned. You know, bathroom break, food break, snack break while you can. See you on Snakewater.
it just to taunt me. Nonchalantly, I seem to have your attention. You have to drop your pretension. You're scared to leave this dimension. Apprehension. I take your hand. You leave your chain. We understand. There's nothing there. I know you want to be my girlfriend. Don't think I can't see it on your face. Don't stop, I'm onto you. Don't say you do what you gotta do. Don't leave like I know you want to. Out of the blue, I caution you not to break me. But I can tell that you make me. If I am dreaming, don't wake me. Time to take me. You are the first to make it out. What you traverse would flood my doubt. I know you want to be my girlfriend. Don't think I can't see it on your face. Your life so far has hit a dead end. I could take you from this evil place. I know you want to be my girlfriend. Don't think I can't see it on your face. Your life so far has hit a dead end. I could take you from this evil place.
Welcome back, gamers and gamettes, to the RGL.GG Philadelphia LAN. I am Alto, Wild Rumpus to my side, Dolphin behind the camera over to my left here, and we are getting back into Legacy versus Froyotech, the first match here of the Season 18 Invite Playoffs, where Legacy have continued their, maybe you could even say, surprising dominant streak across Froyotech, coming out with a 2-1 map win, putting them up 1-0 in the match overall. This is a best of 3. We are moving on to CP Snakewater. Should Legacy win this, they'll be moving on into the upper bracket finals. Froyo, if they win this, they keep themselves alive, and we go to Gully Wash on map 3. Rumpus, what are we thinking after the first match?
So I know at the very start I said that for maps like Sunshine and Snakewater, there's only so much insight you can get because teams are just, it's not that like quirky. But having seen the first match, I think that one thing that was really helping out Legacy was that Froyo's even Uber's last holds were, dare I say, just weak. I mean, Hubert got forced multiple times on like the first attempt, and he was even dropped as well. Just weird positioning from the team at large, players getting through doors before like the gun is being built. And I think that those problems might be alleviated a little bit on Snakewater, which as a map has one of, if not the most notoriously difficult last even Uber's holds to break.
Definitely, yeah, as we come in here. And I mean, I think we saw as well that a lot of, outside of maybe some Habib heavy, any off classes Froyo tried to use to hold weren't really giving much. The sniper consistently, getting spammed out, pressured out from Habib, or just not finding anything. Engineer also likely, losing Vanny's NG, losing his gun all the time. So Snakewater's one, I've I've gotten to cast it multiple times in the past few weeks, seeing these teams try a lot of different things to try and get in. A lot of different potential variations on that Uber, all of them low success rate, as you said. So it almost feels like, you're going to be looking for advantages to be found on the second points, on the mid fights, to really let you try to get that snowball off. And, I think Legacy had a decent job of that. They were, pretty frequently kiting back out of second, making for you use their Uber, trying to get that ad push into second and maybe pull out a snowball, but will remain to be seen once we move in here. Interested to see if Froyo's kind of able to adapt, because I think we were talking about too, about maybe they're not giving Legacy enough respect at certain times in some of these plays.
Yeah, I mean, love to see, because I think that Froyo are going to play this a bit differently. On Sunshine, they were very flank shovey with the combo in a sense, where if it was sort of a one of those dynamic kind of fluid situations, they'd be more than happy to bring their beam over and try and find a kill on their Cody, for example. On Snake, I don't think that's going to work out as well. It's really tough to maneuver the combo in places like that. But Snake is a very flank active map, at least outside of the stalemates. So I think that a lot of it is going to come down to those 2v2s or 1v1s on the flank. In some cases, you can take a 2v1 with a flank shove, then that's already going to take whatever situation you were in and just make it better for you, whether it was good or bad to begin with.
Definitely, yeah. And I think as well, just the kind of safety for Hubert is going to be something I'm going to be watching as well here. You have, say, much more open skies here on Snakewater than you did on Sunshine. You're going to have a little bit more telegraphing on that bomb. You're not really going to see so many players just kind of coming in. I felt like there were a bunch of times Hubert looked like he was kind of getting caught out, be it someone was bombing around all of the geometry on mid, someone was coming in, getting quickly into last, but looks like I think we are getting live here in just a second. And actually we are live now. So, Remus, as we get into mid here, give you a simple yes, no. Are we going to have to go to Gully Wash here?
Oh man, I'll let you know 3 seconds into this mid. Once it's like actually started, okay? Are we going to see a bomb? I say we see a map 3. Have decided.
All right. TF2 equivalent of Groundhog Day, not seeing his own shadow, no bomb. Thus we get map 3. Froyo, though, no, excuse me, that's actually Legacy, they've seemed to switch colors, getting a little bit more aggressive on mid, but the kills, I think, are going over in favor of Froyo right now. It's going to be, you know, that 3v3 actually right now, but Hubert having gone down, no, will flip things in favor of Legacy. Guy coming up on Uber.
Oh my
I think if
God.
he's going to be able
my.
to get that. They managed to save him. The pack, I think, spawns up just in time. The extraction of the century, saving Private Guy, and that will be the first mid here on Snakewater for Legacy.
I don't know how Banny can get, what was that, 4 or 5 shots off, and Guy completely alone. No one even shooting at Banny. He has all the time to take his shots. Still just surviving. That was incredible. And that has really big implications to the game itself, because that is the survival that is enabling this potential mid to last. At the very least, 50 out into last.
Yeah, and we just talked about how hard this last can be to cap and how you need to get advantages on other points right off the bat. Uber now coming in from Shutter. Going to be going in the gun. Going to be the first thing taken out. Some cap time already being taken. I think that got Sticky's dead as well. The rest of Froyo now having rotated through spawn coming out. They've got massive health advantages. The frags are coming through as well. Sai looking to maybe stay behind, will get spotted out and go down. Froyo able to hold it off. That gun absorbed so much of the Uber. That rotation through spawn from Froyo was able to do so much of just dodging all of the pressure. They're able to hold it, and they're pushing back out of last.
Okay, I didn't have my eyes exactly on Sai, but he was holding the right shutter, and then he dead, and then Froyo just busted out the right shutter, but yet he somehow landed behind Hubert coming out of right shutter. It almost seemed like he faked bombing left, and then actually just faded over top of Froyo. As the fight on 2 here is actually going sketchy, I'll say, for both teams. Froyo are unable to convincingly push out, which I suppose is a win for Legacy. And Hubert actually Hubert died on last, so didn't have the opportunity to get Uber. However, Guy just now catching a pipe. Might draw out some aggression from some Froyo members. There's no one really who's able to go that is healthy enough and capable, so that pipe not going to end up mattering. But yeah, it's going to be pretty much evens here. I don't think that Legacy are going to try to play any crazy ads. Looks like they're just setting up to break the hold.
Yeah, I think part of the reason that push out went so poorly was both of the Legacy soldiers just jumped Hubert trying to walk out of lobby. He had a nice surf to stay alive, but got brought down to only about 10 HP and just wasn't able to walk out. The heals weren't able to be, come out and support the players capping. And ultimately it ends up with Froyo right back on last. That gun gets spammed out, but Habib on the sniper now, as we said, gonna work out, get the kill onto Kobe. Zam gonna be going down next. So there are your 2 dead. Pushing out of lower right now. Banny still on the engineer. Puts a gun down just to tank a Sticky. But in comes the sack. Uber forced out from Guy. 3 dead on Froyo, but this Uber's so far back, they're not gonna be able to get into last.
Yeah, and these spawners are pretty slow, so we might actually see some pressure into last. Oh man, Sai eating a ton of damage. Yeah, it looks like Logan doing a very good job of holding this door, gonna find those 2 kills. So it will not only be a hold, but a pretty comfy push out now for Froyo. And I gotta say, I don't particularly appreciate that the teams switched colors in between maps.
Agreed.
It's not so confusing that it's like a big deal, but it's just confusing enough that it's like, ah, man. But alas, Froyo taking this momentum into mid as well. We do have a sniper up on Kobe who will go for a lower peak. This is something that Froyo could expect, I think, so not sure it'll work out. But yeah, with Ubers evening out now, Froyo able to get those 2 points of their own second and mid.
Exactly, yeah, a little bit of a delayed with that kind of mishap in lobby on the first try, but Froyo is successfully able to push out, that and a disastrous kind of initial mid is behind them. Full Uber for both mids right here, so gonna have to see how they start breaking the stalemates, and this is, something you can see, you can get used to, Each team's got a slightly different strategy on each map, what their kind of preferences are for each sack, who goes in, where from. Lots of Froyo players gathering in all right now, but Legacy just kind of got to be ready to see what they're going to do.
Yeah, notably Kobe, who was on sniper here, switched back to scout, which is noteworthy. Oh, we've seen some pressure through Saw here, but Laz going down. We're just going to stop things there. I say that's notable because Sniper defensively, as the class without mid, is usually not as good, right? Sniper benefits a lot from setting the pace, or your team being able to set the pace. As, good lord, it's
Aggression though
going
coming
well for
in
Legacy.
here. Yeah,
Finding
Habib
4
gets
kills.
picked off. And then the
Okay,
soldiers just
we're gonna be
jumping in.
mid for sure. If they deny, they will not deny, so things might slow down here. But to finish that thought, on a point like Snakewater second is arguably like the best point to have a defensive sniper, because the sightlines can just be so brutal from that.
Yeah, definitely. That said, though, big bomb coming in from Zam, gonna get some damage down, and it forces out Hubert. Lolguy gonna have the much later and better Uber, gonna send the rest of Froyo packing. Habib has gotten behind, will be waiting on the flank as it looks like the frags, we've whirlpooled a bit here. Lolguy now trapped out behind the rest of the Froyo players who somehow have pulled out numbers at, but Patty going in a little too early. Caught out, Kobe fighting for his life. Lolguy implodes as Laz comes in from orbit, but everyone here is so hurt. The cleanup starting to come through. Speedy finds one rocket and he's gonna pick one up, but the rest of the players manage to survive. Froyo on a knife's edge, keep this second point. Just lack of a focus from Kobe.
Apparently Patty, with a clutch edge bug as well, survived, which is not something you see too often, but definitely practice your jump if you're a soldier or a medic or something like that. The refight here from Froyo, they do have Ad, don't have Uber yet. They find a pick onto Zam, so things going pretty well. Looks like they will be denying Zam as well. At this point, Uber's 70%. I mean, if they can take a pretty quick dry push into 2 here, then they could just play this Uber into last if they so choose. Looks like they are trying to dry push through lower. And going to be some resistance here from Legacy. Notably, they're not building, however, so the ad margin has actually grown a little bit for Froyo. However, I think that Froyo have been slowed enough to where they don't think it's ad anymore. And with some trades, I don't think there's enough of an incentive for them to take a crazy fight where this Uber advantage ends up mattering. We might see things slow down here, even though things actually could have been very quick. Look at this, through the doors, taking a lot of space off that.
I love this from Habib, just getting in so deep, starting off the cap time, really putting the pressure onto the defense. Patty's going to get caught out as well, and it doesn't work here, but Hubert's far enough back, no real risk of him getting forced right now. Try to catch, the defense lacking, and actually coming out through lower, going to be Lolguy up with Gungan. Now cycling around, Hubert gets popped, or forced, in lobby. But Lolguy gonna be going down. Froyo continuing up this pressure. They get the med kill there, but Hubert goes down right next afterwards. Speedy coming in, going to get the kills. Now Banny and Logan cleaning up even more on the side here. We could be looking at a last cap coming in quite early here. Patty fails to get the jump in onto point. Banny gets taken out, but Scout versus Demo. Logan, can he hit the pipe? He cannot. The pistol will take him down, and now we see Legacy on the knife's edge, holding off to their own last.
I don't know what Lolguy and Gungan were doing there, just pushing through lower lobby out of Snakewater last with, 2 kills? Just standard counter sack? And committing Uber as well. Like, it didn't even look like they got forced. Maybe Lolguy just read the situation as he's gonna get forced in a second. And doesn't want to risk anything. But the fact that somehow, when the dust settles and when all is said and done, what may have been one of the worst Ubers I've ever seen taken out of Snakewater last somehow materialized in Legacy being able to push out and secure second.
All's well that ends well, am I right? I mean, they are lucky they did not lose last off of that, and even more lucky that they're sitting on second. But, they're doing it when it matters most, so clearly they know something that we don't, as now we're settling back into a bit of a stalemate here, as I guess it looks like we're 10 minutes in, still no rounds yet to be captured. We only saw the one coming through on Sunshine before overtime, so these two teams very evenly matched, and not giving up rounds unless you really pry it out of their hands.
Yeah, Froyo with mid going to be in the driver's seat here. If they want to pressure lower, going to be taking some space there. But yeah, I mean, Snakewater 2, you basically have 2 options as far as pressure is concerned. You can bring your beam lower, bring your beam soft, soldiers can bomb from like Miller's are against window. Patty actually draws out the aggression, almost goes down himself, but they're able to secure that kill and find the force. Okay, well done there from Patty, actually. You not only survive with single-digit HP, but secure the force. It is a trade when all is said and done, and that being said, it's probably a favorable trade for Legacy, especially with, for Froyo, the blue team, Froyo, who's not Legacy. Going to be going quite well for Froyo. Basically, full wipe. This should just be a round, I think.
Yeah, Zam, I think, tried to come around and try to nuke out the combo as a salvage. Missed and blows himself up. And Froyo, you know, just like Lee said, right, those advantages got to come from outside of last. Managed to win a fight so hard off of second, they're able to just take it right back in. They're the ones who strike first here on Snakewater, up 1-0. As now we look to move into the second mid. Legacy, you know, got to step up here. Rounds have not been easy to come by thus far, so sometimes, you know, it's going to feel like one round here could be 2 or 3 rounds in another game.
That's behind early. I don't know if he's spotted either. Laz might have a really nice timing on this mid. No one's reacting like he was spotted. But nonetheless, going to be Froyo on height. Laz unfortunately goes lower, and the scout is well equipped to deal with that. Yeah, Froyo's trying to cross point here, but being dealt with very well. It's just Banny full commit across the point. He actually left Hubert to do so, so now Banny really has no option but to try to neutralize the medic deaths. Unable to do so yet again. Lol guy surviving against Banny. And this time, admittedly, less impressive fashion as he had his players around him, but nonetheless, I mean, if you are Legacy, these are the exact situations that you not only want to, but kind of need to convert if you don't want to go through a map 3.
This is the second time now they've managed to basically full wipe Froyo off the mid, come into last with full Uber. At the last time, they were unable to push it. They came in, basically spent most of the Uber just getting the gun, and then Froyo was able to just fight them out from there. They're going to do potentially the same thing here. Gun goes in. Watch if Sai gets those stickies on the left door. No, he's going to go down. Logan takes him out. There's some cap time right now, but Patty collapsing in on point. It's not going to be enough. Froyo still 4 people up. Let the cap go through. And we are tied up here on Snakewater.
I don't know how that worked out so well for Legacy, because it seemed like, well, people in Froyo were just sitting in spawn, and Logan was actually just baiting the shutter, just staring at Sai, waiting for him to get unflashed, because the entire time he was standing on a sticky trap. But nonetheless, I mean, the cap time is what matters at the end of the day, and Legacy were able to do it.
It goes to show you, you know, you just throw bodies at the point, good things are going to happen eventually. And now we're in the third mid, so maybe round's not as hard to come by as we may have previously thought. See how this mid plays out. No fast action coming in from Laz this time. And as I say that, he jumps in right behind, gets into Saw. The rest of Legacy moving forward, knowing he's back there. Logan going to be the first one coming down, but the bomb coming in, not going to find any kills right away. Everyone on Legacy incredibly hurt in this 3v3, so health add to Froyo. And they're going to look to take advantage of that. They know blood in the water. Habib jumping forward, chases them out from Saw. So Froyo managing to take a mid this time, and could not be more even from what we're seeing right now.
Curious if this is off class checking or committing to the class. Looks like it will be committing to the class from Banny. And that was a hasty bomb, I would say, later in that mid from Zam, because it was not only evens as far as numbers are concerned, but the literal classes themselves. Froyo very backed up in their lower. I feel like if you can take good positioning there, then you might kind of entice them to leave. But nonetheless, didn't end up happening as Patty actually goes down. And I gotta say, this is a nice little timing. I know in Denver, I had to kind of, people look very aware actually.
Yep, Banny is on spy in deep behind. They may have sniffed something out actually, as it looks like they started checking him. Not sure if he bumped someone or what. Now rotating from combo, trying to find Zam out on flank. And Laz will take him out instead right there. So still on the spy. They must have, Legacy smells something in the water right now.
He is on stock watch as well, so his time is pretty limited here. And yeah, as I was mentioning earlier, at Denver, I'm pretty sure that the casters were quite audible to the players, so you have to be a little careful about just revealing information, specifically these off classes. I'm not sure if that's the case here, as Banny is eventually found out. Lolguy actually, presumably taking some pistol damage there, is quite low. So solid attempt from Banny nonetheless. But honestly, that prolonged spy living was kind of nice for Froyo because it sort of just reset things. Keep in mind they were down Patty, maybe down 2 players. Banny was revealed, so that should, by all effects, be really bad for Froyo. But the fact that they were able to reset, Banny's able to just spawn back up on Scout and roll out again. All they really did was waste some of the time in the round timer, which I suppose doesn't help them, but still better than losing mid.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, sometimes, you know, that threat of a spy keeps people playing passive. They're jumping back. You know, they credit the Legacy for, you know, really trying to flush him out when they could, but it kept them from being more aggressive right there. And now it looks like we are going to be having an exchange in on mid right now. Habib and Zam going to be the first 2 dead, but Habib was dead a little bit, spawning up already. So now really numbers are going to be going in favor of Legacy on the point right now, as there's only 3 Froyo players nearby. Speedy caught out on a trap from Logan, but not enough to change the results of the fight. That exchange works out again in favor of Legacy's favor. Now they're the ones owning the midpoint, but second still remains a tough nut to crack.
I think that if Froyo were closer to a door when Speedy died to that trap, we definitely would have seen another refight. But they were already pushed all the way back to point at that time, so a little slow to be able to get in, decide to just chill out. And when all is said and done, will be Legacy with the midpoint now. And ball's in their court. Up to them to pressure into 2, try and get that force. I'm trying to remember if we've been in this position with Legacy, even Ubers on mid. If we have, then it wasn't eventful enough for me to remember. But looks like it's going to be saw pressure.
No, I don't think we have. Either they've, you know, won mid and snowballed into last, or have been getting kicked to their own. Great sticky trap from Logan on the window. Going to find Zam in mid-air. And that will be the sack denied.
Kobe notably living here, so it's only a single. And no real counter sack from Froyo. They are just happy to chill out, wait things out here. With 2 minutes, 45 seconds left in the round timer, it's plenty of time to cook if you are Legacy. This is a point that you will occasionally see a sniper on. I'd say sniper into 2 just categorically is generally a little less effective than into last. But no, actually immediate Uber being taken here. Looks like they were trying to find the kill on that soldier and get the force, just play a favorable post. They only get damage on the soldier, and in fact might be losing some players here. Yeah, down goes Speedy. Scouts are a little weak. Good positioning at least for Legacy. Oh, nice rocket from there from Zam is going to be able to clean up Laz, but with Sai and Kobe going down, the situation is very definitively bad. Oh my god,
on
5 on Hubert. And I think Zam may have gotten like air piped there as well or something. Yeah, I mean the positioning was decent there. Ooh, Lolguy actually getting chased here. Can he survive this time around? Gets the kill on the Bandy, and he's out to last. He is safe. Nice live there from Lolguy.
And now that's going to be 2 dead on Froyo. You know, once Lolguy manages to meet back up, which he has, could be seeing a push into mid with these numbers down. And yeah, that fight on second, I honestly think Legacy did more damage. It was just not focused. So many Froyo players lived for so long there that they're able to just focus a little bit better, clean them up. But now Legacy with these numbers pushing into mid, gonna find 2 right off the bat. Speedy goes down, but it's enough to get themselves right back where we, you know, were a minute or so ago with about even Ubers on, and that I'm brain farting already. Not a good sign. Legacy on mid.
Playing close. They think they have ad. They are correct by about 5%. Ooh, and Sai actually kites the opposite door as Lolguy. So Demo does go down during that. Probably Kobe found a timing behind as well. Just won a fight against Laz. Very weak though, probably gonna lose a 1v1 if taken, but finds its way onto Hubert and finds the kill as well. Oh my goodness. The scouts from Froyo split up from Hubert to go chase Kobe behind, only to play Ring Around the Rosie and gift the meta kill to him on a silver platter.
Love that. Kobe likely to lose a 1v1, finds the one class that he will win the 1v1 against, that being a medic. But Kobe trying to get aggro to see the same thing they did last time, get some of that last pressure, and not able to successfully bait out the point this time. 3 dead on both sides. Not sure if we'll really see any action right now. Looks like Froyo is willing to at least maybe move up into the lobby. Saw Laz in third person came must have been meleeing, thought it was an engineer, but no, he's just meleeing the air as a soldier.
Your Legacy, you definitely would like to be in the lead for the first time this map, and this is their opportunity to do so. Looks like there will be some spotting. They've been taking Shutter Ubers pretty consistently. Looks like this will be no different. Kobe actually dying to a trap. Spells bad things, I'd say, for this push. With the peak, almost goes down to the bomb, but yeah, Legacy just getting out of there. I think the soldiers were quite weak as well in the during the push, so it's tough for them to get in, especially losing your scout early. Probably just want to call things off and get little guy out of there before things go too poorly.
Yep, and again, just that Uber goes and gets the gun, but with the sticky trap kill, not going to be enough coming in. Speedy gets caught out on second as well, maybe trying to go for a sack. Doesn't really find too much. Hubert not forced to use Uber before, but now popping it in onto mid to help extend this Froyo push even further. Looks like Zam in the backline going to trade out with Logan, but not enough to really stop the Froyo War Machine from coming forward here onto mid, scaring off Legacy through Saw. Cap coming across. Froyo have gotten themselves out of their own last and on to mid. Wall guy, though, still sitting on Uber advantage, means that we should see a push come out pretty soon.
Yeah, that was nice momentum from Froyo and nice pacing, because a lot of teams will wait until they have, the point before capped, or at least mostly capped, before pushing to the next one. Froyo just immediately went into mid, and the difference maker there, as we actually just see the pop back in from Legacy. Sai actually almost going down. Are there going to be picks caught? Oh man, looking like maybe no. We're seeing a refight back from Froyo. Try and shove pitch in here. Looks like they're positioned towards lower. Door's actually being held quite well. The flank from Zam finds Hubert. And like I said at the start, Snakewater, a very flank dominant map. And we're witnessing that right now with Legacy's flank, Kobe and Zam putting in so much work, just basically wiping Froyo there under attempted repush.
Yep. And once again, Legacy finds themselves with an easy in onto last. No Uber required this time. Potentially, as both the soldiers spawn up, we're going to see a lot of jumping. The sniper from Habib takes out Kobe. And this looked to me like it may have been an easy cap, but Froyo making it much more difficult. And Lol Guy getting caught out by the scouts, running out of spawn. 96. Lol Guy calling a tech pause now. So we'll see what's going on stage.
Man, it is brutal. Like, so many of these opportunities. And to be fair, you don't become an invite player if you aren't, especially a high invite player, if you aren't capable of playing like very thin margins and being able to convert rather small advantages into larger ones. And we're seeing attempts at that here where, yes, Lol Guy's about to get Uber, so that's a very strong advantage you can play off of. But if you can get some value before he actually gets that Uber, such as spamming down a gun, maybe someone's out of position on last. I mean, if the doors are free, then you can't, there's not that much stopping you from taking space into last. However, a lot of these plays are made with the assumption that it's a little less likely to work out, and if things go wrong, you want to have that fallback plan of the ad. But we saw it a little bit on Sunshine, and we saw it here as well, where they're committing a bit hard to these kind of plays, and that fallback play ends up not being an option anymore. Here, Lol Guy's so close to getting Uber. In fact, I imagine they probably planned to be transitioning that kind of push into an Uber push, but the numbers just didn't line up with Lol Guy getting in time. But yeah, they got punished very hard with this push. With it being a tech pause and not a tactical pause, I actually wonder if there's some config cope, maybe someone's mouse disconnected, and you can cope out at that being the reason the push failed. But definitely unfortunate for Legacy to let something like this slip out of their fingers.
Yeah, it really felt like they weren't prepared for those soldiers to be the first two ones up and just jumping in immediately, Either they'd get the, focus them coming out of the doors, but able to dance around a bit, buy enough time for the scouts to come up, and it ends up with, as we saw, Lol Guy getting rushed down by Benny and Habib. The sniper, too, smart off class to just have an impact in a second less time than you might have on scout. You walk out, peek that shutter, can immediately catch someone coming in, land a headshot, then you switch back off to scout. You're able to impact the game faster than if you had needed to run out and get in close to do your damage. So Froyo showing themselves remarkably really good at holding last right now. It's just they keep ending up on there.
Yeah, and on Snakewater Last in particular, a sniper by spawn on that long sight line next to truck is something you see pretty often, and it's probably something that Legacy were expecting or should have been expecting. And a big thing to really consider whether you're trying to drive push top left. So in a lot of circumstances, whether you go top left or not and try and take space there, one of the big deciding factors is if you know there's a sniper there or not. If, for example, let's say like a sniper died in the forward spawn, not the most common example, but you know beyond a reasonable doubt that there's no one on sniper on last, and that door becomes much, much more attractive.
Exactly, yeah. And just, again, really just heads up from Froyo there, knowing exactly what they have to do, being able to buy that time. But, Dolphin, do we know what the tech is for? Not sure yet. We do know that Legacy were the ones who called it. Little guy in particular. Again, yeah, as you said, maybe the cope. We'd like to hope that maybe his mouse just died at 96, and that's why the push failed, not due to any other failings. But I mean, we're what, 7 minutes away from overtime and sitting at a 1-1 right now.
Yes. I'm actually surprised it's 1-1. I thought that after Froyo got that first round that was going to be kind of lights out and they weren't going to let Legacy get back. That being said, it's only a tie game, so the teams are on even footing. But yeah, Legacy, they want to end it here for sure.
Yep, hearing we are going to be going live quite soon, so not nearly as bad of a tech issue as the last time. We are back in, and it's going to be Froyo looking to just retake second right here after all the kills. They managed to pick up on last. Everyone really on Legacy is spawning up. Salmon deep. I missed him being that close, but got some damage onto Habib. It looked like gonna go down. No further complications.
Yep. And Hubert at 70% now. Mid is completely vacated. So remember again, as I mentioned earlier, rule of thumb often with that full ad is 2 points. Now, Froyo is getting 1 point here, but they're getting it before they actually even get Uber. So if they are able to push into 2 quickly and try push into 2 without committing their Uber, they can very quickly take it through lower into last. At the moment, they're going a little... Okay, they just popped through soft. Fair play. Are they going to find any kills? That's what they're looking for here. Unfortunately, so far, it looks like no, Kobe might be the pick here in lobby. Does go down, but finds a trade. That is very valuable for Legacy. The last drop down getting fought as well. Things are looking relatively stable, I would say, for Legacy. They have full ad. We'll see what they do with it. I don't see anyone switching to engineer, so it looks like they will be playing it out of blast. Taking a longer rotation through lobby for the purposes of not getting spotted early, more of an element of surprise. It's not looking like the Uber is going to find anyone unless the lead goes down. So just flip-flop on 2. Froyo might just refight here.
Yep, that said, the cap coming through fairly soon, so they're going to lose the benefit of those forwards. And 2 kills right at the end there coming in for Legacy. Logan going down, going to be a big one. No real way to lock them out of mid. So that cap going to fall over as well. Laz hit up, but will jump out to safety. So 5 minutes left until we go to overtime. And
the kitchen.
Going to need to see some kind of...
Kitchen.
Yeah, actually, yeah.
Nice.
Before you coming in. Laz finds Wall Guy. He gets in so deep there. I just don't think they were ready for the kitchen push. It's going to go in and basically nukes out the entirety of Legacy. But yeah, the back cap... Oh, okay. Kobe gets taken out.
That would have been incredible for Beauty. This should just be a round, right? I mean,
it has
denying everyone.
Yeah, well...
Spawners are not going to get there. Yeah. Wow. I don't know how they were so unprepared for the Uber on mid. Just no spot on the flank at all. Yeah, I don't know. But here we are, 4 minutes left until we go into overtime. Froyo are going to take the lead yet again.
Exactly, yep. They've always been one step ahead on this map. The mid's really been the one area where we've seen them lacking. They won the last one. Wasn't the cleanest, but they can start pulling out clean mids. It's bad news for Legacy. So, Spam coming across right now. No fast bombs yet, but I say that maybe to caster curse myself into letting Laz fly in. But he's holding passive this time. Yes, I did it again. There goes Laz. One rocket onto Lol Guy, forces him back. But the kills coming in, trading both across, slightly better for Legacy.
Yeah. Definitely picks in the favor of Legacy here. Froyo did get like decent compensation with the bomb. I mean, they found Sai and I think Zam. Zam may have actually counterbombed and died, but Sai for sure died during the bombs. Nonetheless, with that extra kill and yeah, the aggression kind of sputtering out for Froyo, it will be Legacy taking the mid. And Froyo actually backed up quite a bit there, all the way back to lobby. A little worried about maybe some chase shenanigans. Nonetheless, now that they have met with their spawners, giving them those crit buffs, they will be repositioning on 2, and we're looking at some even Ubers action.
Yep, and again, we're 3 minutes now from overtime, so Legacy knowing that they, have the mid, probably they're going to go down as both soldiers almost kiss in midair. They're both going to kite back out to their own sides, but with that one kill, Froyo getting aggro, Legacy would love to manage to find a round here before that overtime starts to get things on an even footing. But Froyo's making it difficult, and that kill onto Kobe is only going to make them lose more time.
Yep. Okay, we have Kobe, a little bit of off-flashing action now. Again, this is a point that you see this class on occasionally. It's not terrible by any stretch. I mean, you can take peaks lower. There's some decent sight lines there, I guess. I mean, saw peaks are okay. Window peaks are actually not too shabby in saw, but overall, I'd say it's just okay. I would hate to see if Legacy just go all in on this Kobe play and have him not get good shots off. But this is Kobe 1920 we're talking about, so he might just be killing players. Unfortunately, misses the first shot, so Froyo is now well aware of the sniper.
Tried to get a drop shot into Saw, having wrapped all the way around on mid. Will not find the angle, however. So now maybe stuck on Sniper a little bit, and Speedy getting caught by those traps means now you're already down 1. Thankfully, Sai able to equalize on Laz, and that Sniper provides, debatable value in an actual team fight right now. But they're rotating him down to lower, trying to get him angles into yard. See if he's able to connect onto anyone now. They're really working him in yard. He's looking to go over deep. Banny sees him out, though. Gonna start chasing him out. He's committed to staying alive right now.
Yeah, Laz, with what was a sound plan in the fast counter-sack there, especially against the sniper, actually ended up just dying kind of immediately. I think Sai was maybe ready with traps, so that would neutralize the situation. But yeah, that counter-sack when you have the sniper is very scary, especially, flank shove here from Laz and Khabib, just trying to vibe check Saw as the first headshot from Kobe goes out onto an important target of the demo. Uber gets popped from Froyo. There will be a counter pop from Legacy, and a big play there. Sai and Zam both picking up kills. Froyo is stuck behind as well. This is looking like a full wipe for Froyo. Danny may be able to trade out, but yeah, we'll just be
20
left.
seconds on the continuous overtime timer right now. This is going to be down to the wire. The cap coming across. Froyo just now getting spawners. 10 seconds until overtime. If they can cap this, it'll be great for them, but it looks like Froyo has the numbers, and they'd rather keep things safe. Kobe with the kill bind? Question mark. I thought he...
That makes sense, actually. So I think the reasoning there, if it's not a mistake, is that he wants to be on scout for this push. He is rolling out on scout for this push. And Sniper, being such a slow class, if you have to walk all the way back and then walk all the way forward again, that'd be so slow. If you just kill bind, you can potentially get on scout faster. So that might be the reasoning there. And the timing works out because Lol Guy just now getting Uber. Kobe is here. Kobe is buffed, ready for the push. Will be a lower Uber. Gun kind of hidden by the tower. Still gets dealt with pretty easily. Will be Uber ending on the left side. Cap pressure coming out now. Bomb across from Speedy gets some damage, and they just cap the point. Okay, so with overtime underway, it will be a tie game, and assuming no round reset, then this might just be the last mid of map 2.
Yeah, and Zam had such a big impact there. Jumping in, getting in deep. They timed it with the cap points where either you let a soldier sit in the middle of your team or you got to ignore the point. Froyo unfortunately chooses to deal with the soldier. And you see themselves tied. You know, if that had happened a minute before, then that actually could have been, you know, it would have been before overtime and it would have been better. But still, now we're 2-2. Things all tied up. Next cap will win the map. Laz and Habib going to be going down for Speedy. So Legacy once again continuing to be very proficient at these mids. And the lock and load right onto Patty, going to keep LOL guys safe.
Yeah, I think Hubert caught a pipe pretty early into that mid, so off the rip, it was kind of Legacy's to lose, I guess. Because if you're forcing the other team's med to back up like that, unless you're just feeding your soldiers in and getting no value, then it's easier to take positioning. It's easier to kind of play that mid from a more advantageous position. But nonetheless, Hubert did survive. So it's going to be even Ubers here on last. And I think this might be the first real even Ubers we've seen from Legacy on Froyo's last. Should misremembering.
Yeah.
There may have been one that just ended as quickly as it started. But nonetheless, pretty standard setup as we're seeing Habib holding down, drop down, and shutter. And this can be a very unfair sniper angle because if Habib might demonstrate here, if he backs up into shutter, there's a one-way window in that shutter. So he can basically peek at his leisure with a fully charged shot. Ooh, is a headshot. Here's the charge. Not going to matter so much onto Zam, but yeah, this can be a difficult blast to pressure into.
Exactly, yeah. So which is why, you know, if you're Legacy, you've definitely got to be kind of kicking yourself for all of those missed opportunities coming off the mids. But they're just willing to wait out, see Zam now. Zam coming up on Sniper. I think normally we've seen it be Kobe on Sniper, but Zam picking up the rifle, willing to give it a try. So rolling back out, look to find an angle. Sometimes it's the ones you least expect on Sniper that get you the biggest picks. So have to see.
First shot would be towards Logan, but it looks like Logan is kind of playing as though they assume there's a sniper. I was not paying attention to if there was an off-class check or not from Spy, but yeah, that is one of the ways that you would know. And honestly, if you just play like they have a sniper, even if you're not sure on Snakewater, you don't really lose out that much. So you can kind of get away with it. But yeah, the sniper did in fact end up going down.
SVS win for Habib. Gets really aggro up into the drop-down area. Was trying to get an angle into lobby. Maybe trying to catch someone off guard, not expecting that forward of a sniper position. But looks like he will be backing out right now. Not willing to risk his life. Goes back, sitting in that shutter. As you said, you know, one way, they don't know you're there. You control the peak. Definitely can feel a little unfair at times, as still even Ubers for both meds. No off class is now on the side of Legacy. Just under 2 minutes left on the round timer. So imagine we're going to see something from them before that goes down.
Really actually juggled in here from Sam. Probably going to be going down. A little unfortunate there, as I'm sure that Legacy would have liked a more proper sack attempt there for pressure or what have you, rather than your soldier just getting juggled in by stickies and picked off. But yeah, we're pretty close to just exchange or 4-man or 3-man territory here. Zam is spawned and rolling out and is a player to watch, I think, for upcoming events. So I think, like, probably has time to get to last in time. So a potential shenanigans here, excuse me, could work out quite well. Actually, it just eats spam and dies.
Make it through.
So yeah, that is unfortunate.
Well, I gotta figure out what the Spidey sense there from Logan was, as how he knows that that's gonna happen.
It may have been just spam. I think it was just an unlucky pipe. But yeah, I mean, oh god, Speedy. Yeah, this is looking like a reset. I think that Legacy might just want to sack a bunch of people now, maybe encourage Froyo to push out. But I gotta say, I don't know if they had even one real sack. It seemed like a lot of cooking, and nothing actually got baked. Yeah, now Zam going in. Yeah, kind of reset territory, to say the least. I don't know, I feel like just going for those 3-mans, going for those 4-mans. I mean, we saw the sniper just did not work out, as a lot of the time it doesn't. Your sniper, especially when your opponents are high invite players, your sniper really needs to carry some weight as far as hitting shots is concerned to really open things up. And when that's not happening and peaks are being denied well, then sometimes you got to revisit the drawing board.
Yep, and I mean, Legacy, they know they've had some good mids right here. I think happy to take it back, hoping that, you know, maybe they're able to get one of those really solid mids, snowball into last, and wrap this match up right there. But Froyo going to do their best to make it as difficult as possible for that to happen. And, you know, Legacy's got their backs against the wall here, too. They lose this. We are moving on to Gully Wash, so only one more cap left here on Snakewater. As Patty, oh no, Laz though going to be the one looking to get a little bit forward, get some good damage onto Zam. Health heavily in favor of Froyo right now, if not the kills. And Habib getting forward, going to hit Kobe up even more. But Laz, the first one to go down. Oh, wow. Banny going to be next.
Yeah, and is anyone else going to be caught on the way out? It's looking like maybe Patty actually, yeah, is stuck towards kitchen side of things. Will get picked off by Psy Guy with those stickies, and that late death as well kind of dashes any Froyo hopes of a refight on second. Whereas if Patty lived, then you can maybe make the case to be, you know, be in lobby, see what's going on. But down that soldier late, definitely just setting up as Banny basically immediately going engineer. Interesting spot here on the truck, actually. A lot of players would just default.
They're in from, they're in though.
Yeah.
Speedy and Zam both coming in. They're going to get Habib.
But Hubert is quite safe. App pressure, so it's actually a 3-man. And Banny's going to switch off, so we're going to see some Froyo aggression. And Legacy, they're not giving this up. They are on point, ready to exchange if need be.
Yep, I don't think they're going to want to give this one up for free. They know their spawners are just coming in as well. Habib off and then back onto the sniper. Banny now back onto the engineer. I think they were forecasting some aggression, but realized they weren't going to be able to actually pull it out. So right back on to the off classes they go. Kobe now going to be on sniper, says, you know, Zam, you're a rookie. Let the real marksman take a crack at it. As immediately going over up to drop down. See if anything's gonna come of it.
He is peeking drop down at the moment, and there is no counter sniper on the broken angle. And yeah, down goes Habib. SVS won by Kobe. That opens up your sniper to actually take a real peek at least. However, it will be Gungan going down to the gun actually, and so many players weak in lobby from Legacy. Might see more picks come in. Yeah, down goes Speedy. And that will be Legacy just backing up, kind of with their tails between their legs. And yet again, the sniper pacing not working out for Legacy.
Yeah, I mean, this time they got the SDS. It's just anyone else running in there not able to really get too much on it. Oh, Laz and Psy with the sticky traps. They're going to find Hubert. That is a drop for the fish. Now free Uber here on second. Craig still going over. Psy and Gungan going to be dying, but Patty and Habib next. Logan and Banny, no heals, no beam, no hope. Going to be going down. Logan on only a sliver has stickies, but they're going to wrap around it. Kobe just running on to point. Kites back off. They timed the last bomb. He's going to stay alive, though, kiting on the ramp. Speedy gets the kill. In comes Zam. Here comes a new challenger, and Froyo with truly backs against the wall coming in. Psy, the next one coming in. A new challenger approaches and is once again shut down.
Man, yeah, I think that if Legacy don't win that very decisively with that first wave of spawners of Laz and Hubert, then yeah, it's not going to go well. Because especially when the second spawners show up and Lolgai and Kobe are both like full committed, it's just not going to go well. And again, they had the backup plan of playing ad there. Granted, it's only probably like 30 ad. It's still something.
And now they are just melting on mid. Froyo swarming in. No Uber required to just take this. I don't know if that just knocked the wind out of Legacy's sails, but Froyo are really looking to get deep here. Potentially claim this map off of this. Well, no one left to cap mid, so no time to get into last here. But mid and probably second going to be theirs off this.
Still a very late Lolgai death. The spawners and forwards might help out Legacy a little bit if Logan is unable to contain them. Let's see. You were already at 80%. Low guy just now spawning. Yeah, 2 is completely vacated. So this is without a doubt going to be fast enough for Froyo to take this into last. And with quite comfortable margins on top of that. So yeah, map might get finished off right here, depending on whether or not Froyo can convert, and depending on whether or not Legacy can hold.
Exactly. I mean, really the one round they had was a snowball in from second, and they even have the ad here, so should be looking good for them. No NG either as the Uber comes in. Kobe still on sniper. Gungan now coming up on that heavy. No frags off of the initial pop. Soldiers jumping around, trying to get damage in on the point. Starting to clear it out. Gungan on heavy, moving in. He gets blown off the point. Not sure by what, and that will be enough for the cap. Froyo coming in with the 3-2 on Snakewater, taking us to Gully Wash.
I don't know, in that last pick as well, I mean, we saw kind of a mix of cap time and picks and damage and like basically all the different flavorings that make for a last push being successful were there in trace amounts, and it all came together quite well with Froyo pretty comfortable there in that last push, I would say. But yeah, they definitely, I think that if you're Legacy, you're really thinking about that attempted dry push into last, where things were so close. It was really just by spawn wave margins that they weren't able to convert. But it's not so much that they weren't able to convert, because even if they don't get the round right then and there, they're still in a commanding position with ad into last. But yeah, I think they're definitely going to be thinking about that play because they immediately got coast to coasted basically.
Yeah, and I mean, I think if you look at the success rates there, right? I think Froyo went like 3 for 4 pushing into last. You know, it felt like Legacy was in the driver's seat of that match. They were consistently getting in, getting forward. They had so many swings and just kept missing. So many last pushes, so many full ads from mid that go in, unable to fully prioritize getting any picks, getting cap time. They managed to get 2 rounds out, but just so many missed opportunities for them that, you know they're going to be regretting. And it really felt like after that dry push, all the wind came out of their sails, and they were like, man, that was our shot. Froyo able to take advantage of it and roll it into last.
Well, with that, we are going to take another quick little break here before map 3. First series is looking like a banger so far. But yeah, we'll catch you in a few minutes for Gully Wash.
that you want me. Your voice, I want it to haunt me. Each move is made just to taunt me. Nonchalantly, I seem to have your attention. You have to drop your pretension. You're scared to leave this dimension. Apprehension. I take your hand. You leave your chain. We understand. There's nothing there. I know you want to be my girlfriend. Don't think I can't see it on your face. Don't stop, I'm onto you. Don't say you do what you gotta do. Don't leave like I know you want to. Out of the blue, I caution you not to break me. But I can tell that you make me. If I am dreaming, don't wake me. Time to take me. You are the first to make it out. What you traverse would flood my doubt. I know you want to be my girlfriend. Don't think I can't see it on your face. Your life so far has hit a dead end. I could take you from this evil place. I know you want to be my girlfriend. Don't think I can't see it on your face. Your life so far has hit a dead end. I could take you from this evil place.
Welcome back, gamers and gamettes, to the RGL.GG 2025 Philadelphia LAN. We are in the middle of an absolute banger between Legacy and Froyotech. Tied up 1-1, where we saw Legacy come in, take the first map 2-1, and then Froyo come right back, win the 3-2. We are moving on to map 3 on Gully Wash, where it is anyone's game. I am
Yeah.
Alto, joined by Wild Rumpus to my side. Dolphin behind the camera, as always. Rumpus, how are we feeling moving into map 3?
Excited. I don't really know what to expect, to be honest. So I think as far as how Gully compares to the other maps, it is a map where, well, flank activity can be nice. I think that one of the failure points for Legacy, we're in like last pushes, they failed a lot of those, but also just breaking stalemates. I mean, we saw not only did they fail it to convert just basically a miracle situation of dropping Hubert as Froyotech's pushing out of their own last, but I mean, with game on the line, they were even Ubers into Froyo's last and unable to break it, and didn't really do a whole lot to break it, it seemed like. So I think that Gully, which as a map is far, far easier to make things happen into last than Snakewater, might benefit Legacy a little bit more in that respect.
Yeah, and I remember saying after the first map that the 2-1 score felt really accurate. Sometimes you get a score that doesn't represent the flow of the game. That 2-1 felt accurate, truly back and forth, both teams really swinging at each other. That 3-2 to me does not feel accurate. Legacy felt like they were in the driver's seat for about 40, not 40, I'm thinking like 80% of that game. They were the ones constantly winning mids. They were constantly getting opportunities to push into last throughout all of that, and they just weren't able to convert. Froyo only had a few chances to push into last, but had a pretty high success rate, whereas Legacy, you're looking at them going, what, maybe they got 2 caps out of 10, 12 attempts? Froyo, meanwhile, is running like 3 for 4, 3 for 5. So, you know, the pace of play was really dominated by Legacy. And if they're able to keep that, moving into Gully, with that easier to cap last, as you mentioned, I think it spells good things for them, as I believe we're live.
Look at that. Off to a expeditious start. And it looks like, man, is that Froyo trying to play the other team's mid? That's kind of the Froyo classic, and it will be Vanny finding Psy. That might be enough to win the mid. Yeah, it's looking like Legacy kind of backing up. Vanny found a way to move over towards the big door and find another kill there as well. And I say that's kind of the Froyo mid because they very much enjoy playing on the other team's side of mid, especially like playing in the ground, not fully committing to walking up quite yet. And I mean, it worked out quite well there with Psy obviously being caught out to start.
Yeah, I mean, really, just the 1 kill is enough to really fling that mid, and it's just that the aggression coming out. We've seen some Froyo aggression on mids be handled very well by Legacy, but just weren't prepared with the kind of split nature of Gully mid. It's not like something like a Snakewater where you've got all 6 people kind of, you know, in a stare down with each other. You can really find someone, you know, without enough support on one side and capitalize on that. We'll be Gungan on the engineer, keeping that gun in, you know, not... I've seen more aggro guns, but also more passive, so about a middle distance. Good spam on it from Riverside. Logan with that lock could really do some damage to it if left alone, and yep, there it goes. 2 pipes,
Logan
all
dies
is
for it,
needed
though.
in trades, so it's a good piece.
Man,
Lad's gonna go
dies.
down too.
He's stuck in water. Okay. Yeah, and if Logan didn't die, this would be just a standard double sack as far as numbers are concerned. Froyo holding close, though, and they find the kill. Okay, that neutralizes things a bit, but surely, yeah, Froyo's looking for an Uber because they know that there's doors that aren't being held and players can get through them. Hubert actually takes an ornament from the Rap Assassin, going to be kind of weak, but Froyo able to hold off and prevent the aggression from Legacy, despite the fact that they were down 3.
Exactly, yeah, and good on them to do that. Zam coming in, I think he might have just been saying, oh, let me go counter sack. Maybe just not confident enough, Legacy, to really get in there and get all the way out onto second with that Uber being a potential threat. You know, that caps probably a lot easier on Gully Wash, I'd say, you know, than on a map like Snakewater like we saw. So still just hold up here. I mean, the gun from Gungan more passive this time than what we saw before, but Habib on the sniper finds the shot onto Kobe, and then another onto Zam right away, make that 2. And now the pressure really on Legacy.
He can start pressuring Cap, and the sniper watches the Cap deny as well. Bomb in from Laz as well. It's going to land on Psy. Somehow Psy finds that kill, but it will convert into the point. And Hubert's committed as well. Froyo committing their Uber to this fight. Down 3, but they have a much, much longer Uber. Just a matter of time if they can cap in time or not. And no, going to be kills going for Legacy. Hubert as well dying on the way out. So what was looking like such a great situation for Froyo off of those Habib kills. I say that finding another one in Big Door is still going to turn into Legacy being able to push out here.
Yeah, the 3 sniper kills in that push still end up not being enough. Froyo took so long to really get in and actually put pressure on point that those initial 2 people who got sniped spawned up and were able to contribute to the defense. Hubert then getting caught in means that Lolguy is going to end up with an ad in spite of everything that goes on. So, you know, good to see all of the aggression, the sniper working wonders for them, but need to capitalize on those speaking over myself, need to capitalize on that and get pressure in on the point faster, as we're going to see an Uber from Legacy pop through choke.
Hubert's quite close to getting, so we might see an immediate repop here from Froyo. They are in Big Door, 90% already. You got to be scared if you're on Team Legacy here. They are stacking caps, so comfortable enough that Hubert doesn't have to pop immediately, that they can get that point and then back up, as we're seeing now. Soldier on the choke. Looks like side trapping drop down. Definitely a nice place to trap. Teams do like to dry push there, not so much clear the traps. The pop through, however, is going to find potentially 3 kills. Both soldiers for sure, and Kobe is looking a little bit caught in here, 30 HP. Best Kobe can hope for is a trade. Does not get that. Laz will be cleaning him up. And at this point, Lolguy only at 60%, so Froyo can absolutely take some space on 2 here, especially denying those forward spawns. And this might be a position where Legacy kind of have to push out of last rather than push into 2 or whatever.
Interesting that Habib's managed to stay alive throughout all of this. Goes Sniper to push into last, gets pushed back to mid, and now still on Sniper to push into second. Excuse me. Couldn't get my mic muted in time. I think that probably came through on stream. So that said, but I think maybe just oh, look at everyone coming drop down though through the cap. I'm not sure if they're aware of that. Everyone's going to start popping out from lower. Uber popped out from Hubert, but Lolguy nowhere to be found. It's going to be just a 1-for-1 thus far.
Zam's
Gungan
behind as well.
will eventually get chased. And yeah, Zam waiting. I'm not sure if they've spotted him yet. Will
I don't
also
think so. This is the
go
perfect-
drop down.
Oh, drop down is interesting for me because I feel like if you just play in choke, like Hubert is going to leave choke, right? In all likelihood. He waited the time, gets the free sniper kill, so at least got some value behind, didn't accidentally get spotted and die or something. That's going to be 2 kills for Legacy. Vanny going to shut down Zam. Might be a trade here. Kobe does secure that kill, but ties under point to Patty, who in turn might get traded out. Nice rocket onto Gungan, might save Patty's life. The pistol, man, this is just peak scout privilege, but Patty gets out. That's very nice. That being said, Hubert only at 80%. Lolguy does have Uber, but yeah, with no scouts to use Uber with, things might be evening out here instead.
Yeah, Gungan as well, just going to get caught trying to break out, and now both meds going to be on Uber. Slight number ad for Froyo, popping right through on Patty. Immediate pop back from Lolguy. Patty now getting up top, chasing out Zam. Saigai going to be the first to go down, so no demo means a lot of area denial for this defense. Patty in deep goes down, but manages to help trade out with Kobe. So Froyo successfully taking second off of the numbers ad. That quick kill onto the demo means a lot. And once again, Legacy find themselves on their own last. Froyo looking them in the eyes. A bomb directly onto point from Laz. Going to try to cause a lot of chaos. He keeps getting juggled, finally goes down, but it gives the rest of Froyo time to try to walk in right now. Vanny up on the pipe, choosing to walk in. They're just rushing the point. No strategy, only objective, and they are not having it work out.
All the kills. Hubert skedaddled pretty early on, realizing that his team is selling out. And looks like he will be getting out. But I want to bring up that exchange we saw on 2 because that was just textbook Froyo. And notably from the season that Vanny was a pocket soldier, they really liked doing that play of exchanging through choke, flashing your pocket to bomb into river. And it worked out quite well for Froyo. But Kobe going down here in choke. It's effectively, well, it's kind of a sack out of turn. Froyo might be able to do a little bit of pressuring here. Sai rotating over to set up traps in Big Door, which appears to be the door of choice for Froyo, as Laz gonna go down to the sticky trap.
Exactly. Yeah, really good point about that Uber, just getting your soldier in so deep for free, create so much havoc in the back line that Legacy just wasn't able to work. But yep, Zam coming in will go down and find a sack for his or a force, excuse me, for his troubles. So full ad right now for Lol Guy. Hubert already being forced to play back passive in Big Door. Patty lurking, I think, and along with Laz trying to get a force onto Lol Guy as they come through here. Speedy going through drop down.
Yep, just
not quite getting it forward. Uber will come out.
Okay, they just popped through. Man, I think that was an air shot onto the Uber demo. There's on Laz here, who by all effects should not get anything done here, but I don't know. The longer he lives, like the funnier it becomes, I guess. Because anyone sneezes at him and he dies. So if he gets any value at all, yeah, that's basically all you can ask for is just a rocket on someone. But yeah, Laz and Patty are both dead. So despite Froyo being close to having Uber, they might be a little discouraged from doing anything with it, as it's actually Legacy peeking Big Door, kind of poking and prodding, hitting cap time on 2, in fact.
Yeah, as well. They're going to start trying to block that from up top. Kobe, though, able to just walk away relatively unscathed. Gungan, on the other hand, going to get chased out, likely down in Big Door. And now the pressure coming into mid from Freyo. Is that Banny already looking to get behind? Oh my. I think he's already forward, but the collapse in on Big Door. Hubert just goes down. Logan's going to be next. Patty and Laz as well. Banny now coming in from behind. Manages to salvage into Lol Guy and Speedy and Kobe. Hat trick for Banny. And he's still alive, drops down lower. Gungan manages to take him out, pulls the taunt with 3 HP. That 3, the only thing separating Legacy from a wipe. Take it in, Gungan. And that's going to be a technical pause.
Yeah. Notably as well, Lol Guy hitting a surf would have for sure cratered, but was going to hit the other type of surf, not surfing rocket damage, but like ramp slide surfing on top of Big Door to avoid it, but just barely died at like 98%. So that was almost a very decisively won fight from Legacy.
Yeah, and I mean, Banny got under mid the entire time, wrapped all the way around through elbow. So we're getting word on the tech. So after winning that fight, Gungan, in a fit of pride, stomped on the ground and knocked out his computer. So the cost of winning a fight.
Yeah, that's the double-edged sword of winning. Oh, did he win it? It was for sure a 2v1, but it may have even been a 3v1 in one of the more important playoff matches. So they're fixing to resolve that now. But yeah, exciting game. Despite it being currently 0-0, we've seen plenty of play into last. I mean, Froyo have had some real opportunities. I'd say they're looking better so far on this map. But if you're feeling confident after a fight like that from Legacy, then honestly, it's anyone's game.
Yeah, exactly. It kind of feels almost like we're looking at the sides being reversed here, where Froyo are the ones in the driver's seat of this game, and they just haven't been able to really get in and get any caps yet onto last, despite controlling the pace of play. Now, unlike in the last one, I don't think Legacy's made it to Froyo's last once yet, so no actual opportunity for them to even try to score. But as we are, if this were to keep going, I'd have to lean Froyo just in terms of how they've been able to consistently come out ahead of these fights, even if they haven't capped yet.
I think, we may as well talk a little bit about Gully Wash in general, because we haven't had the opportunity earlier. But one thing that's really noteworthy, and one of the reasons why I mentioned at the start that it is a much easier last to break than Snakewater, is it is unique in 5CP maps in that you can actually pressure the point on last as part of your pressure for the sack. Because River connects into water, you can get a scout in there, or a soldier, or whichever class you want, usually a scout, and they can be pressuring the point. And usually what that does is it draws one of the defending soldiers to stand on top of the point, just so you don't let them cap and just win, but also you don't let them get so much cap time that they now have like a really big advantage to fight off of. But by drawing that soldier out, that's suddenly one fewer player that can be spamming any of the doors. So yeah, there's a lot of like cat and mouse with players behind point pressuring that. We were seeing some of that with Froyo, where you know who was it? Logan peeking River, spamming down the gun while Habib's in water and things like that. But yeah, the pressure can be. There's a lot of different ways to pressure. It can be very unique, and it can be pretty tough to deal with as well.
Yeah, and I mean, and props to Legacy for keeping this game 0-0. I thought Habib opens up with 2-1 sniper. They're cooked, but they're able to just, control that point and not let anyone actually get on there. So they're not being forced to be pulled into his sight line, able to gradually get the kills. And then by the time Froyo actually commits with the Uber, initial players are starting to spawn back up. They're able to manage the hold. And it's been pretty back and forth around mid, since then. I mean, I don't think we've really seen. We saw the one other last push out of Froyo, which again wasn't able to get much. Wasn't even that close to capping, I would say. So, still feels like we're quite a bit away from seeing our first cap.
Yeah, this might be. I mean, at the moment, just taking stock of things. This is even Ubers. Both meds basically just spawning. Hubert has 10 ad. It's not really gonna come into play, I don't imagine. And numbers are even. Both scouts dead on Froyo. We have a scout and a soldier dead on Legacy. But the actual difference maker in this situation is the fact that Legacy have mid capped, meaning their spawners are getting forward spawns, whereas Froyo are spawning all the way back on last. So the fight on mid is over. Mid is just secured for Legacy. We'll probably see uneven Ubers on 2. Maybe Legacy peeks and sees what the hold looks like, maybe tries to get through a door, because keep in mind, with no Ubers in play, that means that the defending team can't just exchange in a doorway and force a bunch of flashes and maybe get a kill if you're just, trying to, I guess, headbutt your way through. So there's more opportunity for that, but I wouldn't be shocked either if both teams just kind of built Uber before doing too much into second.
Yeah, exactly. And if we want to talk about the current situation, everyone's spawning up is on 2 seconds except Danny, as I think we're getting where we may need a bit of a quick break here to undo Gungan's ground pound. So look to key only a few minutes here, probably right around 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific, and everything else in between. So stay tuned. Don't go anywhere.
say just to taunt me. Nonchalantly, I seem to have your attention. You have to drop your pretension. You're scared to leave this dimension. Apprehension. I take your hand. You leave your shame.
Welcome back, gamers and gamettes, to the RGL. To the RGL.GG LAN here in Philadelphia, California. We are getting right back into Legacy versus Froyotech, where after Gungan wins a clutch fight on mid, stomped the ground a little too hard, knocked out his PC. One of the more humorous reasons we've ever had for a tech pause. So to catch you up if you haven't been watching, this is map 3, the final map after Legacy took map 1 2-1, Froyo takes map 2 3-2. Winner of this map will be moving on to the upper bracket finals here at LAN. I am Alto, Wild Rumpus to my side, Dolphin behind the camera, and we should be getting going soon. Rumpus, how are we feeling about this match so far?
I mean, it's exciting so far. Well, exciting enough to knock out the electronics in the venue, I suppose, because we did just see a very decisive, well, decisive's not the right word, but an explosive fight, to say the least, where both medics end up dying by pretty narrow margins, and Gungan winning a 2v1 with he's 3 HP right now. So that being said, oftentimes in sixes, the highlights are followed by the stalemates, because when all is said and done, this is still even Ubers, so we're probably going to settle down on 2, but this is LAN. We've seen a lot of teams taking a lot of risks and taking a lot of fights, so it wouldn't be the most shocking thing if we saw Legacy maybe do something into 2. But yeah, so far 0-0 game. We're about a third of the way through as far as the regulation time is concerned.
Yep, and I mean, I'm very interested to see how Gungan's affected by this. Because the way I'm looking at it, right, you've got 4 dead, 2 on each team, but Banny's the one on the longer spawn time. If Speedy and Kobe come back up, you've got an opportunity for Legacy, if they want to get aggressive, to try to push that numbers ad, maybe catch Froyo off guard a little bit. But I feel like if Gungan, because we were paused, we haven't really been able to see how the players are. There's a chance as we unpause, he's forced to disconnect and reconnect. Sets him back at his own spawn, that opportunity's gone, and we're going to settle right into a stalemate. So something to look for right as we get back into it. But Dolphin, we got a timer on when we think we're going to be going ready? Not yet. So a little bit more time to kill. Exclamation point merch in the chat if you are feeling so inclined. LAN merch this year is a very good set. So definitely time to take a look at it. You know, probably won't be available for much longer, and really try to support this any way we can. It's been a great time thus far. We're really only just getting started. So
yeah, is this
a little
your
more time
first
to
LAN
kill.
attending? Is this your first LAN?
This is the first I've attended in 9 years, as I was lucky enough to go to all of the Florida LANs. Rest in peace, Big Miggy, who had put those on out of the kindness of his heart. They were all phenomenal experiences, and haven't been to one since, but it's great to just come out, get to see people, you know, confirm that you're really not just a voice in a box that tells me things that I don't want to hear and calls me bad at the game. That you are in fact a real person who can call me bad at the game. So
I don't get it so much anymore now that I've been to a few of them and like been on camera for a handful of them as well. But I have heard a lot like, oh, you're not that cat picture, like you're an actual face. That's weird. Yeah, it's nice. And it's cool as well because I feel like in general, I mean, especially with COVID, that's going to cut out all the in-person events. And it also kind of stopped momentum of that. So it's nice to see RGL getting back in the swing of things and these actual LAN events happening, you know, with consistency.
absolutely, yeah. Really is. It kind of feels like when you're only playing things online, because the TF2 community is so great, it's so tight-knit, you know, everyone I feel like most people that are playing this game aren't playing it solely for a competitive factor. It's not a career, right? You're doing it for the relationships you make. And when you don't have any lands, it's kind of like you're just you're making friends, you know, not that you're not, but the lands, they really help cement them. Feel like something you can almost work towards. Like all these people that I've been good friends with, you meet them at LAN, you get to go out, you grab dinner with them, get to see what they're like, around, you know, like the dinner table, you know, get a sense for them, how they are as people, things that you don't always get to know online, and it really helps cement those relationships. Can really lead to those lifelong friendships, which I think are one of the biggest rewards this game has to offer.
I agree, and a lot of games will like trick you into buying loot boxes or something like that, but Sixes tricks you into making friends, and then you're like stuck here because I mean there are so many people who really their only connection to the scene is socially, and people who don't really actively compete anymore, or were never even that serious to begin with. That yeah, they're still just considered to consider themselves TF2 players just because they're friends with TF2 players in the TF2 scene.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of how I've been. I don't think I've mained in quite some time. Haven't tried actually tried on my main class in a serious season and even longer. But I can't get out of the community. I cast as a way to stay connected to it, see how it goes. You develop a love for the game. It really is an all-time game. You see, hero shooters now coming out left and right that try to, I think, find the magic, and they just never can. So,
well, I think in my opinion, they haven't found the magic gameplay-wise, but I know a lot of people enjoy the newer games in the genre. But nonetheless, I mean, this is a really exciting game to be watching first, I think. It's setting things off to a great start, not just because it's so close and proving to be quite competitive, but also the fact that this is a very even and a very exciting matchup that I think a lot of people, before any of the brackets were announced or anything like that, would have been looking forward to seeing.
Mm-hmm. Exactly, yeah, and again, for a reminder for those who didn't hear it at the beginning, both Legacy and Froyo come into this sitting with the same 11-3 record, but Legacy is second seed due to number of rounds won, in part because they went 2-0 against Froyo in the regular season. First map they've dropped to them all season was just Snakewater merely moments ago, so is a team that's shown sustained success against Froyo that not many teams have, and now they're really looking to move in and really kind of put a bow on this win, move on to the upper bracket where they will be playing against Mama's Boys, who we just got word have completed their own match against Global Clan in the 4th seed. Winner of this match then will move on to play Mama's Boys, and we'll be casting that next. So, even more action coming at you later today, but we've got to get live in this one first.
Yeah, and I'd say that's probably the expected result out of those two teams. I mean, it's number 1 seed versus number 4 seed, so you would expect the number 1 to win. But Mama's Boys looking good, I'd say. I need to look at the logs and whatnot to see what kind of form they're in, because to be honest, I think Mama's Boys in slightly shoddy form can probably still beat Global Clan. But okay, I'm being told it's 5-0 and 5-1, so it's looking pretty good. But I mean, we won't know for sure until we actually see how they match up against the winner of this match.
Exactly. Yeah, and we can see that, pretty dominant play coming out from Mama's Boys, who, while we were talking about records, 13-1 in the season, only loss being to Froyo. So both of the teams playing this right now both kind of have, they're excited, they'd be excited to get another shot at Mama's Boys, with Legacy having not beaten them, looking to kind of leave their own mark. Froyo saying, hey, we've beaten them already once, and that was very recent. I think only in this past week did that last Froyo over Mama's Boys victory happen. So they say if we can get past Legacy, we can beat them there, move in, win the upper bracket finals, move on to Grands with that big map advantage, which, makes things so much easier in the long run. But so much riding on this, and we're running out of things to talk about. It feels a little bit like.
If I were on Mama's Boys, and this is just because I'm like TF2 superstitious. In real life, I don't think I'm particularly superstitious, but in TF2 I am. And like one example I can think of is if a team should for example, push out a last or like have an opportunity to win relatively easily, and they fail, but they choose not to go for it, I feel like that karmically like curses them to lose that game. And I think in this instance, there's always a bit of a like undefeated curse. And if I was Mama's Boys, I'd be happy to have like this slight blemish on the record just to be like, hey, look, like there's no curse. We actually get to win.
Absolutely agreed. Yeah, it feels like any Maine Highlander enjoyers out there will know that it's been ages since any team that's gone undefeated has won this season. Feels like something disastrous happens in playoffs every time. So exactly, yeah, having that little blemish almost makes things easier in the long run. But looks like we are getting a 90-second timer, so we should be back in soon enough. But on that, I like that point about karma, right? Because I feel like right now, Legacy are falling behind in that metric. I think whatever forces exist out there in the universe would not be happy at a team that wiped a team on mid multiple times on Snakewater, had full Uberad pushing into the last, and failed to convert.
Yeah, I think at like a surface level, if you like fail at what should be consistent things, then in some sense you kind of like deserve lose. But in like a more literal sense, where I feel like if they were in a very winning position and then chose not to go for it because they're scared, that's like karmically you deserve it. Where I don't know. Have we seen any gully wash pushes into last from Legacy, or has it been mostly their side of the map?
I don't believe so. I'm not sure they've ever even capped Froyo's second yet. Or if they have, it was only very briefly, and they never had a concerted push into last. So
get to find out.
But we are finally live. Take long enough. Gungan's caused enough damage to this stage as we are resuming here on CP Gully Wash. Reminder that the winner of this map will move in to the upper bracket finals.
Yes, and it looks like it will be more of the teams getting Uber before doing anything. Namely, Legacy getting Uber before stacking. Yeah, even Uber stalemate here on 2. Almost makes you forget how exciting that fight was on mid. Nonetheless, again, Gully Wash second, you have a couple options. There's basically 2 places you can pressure. You can pressure choke, or you can pressure big door. Big door is usually an easier door to make something happen versus choke. It's very hit or miss. But Kobe, that baby door was not trapped on the peak, but I think the top of it was trapped, so ends up getting tricked and killed. And Laz on the counter sack. Oh man, Habib actually shoving through choke, getting both soldiers. That being said, it's still a 2v2. Eyes are on Patty right now, who might be able to make something happen, bombing up from drop down, but no, does go down. Nice serve from Sai, will be surviving. Choke is kind of loose from Froyo, but yeah, with the state of the numbers, they don't want to do anything there.
Yep, and now it's Froyo getting pushed a little bit further back into their second, not able to keep up that pressure in choke as Laz is going to be going down. I think as now we're seeing Legacy starting to get some pressure into lobby via baby door, so able to pick up Habib next, and that's going to force the exchange happening right here in big door. They're going to drop Sai, but Patty and Logan going to be next. Hubert caught out in the post fight. Vanny not long for the world either. We mentioned Legacy hadn't capped Froyo's second yet. Here it comes. Big rockets coming in off of launch pad on last, going to result in the soldiers trading out. But they just need the second cap to go through. They're already on last, but it's Breen's. Patty spawns up. The cap was delayed. Kobe gets the cap, but Logan won't be able to deny 4 long enough. And Legacy coming in, taking the 1-0 here. Got dicey there for a second, but the cap comes in, and they snag themselves the first round.
Yeah, and it was honestly in some part Froyo lingering choke there on mid when it was 4v4, because Legacy just said, hey, we're just going to shove big door, get players behind, and suddenly the players behind won their fights, and it was another advantage for Legacy. Nonetheless, we're looking more at a Froyo mid. Beam just kind of sitting on the floor. We'll be walking up on Froyo's side now. We're all just soldier trades at the moment. Laz, however, going down. Does trade out with Gungan. Oh, and man, Hubert crossing the point actually gets landed on by Speedy, who's going to find that kill. So it's Operation Keep Lolgai alive. Logan trying to make it happen, unable to connect any shots. So Lolgai, 150 HP surviving here on mid. And yeah, Gully Wash, as well as having that unique last pressure, is also a notable map in being very mid to lastable, just because of how fast you can get from mid to securing second to already being lobby ready to push last.
Yeah, and almost in Froyo's kind of favor, the fact that they died so quickly meant that they had time to get spawns up, as the Uber, though, coming into lobby, not really finding any kills. Lots of players hurt, but they're all going to escape back into spawn, unable to convert any of those into frags. The second cap comes through, but they will not really have any main way of getting into last right now. Add for Hubert as well. You know, we'll see if Froyo is the type of team that's willing to try to push out of Gully last on nothing but an Uber ad.
Kind of scary because this is only like 30 ad out of Gully Wash last, which is already not an easy point to push out of. Looks like Kobe going down is going to make things a little easier, but Bandy dies to a trap. Okay. That being said, everyone on Legacy did vacate the point. So Lolgai will just be getting Uber. Looks like a successful push there from Froyo. And immediate, actually, pressure here in Big Door. Not worried about too much at all. And let's see if Baby Door is trapped. Baby Door is not trapped, so that is an opportunity to get a player behind. And it will be Speedy doing so. Banny is a spawner, but with Kobe going behind as well, they could 2v1 Banny if need be. And yeah, lobby action is kind of the thing right now.
Yeah, they got eyes on Bandy, but he was able to escape out through River. But now the rest of the team pinching in, likely to result in a big fight coming soon. It will be Speedy being the first one going down, maybe just a little too aggro, too early. Rest of the team not there to support, and that means the rest of Legacy forced to back out, play a little bit more passively in mid. Banny in through choke, gets hit up low, but immediately grabs that pack, stays alive. We're now 15 minutes through the first, phase of this map before overtime starts up. And with that 1-0 Legacy lead right now, that would be the difference should we move into overtime.
Yeah, I mean, it's always nice to have. In the, overtime rule set config, those rounds during regulation time are comparatively a little less relevant, I suppose, compared to if there was just a hard limit where, like, a 3-round lead is just like monumental to come back with, say 10 minutes left versus in overtime, you can kind of cook. But nonetheless, having that round lead is definitely a nice cushion to have. He actually just shoved drop down, walked all the way behind and gets the drop while I was babbling about the config. I don't know how he was able to go behind completely unspotted. Good Lord.
Not only did he just run behind, but he was taking shots at them from lower. They should have known he was there. I don't know if he missed those or they just didn't process it. But yeah, runs up through elbow, finds the drop on to Lolgai. Must have been completely uncommed, and that is a lot of gas in the Froyo tank to work with right now. They've got Zam hiding above choke right now. He will get spotted out, so free force onto Hubert. Not looking likely to happen, as they really want to keep that Uber up, and yet he's going to get forced out before Hubert will even attempt to peek that. But buys a little bit of time, maybe. Gungan now coming off on Engineer, but hadn't been building that gun before. Second's going to have to be given up, and the Uber already into last.
Yeah, the gun's only level 1. Banny immediately going to point. Soldiers are not in great positions to deal with that. However, 2 kills from Legacy. They are able to stop the point for the time being, but Banny just retreated behind. He's going to recap, but 2 Weak does go down in 1 rocket, and it is looking like a hold. All 3 players from Froyo are going to be departing through choke. Well, they're sitting here now, maybe trying to fight with their spawners. So they did get some picks on last, granted. Oh, and the salvage there.
8 is where Lolgai is going to die from that nuke, but Speedy returns it. Great air shot onto him right there, but
still
not going to be enough. Kobe managing to win the fight against Patty may just keep them in this round. Goes back to spawn,
Logan just
gets the resup, has the pump there. The lock and load from the lock enjoyer will be enough for Froyo to take the round right there. Great pipe out of Logan.
We are sitting on 1-2-1.
I mean, that is just a testament to how strong of an advantage having cap time on last can be. Because I don't recall which scout it was, potentially Kobe, thinking after winning the 1v1 against Patty, who was about to win, things are sitting pretty, but no. Demo bombing in is more than enough. Anyway, on this mid, 2 picks early for Froyotech, but Hubert goes down. Okay. Nice kill there from Gungan. And with Hubert dead, a lot of players from Legacy died. In the meantime, they will just be backing up to last with Sai and Lolgai building that Uber, trying to maintain as much ad as possible for when Hubert spawns. And yeah, without much cap time on 2, the slow but sure dry push might work out here. They just have to clear these traps. Logan seems to be very cautious about it. So 2 now secured, and it's time to pressure into mid for Legacy.
Exactly, as they do clear out those traps. I mean, they've got 70 ads, so they've got some time to work with here. It's looking like they are leaning towards Big Door. Zam in through drop down could maybe try to catch someone. And yeah, gonna start to try to chase them out. Big Door gets some good damage onto Patty, but will not be enough to finish off the kill. No frags coming across. So the Uber traded directly for the cap, but it just leapfrogs ad now in favor of Hubert. So no real momentum to move any further than mid right now, and it's going to be on Legacy to just kind of reach up. And Kobe now ledge bugging above Big Door. You don't normally see a scout up there. Not sure how that's going to
not something that might get cleared all the time. Speedy, however, found the force during that. So Kobe actually in a nice position, didn't get cleared. That being said, Zam did go down, finds a trade with Patty, so overall neutral, but Kobe making his play on the point is on the demo, but yeah, not looking to get too much. Might get out. Getting out would have been miraculous, to say the least, but does go down. Nonetheless, 2 kills for 1 and a force, totally worth it for Legacy. And finding another kill here on Logan and Choke of all players, very valuable. Keep in mind, Lolgai has 60 ads still.
Yeah, important thing to note here. Again, we're kind of in that classic Uber leapfrog where as long as the meds don't die, you're just going to see them trading back and forth here. So Patty going to get pistoled down, but it's just even through that survival. Habib, though, getting in, gets the force onto Lolgai. That flank again uncalled, not going to get the drop this time, thanks to Lolgai, hitting that M2 button. But Laz still behind, and still a not full HP Lolgai. They seem to know something's up. But Laz going drop down now, going to avoid, a quick check, and actually just going to eat up Zam going down drop down. Was not expecting him there. So
Laz being behind is such a huge problem considering it's disad, because he's just waiting by the door that they need to leave. Like I said, Banny goes down while attempting to push through choke, and yeah, Froyo are able to secure secure mid here relatively easily. The fact that Laz is still alive behind is just so great for Froyo. Because look at this, so much space. Everyone on red is just looking back. They're trying to secure this pick, and he finds another kill onto Speedy before going down. And at this point, I mean, if Froyo look choke, they say, hey, there is not a single person here. Despite the fact that if Laz weren't behind, I'm sure that Lolgai and company would be on bats, ready to fight too, ready to contest that point. But no, nice coordination there from Froyotech.
Yeah, really good secret agent work by Laz there. Deep undercover behind enemy lines. It's a lot done before going down. I think 3, maybe even 4 kills. And who knows how much space contributed to. And it's going to end up with Froyo now once again sitting outside of last. Felt like they've had trouble with the pushes so far. Only getting last off of that, snowball in from second, and even then just barely. But they are getting a lot of pressure into River. The gun not going to be long for the world as Laz takes it out with a rocket. Now jumping in, blows himself up on the wall, and Gungan gets that kill with the Frontier Justice. More passive gun being built this time, but just a simple sack, no real motion in the ocean coming up yet. Let's see if Laz stays on Soldier as he spawns.
Once that gun is actually established at a level where it's more tankable and the engineer has ammo next to it, it becomes much, much harder to deal with. Versus, like now, a lot of the metal is being expended towards upgrading it, and yeah, the engineer might just not be in a position to be able to repair it should it be a couple locks. And Yeah, Logan is dropped down, just trying to spam out the gun. Should get some good damage on the engineer. There goes the gun. No player in water quite yet, so point pressure will not be a part of this pressure. But the sack in with the gun down. Laz able to secure the force, so double sack for the force. Froyo in a great position right now.
Yeah, really good to see that. They managed to get the gun. They even actually trade Habib for it, but they know that if they get the gun, that opens up a much better sack, you know, kind of ticking off the steps of the checklist one at a time. You know, they clear the skies to come in and get that force. That's exactly what they do. Now, looks like Kobe may have tried to just run in and either get a kill or get a force. We'll get the trade with Habib, but Uber coming in through Shutter. The Pyro perfectly placed the stuff at the beginning of it. The lock and load, though, just comes out too quickly, and the Gungan will go down. Players now busting out of spawn as the focus turns to the cap. Patty in the back will get taken out. Laz as well. Banny and Hubert now still stuck in, trying to kite out River, but the kills all going in favor of Legacy. Banny near the spawn finds Sai before the rocket from Speedy takes him out.
Sure,
Hubert all alone. Really would like to see a bit of a kill bind
Like
here.
a kill bind, yeah. I'm surprised. Players have not been petting medics. Like, there is no world in which Hubert gets out there. So it's interesting to see that they aren't trying to delay that spawn. But nonetheless, full ad here. Legacy have already capped 2. They will be going for that drop down, dry push. They find a kill onto Logan as well. Huge play there from Kobe. He's been finding some nice aggressive timings. Able to find those picks that not necessarily expected. Laz is posted up by Choke. In the forwards. I don't know if this is going to be fast enough to be a mid to last. I kind of doubt it. But at the very least, 2 is in the sights of Legacy at the moment.
Yep, Lolguy using Uber here. I'm not sure if they knew how aggressive Froyo was or not. They're going to take upper control, flush out Laz, but Speedy getting a little too deep, going to go down anyway, so it's merely a trade. Really feels like they didn't need to use Uber there. They were expecting much more of a defense than actually showed up.
Yeah, that was definitely a retrospective thing. Because just a blind pop, you're always just kind of taking that risk, and obviously didn't work out here. And honestly, the fact that the Uber only got 1 kill is like not even that bad. It's just the fact that they lost 2 players immediately afterwards. They're now on the back foot with 50 disad to Froyo, who already have mid. They're trying to get through big door. Bomb in there from Sam is going to slow them a little bit, but not a ton, to be honest. At this point, Lolguy at 80% means that, Froyo are not going to be able to play this Uber into last for a round. But, yeah, Shu definitely on the other foot.
Yeah, and I mean, Habib came up sniper and has gone last to last on it. They actually left him behind on the sniper to cap up mid, which explains why we're a little bit more delayed than we could have been. Banny now going to be the one capping up second. And look at that, on the sniper to push into last. Have to see what he does with it. I mean, all focus going to be on him right now, as you really like to not run a sack when you've already got the sniper.
Yeah, and I mean, Froyo have been very good about taking out the sentry. They've been very consistent with it. Okay, I like this adjustment with Gungan actually playing Pyro. Able to air blast away that spam, keep the gun alive a little bit longer, because the gun is a pretty big linchpin in a last hold. And Pyro has the secondary advantage of being able to light the sniper on fire. Now, the beat being on fire there is probably not the primary reason he died. He just kind of took the peek, but someone was on the door. So that will be him going down. But it is looking like, just based on the class composition and the way things are set up, that Legacy are a little bit firmer here in their last hold. As Gungan actually spawning to off-class check. Okay.
Love to see it, but then does commit right back to that Pyro. And with the gun being closer to Shutter, I think the Pyro adds a lot of value there too, just being able to hard deny that even more so than if the gun's, you know, also spammable from, more easily from River. So yet to see any real, you know, sacks, it feels like, on the side of Froyo, anything to really get in here. They might be thinking it's not worth sacking until we get the gun, but they managed to get it here, so let's see if she
That's
says
the
no.
main thinking for sure. A lot of cap time, actually. Laz going to be bombing the point rather than the medic. Turns around for 1 rocket on Lolguy and does actually find the force. Okay. I'm not sure. I'd need to see that through Lolguy's eyes, because it didn't look like Laz could have gotten another rocket off, so maybe Lolguy's just thinking, hey, one of these doors is probably getting spammed. I don't want to just drop to a random pipe or a random sticky, so I'm going to have to use here, unfortunately. But nice play from Froyo. The fact that they were able to get so much cap time really helped things out because Laz bombing the point turned into a much bigger threat than it would have been otherwise.
Yeah, it feels like they were almost able to lull Legacy to sleep in a bit. And, and then that cap time comes in, and it probably just put a lot of pressure on Wall Guy because he doesn't know if this is one or two people running to point or if this is going to be a full-blown point sack. Takes a rocket that just compounds and says, I don't want to be the guy to drop this and lose the point right here. When, we are 2 minutes away from overtime starting, any round here is going to be... Well, I guess if you want to lose a round, you'd actually rather lose it now than lose it in 2 minutes. But cap time starting to come through. Logan, Laz, and Habib all going to go down. Hubert still sitting on Uber, so I think just a point sack here, trying to get it before that clock ticks over.
Did I miss Hubert using Uber in lobby or something? Because
no.
Little guy just got. Froyo never took their Uber. If that was actually full ad, unless there is a possibility that Froyo did not know that Little guy used.
That actually, I think, that's a really good point.
He used after Laz died. Maybe Laz didn't have like beneficial death cam or something, and no one was peeking a door, so they may have been unaware. Speaking of unaware, my eyes are on Danny right now to see what he can achieve here. Didn't work out so well on Snake, but we'll see if this type of play is going to be good here on Gully Wash.
Seen in chat, someone say Lol Guy pulled out his melee for the death cam after getting forced there, which, if true, would be truly 5-head, 500 IQ type play. And that's probably the reason why, is I doubt they actually knew that the force went through. Now, just sitting, getting some spam back and forth through choke. Habib, though, looking to maybe make an impact right here.
I think that Froyo are being uncharacteristically passive at the moment. And yeah, now some scattergun shots are starting to go wayward directions. I mean, biding your time, okay, goes for the play, yeah, immediately shut down. Timing just didn't really work out there too well. The spy kind of waited for enough time to where the red team, had nothing to do except check for a spy. And it didn't help that there wasn't a ton of pressure from the rest of Froyo either.
Yeah, but we have now ticked into overtime. Win limit 2 is in effect. So sitting on 1-1, the next cap here will be the golden cap for the match. And that's going to be Zam coming in, finding Hubert 2 right away. Going to be more coming over the flank from Zam. Disastrous for Froyo right there. Gungan going to help clean up the kills, and right when overtime comes in, Zam says, I'm going Super Saiyan. We're moving on to upper bracket finals, and this is not over yet, but the deck is stacked heavily in favor of Legacy right now.
Oh, 100%. I mean, they just need to convert a full ad into Gully Wash last. And Gully is a pretty easy point. I'm not going to jinx anything, but as far as 5CP is concerned, Gully last is not horrible. Looks like there might be a double scout into this Pyro. Usually with the Pyro stuffing the door, as long as you can get the kill on the Pyro relatively early and still establish positioning, it is worthwhile just for that kill. There will be a double scout through Shutter. Pyro's here trying to deny. It's actually Habib going down, traded out with Speedy, but Hubert dies. The worst case scenario, Legacy can just leave and play their ad, but they are not. They want more. They're trying to get cap time. Picks are starting to come in. Bomb from Zam onto Logan, goes down. It's just up to Banny versus 3 players. It's got Gungan full buff going to point, and he caps it.
That's going to be it. Banny caught a little bit too far away from the point. Lol Guy and Gungan, Killer Instinct, just head towards it. No, they can cap before Banny comes in to block, and it will be the second 2-1 score of the match for Legacy, and they're moving on to upper bracket finals.
Yeah, I mean, exciting series. I really didn't expect Legacy to be taking that map through, to be honest. Froyo just looked more comfortable on Gully. But I mean, we saw with this config, comeback potential is absolutely there, and the round that wins is the one that really matters. So it's the fact that Legacy were at least able to keep it close enough to within, tied rounds during the regulation time means that they just needed the one flash of glory, that one drop onto Hubert in mid to be able to convert it.
Yep, Zam I wish we could get a replay on that to see exactly what. I saw him, I think, go drop down, but I didn't see, was Hubert just too close to the ledge, so he got first rocketed right away? What exactly happened there? But I mean, there's no excuse for not knowing how this is going to happen. I mean,
yeah, chat was
the
right.
people spoke. they predicted their winner, and their champion has arrived. So
Surely there were channel point predictions or something. But,
truly a very good.
yeah, exciting stuff. I mean, what a match! What a series to start off with. I mean, this was a matchup that a lot of people were anticipating. It did not disappoint, and Froyo, after round 1, are going to be in the losers bracket.
Yep, not something I don't think a lot of people would have been expecting. But I mean, you know, the data points were there. What with Legacy having beaten them twice already. So that only makes it a third one. That means that it will be Legacy moving on to the upper bracket against Mama's Boys, and then Froyo dropping down into the lowers to take on Global Clan.
Yes, and I imagine Froyo is going to win that. Froyo is going to be back through the losers bracket. So we might see the rematch against Legacy, or we might see Legacy pull an upset against Mama's Boys, and it'll be Mama's Boys against Froyotech. But in either case, I think we might send it to a quick break before we get into this next game.
I think so, yep. As I think we'll look to head out for a bit. I think the players themselves probably going to need some rest. I don't think Legacy is going to want to go directly into the next match. We're hearing 15 minutes until we start. So, you know, after that absolute banger of a match, you know, here's the time for food, here's the time for water. We'll certainly be doing the same. And, you know, 15 minutes, put it on the clock. You're not going to want to miss this next match.
Number actually worked out quite well for Legacy, as they're going to take 2.
that you want me. Your voice, I want it to haunt me. Each move is made just to taunt me. Nonchalantly, I seem to have your attention. You have to drop your pretension. You're scared to leave this dimension. Apprehension. I take your hand. You leave your chain. We understand. There's nothing there. I know you want to be my girlfriend. Don't think I can't see it on your face. Don't stop, I'm onto you. Don't say you do what you gotta do. Don't leave like I know you want to. Out of the blue, I caution you not to break me, but I can tell that you make me. If I am dreaming, don't wake me. Time to take me. You are the first to make it out. What usual would flood my doubt. I know you want to be my girlfriend. Don't think I can't see it on your face. Your life so far has hit a dead end. I could take you from this evil place. I know you want to be my girlfriend. Don't think I can't see it on your face. Your life so far has hit a dead end. I could take you from this evil place.
welcome back, gamers and gamettes, to the RGL.GG 2025 Philadelphia LAN. I am Alto, Wild Rumpus to my side, Dolphin behind the camera, as always. If you missed it, we just got to see Legacy pull off what I might consider an upset win against Froyotech, coming out 2-1, even though they were the higher seed. I think a lot of people thought that Froyo would show up at LAN, but Legacy managed to knock them down to the lower bracket, and we are now looking to see them play Mama's Boys in the upper bracket finals. Got the 1 versus 2 seed.
Yeah, and I'm sure they're warmed up, to say the least, but not much of a break for Legacy. Kind of immediately back into the burner. And, I mean, Mama's Boys, if anything, are going to be even harder competition for Legacy than Froyotech was. So, by all means, they have their work cut out for them. But whoever wins this secures a spot in grand finals and are guaranteed, at worst, second place. And considering that there's kind of top 3 teams competing, at worst, second is definitely a good place to be.
Of course, yep. So we are waiting on the teams right now in the middle of pick ban. But Dolphin, do we want to pull up the rosters right now? See if we can run through those. Dolphin may be a little busy with the pick bans right now, but Mama's Boys, yeah, coming in first seed, 13-1. Worth noting, only loss so far has been to Froyo. But we do have the rosters up. So on the side of Legacy, it will be Kobe on Scout, Sai on Demo, Lol Guy on Medic, Speedy and Zam on Soldier, and then Gungan on Scout. We switch over to Mama's Boys. There they are, Slemnish and Bomo on Scout, Bobo on Medic, the artist formerly known as Skis, High Five and Jay on Soldiers, and Chris on Demo Man.
Look at those smiles. Sometimes the people are, they think they're too cool to smile for the team picture, but no, it's nice to see some happy gentlemen there on Mama's Boys.
They're Mama's Boys. They're wholesome.
Yeah, true.
You know, they're good lads. Unlike Legacy, who holding up a legacy and I guess have to be a lot more serious. I'm glad we didn't get them in the gamer pose.
The gamer pose?
Yeah, the leaning back, which, especially if you think like 2014, 2015, 2016 era esports.
I feel like a lot of Counter-Strike players have the arms crossed on pose. Being told we do have the map pick fans. That's something we can talk about right now. Okay,
so Mama's
Snake
Boys,
Water Band.
Yep, by Mama's Boys, no less. Legacy Band's product. Mama's Boys picks Granary.
Interesting.
Legacy comes in with Sultry. Mama's Boys bans Gully. Legacy bans Bagel. Mama's Boys picks Metalworks. Okay, so Granary, Sultry, Metalworks.
Interesting. That's definitely a departure from the Sunshine, Snake Water, Gully Wash, as Sultry definitely not a map you see all that. I mean, it's a newer map, so you don't see it as frequently. It's not really in the pug rotation, I suppose. And then Granary, old map. I mean, with old players, it's going to be, I mean, they pick it for a reason. They like it. And Metalworks as well is a pretty, I'll call it divisive map as well. It's definitely going to be a different series map-wise than what we just saw.
Definitely, yeah. I feel like, even with Gully coming in at the end as more of the kind of different pick, I still feel like the 3 of those were all fairly standard maps. Whereas Truthfully, I don't think the last time I recall seeing Granary was back when I was playing it in Highlander, which we'll see how I cast that. But Sultry, I'm very interested in Legacy picking that because I'm assuming that's probably picked as something of an upset map.
Potentially, Sultry is. It still has like the standard kind of choke design that like a process or a process clone does. The one thing that people talk about as with regards to Sultry as a unique factor to that map compared to the others is that the last can be difficult to break. So it's not, in my opinion, not quite on Snakewater levels, but still definitely something you can hole up in. Besides that, I mean, mid I think is really nice. There's a lot of different options for high bombing and whatnot. I mean, I just like mid designs where it's like a bridge over the point, like that, like Metalworks. I suppose even called the Reckoner has that as well. Yeah, Sultry, cool map.
What are your thoughts on Granary Pro then?
Granary, oh man. See, I did play Granary a little bit, but never for like an actual team on a season. It was mostly just like Pug back in the day before it like phased out of favor, I guess. I mean, it's back here, it comes and goes. But Granary, I mean, flank play is just huge on it. Back halves are such a potent threat. The map is so wide, it's like difficult to clear everything. So um, yeah, mid as well in Granary is very explosive, I'll say, in that soldier bombs kind of seem like everything. Whether your soldiers get anything on their bombs or not, kind of decides whether you win or lose on mid.
Yep, we'll be looking forward to that one. I mean, also just such a flat map, really. You know, so much of it is taking on flat ground. And yes, you know, you have the crates on mid, you have some elevation coming into play on second and on last. But for the most part, whereas a lot of other maps, you know, the terrain itself is curving down, curving up, you know, creating kind of these natural areas to play around. Granary to me is, I think the floor is completely flat. Maybe a couple depressions on last, but not anything severe. So
Yeah.
that's always the feeling I get when I'm playing on Granary. But it'll be interesting to see, you know, the top two teams coming in on it.
Yeah, and last is a huge point for that matter as well. I mean, just a ton of space to kind of maneuver around and whatnot, which makes it a little. It plays differently as far as like stalemates and pushes go compared to other last, which are more compact. Yeah, we have channel points predictions live right now. So if you're in chat and you want to offer your input or maybe make a little bit of channel points, then feel free to do so.
On the
Do we
topic
have? Oh,
of
we have the
predictions,
in-person predictions. Yes.
we do as well, and much closer this time. We'll get this up for everyone. Mama's Boys coming out just barely ahead with a 30-20 split if you're unable to read that. So not chat, I should say, the fine attendees of the Philadelphia LAN correctly predicted the last match. We'll see if they'll be able to do it this time as well.
I was actually kind of surprised at how close this one was because in my brain, Froyo Legacy should be a closer game than Mama's Boys Legacy. We haven't seen it yet, so I mean, we could be impressed here with this upcoming match. But I don't know, Mama's Boys just look good.
Yeah, they do. I mean, I didn't really get to see the match that they lost to Froyo, but every time I'm checking them out so far, it's really just been a really, really solid performance by them. I mean, we got to see that. They played Sultry on Global Clan. I think it was Global Clan. That ended up just being a super long match. Really, really dragged on in the overtime. Just, you know, we saw a heavy use to push into last to give you an idea of what kind of game it turned into. So I think I'm selfishly hoping that they're able to push last a little bit more quickly this time. But
Kind of
it should be really interesting to see how they both come in here.
Yeah, true. Besides that, I mean, we should be going relatively soon in the next few minutes or so. Yeah, I mean, Froyo versus Global Clan. I don't know if there's too much to say there. kind of expecting Froyo to come back strong in that regard. I don't know. Global Clan could impress. It's not going to get casted by us, at least. I don't know if it's being covered on Fireside or anything like that. But yeah, so far, I mean, only having the top 4 teams, like, things move relatively quickly. It's interesting.
Yeah, and I mean, coming into it, I'm interested to see the role. I wear my Highlander pride on my sleeve, right? I've seen Slemnish do some disgusting things on Sniper, both in 6s and out of 6s. And I really think back on that last game, we saw a bunch of off classes, and they really felt pretty poor. You know, a lot of snipers that really didn't do anything. I think the kind of Habib 3K pushing it to Gully last was the only anytime it ever really led to anything of note. So I'm always looking for that. You know, I think it makes me feel like I'm welcome here, somewhat. But yeah, it's been a long time for me on Granary personally, and I have to imagine that I'm not fully aware of the scrim patterns of these teams, but I'd imagine a Granary and a Sultry probably end up with less scrims over the course of the season than something like a Metalworks or a Process or a Sunshine type would.
Probably, as far as scrims are concerned, but the thing is, when there's a map that's a little less common, it becomes a real advantage in a pick-ban system to be good at that map. Because even if, for example, let's pick a very decisive map that gets banned frequently, such as Product. A lot of teams just don't like playing against Product or playing against a perma sniper on Product, because it's basically the only map in 6s where a full-time sniper is considered viable. I'm one of those people as well, who's just happy to not play Product. I'm just not a particular fan of the map. However, if I know my opponents are good at it, then I am effectively wasting a ban on Product every time I play against them. And being good at some of those more niche maps. That being said, I mean, all these players have plenty of experience on Granary because they're boomers, so it's not as much of a consideration there. But having that pocket Sultry, as we're going to see, or the Granary or whatnot, it's definitely an asset to have when it comes to not only a pick ban system, but a playoff series like this.
Yeah, I'm looking through some of the team histories to see if we can zero in on why Sultry, if anything, got chosen by Legacy, see if they had any, meaningful matches on it in the regular season. But I don't really think I'm seeing that. Yeah, we have they 5-0'd Ninjago on it back in week 2, which
There you go.
is just about our only real data point on that. They had a lot of Sunshine, a lot of Process, a lot of Metalworks that they've played this season. So, the only really Granary coming in at towards the end as well with a 5-0 over Fjord. So, nothing really peaking up there, but I think we are getting ready to go live.
Yeah, any predictions for what we might be seeing here?
I am inclined to give the Granary pick to the team that was confident enough to pick it when they're the upper seed. So I think Mama's Boys will get the win on this one, but I'm going to say 3-1.
I think I agree with you there, because I expect that Jay and High Five are going to be doing a lot of good things on mids in particular. And immediately, Jay, the nice air shot. Unfortunately, it will be skis going down. And yeah, mid, in fact, looking great for, for Legacy. It's just up to Jay to try and get a kill on the little guy or something. Can't reload the rocket in time. So yeah, off to a good start for Legacy.
A really strong showing from them right there. Again, I saw that early Jay air shot and I thought things might be going well, but just able to collapse on those kills. So Legacy, again, I think their mids have been one thing we've been able to consistently see them perform well at. Maybe the pushes into last, as we saw last match, maybe need a little bit of work, but they're putting themselves in position for a potential mid to last here.
Yeah, and the thing about Granary is, as opposed to what we were saying earlier on Gully Wash, where it's a very mid to lastable map, Granary's kind of the opposite, and it's very, not so much lovingly as it is colloquially referred to as a 7 CP, as, this aggro Uber actually just shoving through Lunchbox, finds a kill onto Soldier and Demo. Nice value there, but that being said, I mean, the ski's already at 90%. pretty close to getting Uber. As long as, oh my god, the cap time.
Don't you love it when you say something and don't you love it when you immediately say something and you're immediately proven wrong? It's happened to me a couple times so far. On the mid to last, we're gonna see, yeah, just 90% for Babo, but that 10% is more than enough to cap a point, and they will be able to snag that quick 1-0.
Yeah, and I mean, that's just cap time straight up. The fact that Babo didn't have Uber quite yet and was a few percent away was really the difference maker there.
Not
Anyway,
to mention-
fast first round. We are in the next one, however, and low health for Sai. Gonna get landed on by Che. Is traded out. Lolgai and Babo both quite weak, but again, mid kind of going in the favor of Legacy.
Yeah, once again, just able to really come out ahead on the soldier bombs, as you mentioned. They're looking to get forward again, leaving just Kobe behind to cap. Trying to get forward out into second. They still only have yard control, just starting to mess around with that shutter. This time, though, Babo does survive, so no need to worry about that full ad that I think they used really well to kind of bully the rest of Mama's Boys out of second here.
And here we can see that kind of 7 CP in action, where this shutter in front of the second point kind of divides the second and mid area into 2 points rather than just one, where yard is being held and occupied by the red team, whereas the actual second point itself was all blue. We've seen exchange actually getting taken here. Definitely some flashes being forced from both teams, honestly. Will be Speedy finding the first kill, however. Very weak, though. Might get cleaned up, but down goes Momo. And yeah, it's going to be a point secured for Legacy. They, so far, have a lot of momentum here.
Exactly, yeah. Speedy just able to use that Uber jump up top. I think caught high five unaware, took him out early, and they're able to use that number and the threat of the soldier up there, even if he is really hurt, to force them out. And now they're sitting on second, even Ubers, but another opportunity to try to snag last.
As far as even Uber's stalemates go here, the fact that the last is so large makes it a little, I mean, it just plays differently, right? The two main doors that players are going to pressure through, or teams are going to pressure through, are quite far away from each other. Actually, Saigai just peeking the left shutter, pretty uncontested, is able to lock and load down the sentry gun. And oftentimes, if it's possible, the second that the sentry goes down, the sack basically just gets sent right then and there. I don't know if, I wasn't paying attention to if Speedy was actively sacking or just kind of caught in the doorway, and the pressure kind of looks like the latter. Yeah, that's the ebb and flow of a stalemate.
Yep, yeah, definitely caught in a doorway is really what we're looking at here. And I'm expecting, Gungan now up onto that sniper. Gonna try to come in here, make something happen. I'm a little concerned though. I mean, with the gun playing so forward, just gonna run in, tries to go for a god shot and is obliterated by the entirety of Mama's Boys, holding close onto the shutter right there. So a little bit now of pressure coming in from Mama's Boys, looking to test out Legacy's defense. They're trying to cap it, but Uber's gonna come through Z, and no Uber forced out of Babo at all.
It looks like they could repop if they wanted. No, they're just getting the kills anyway without having to use. Lovely stuff for Mama's Boys. They're finally having a foothold here in the game. And yeah, they're going to be contesting yard. I mean, they have still 70 ad. Actually going to be shoving the flank here, going towards garage. But there is no one there to catch. And now just contesting mid. Pretty easy take from Mama's Boys as well. They've been going so fast. I mean, if they were hungry for more, they can go for more. Babo looks like he wants to keep walking. Might be choke as the door of choice. And if they can take this in the next couple seconds, then yeah, they'll have yard. They actually call it off. Interesting. Maybe they expected better building from Lolgai. But again, they kind of took the quote-unquote 2 points here on Granary. So, rule of thumb does make sense to play things even there.
Absolutely, yeah. And I mean, really, it's a little bit, feels a little lifeless from Legacy that they're not really choosing to contest this. That Uber seemed a little bit ill-advised, and they just haven't put up much of a fight. That said, High Five and Boma both trying to get through. Gonna be taken out in short order. Chris gonna be next. You know, once again, you say something, teams immediately prove you wrong. Legacy exploding into action here. Now flooding into mid, getting a chase onto the remaining 3 players of Mama's Boys. Gonna call it short as they look to finish up the cap, but Soldiers coming in, trying to take some yard control. Zam a little bit too aggro. And Jay, yep, gonna find that kill onto Speedy. Just a sliver of health remaining. So, you know, with that, they're able to go right back into mid. You know, likely gonna see some kind of fight take on here. I don't think Wall Guy's getting out of this without being forced, and forced he does. The Soldiers now just happen to jump right away. They're trying to get any kills. They will get this counter force onto Babo. And the back cap, ×2 versus ×3. High five in. Can he win? He loses the 1v1. This could be a round.
It is.
Kobe wins that. He's heading straight to last. And I think we're going to be looking at a 2-0 right here for Legacy.
Yeah, fantastic example. I mean, the flank activity on Granary, it is lethal. And those back cap, because the points are so separated, it can be really difficult if you are fighting mid and suddenly second is getting capped behind you. Because again, with the kind of 7 CP, it's as though you have to go even further back to contest that back cap.
Yeah, and I mean, my prediction immediately proven wrong with the second round coming out of Legacy. They seem to feel pretty comfortable on here. You know, I'm excited to see this mid because they've won both so far. You know, Soldiers both going up right there. Super high bomb coming in from Jay. But again, early kills in favor of Legacy. Late kills in favor of Legacy. They do manage to find Lol Guy this time, but Chris, not long for the world, will go down. So Legacy's 3-0 on these mids. They are prepared. And I mean, the other thing to keep in mind, these maps were decided 10 minutes ago. This isn't like they decided a week in advance and they've had time to scrim and practice this. These are picks done live and they go right into it. So their granary is incredibly strong, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, capping 2 here, not going to matter too much. It's going to get instantly recapped. The real question is whether Legacy can set up a hold in yard. And the answer looks like yes, as their heals show up in time. They have players on the doors. So yeah, with control of mid, it's on Legacy to start pressuring here. Last time around, we saw an exchange, which all things considered did work out for them in the post. They were able to convert the second off of it. And in general, Granary second is a difficult point to break. It's a point that you see a lot of exchanges on. It's a point that you have seen a lot of banners on in the past. We might see some of those today, potentially.
Hey, we've got players coming behind, though.
Yes.
It's going to be Gungan and Zam both getting in, snuck in through Lunchbox, tried to flank in from behind, gonna get sniffed out and caught. Trapped dead as well without finding anyone. Chris a little bit too far forward, gonna actually get taken out, and I think we're likely to see an exchange happen sooner rather than later with that demo kill.
Actually, yeah, Blue does not want to give this up. High five, definitely gonna be the recipient of an exchange should it happen here. And Red just wants to pressure here, right? Oh my god.
Speedy!
I don't know
On
if that was
to
just
Babo, I'm not
spam.
sure. I don't
That
think
must
that
have
he's
just
still
been
alive.
Spam.
That's an unfortunate incident if you're Babo right here. And Legacy coming in, gonna make this a 3-0 right now. Really just incredibly dominant right now on Granary. Everything seems to be going right. I mean, that drop is definitely an aberration for a med that I'd say is as skilled as Babo, but really, really stings right now if you're rooting for Mama's Boys.
Yeah, I mean, that things already weren't great. And as far as the grand scheme of the game, but even in that specific situation, I mean, there's a lot of pressure mounting. But the drop, I mean, basically single-handedly lost the round there. So, yeah, down 3-0. I mean, something needs to happen here. And Bomo dying instantly is definitely not what Mama's Boys wanted to happen. Down goes Chris as well. And it's yet another mid, one from Legacy.
It really feels like Legacy's been able to actually get out, play around the crates on these mids, and it feels like you have the entirety of Mama Boys stuck up in garage. When the Soldiers come bombing in, they don't have, you know, they're just in a kill box. It's really easy to get a lot of splash damage, and now we're looking 4-0 for Legacy's on the mid, and none of them have been close.
Yeah, not really. Like, the best that Mama's Boys have done is kind of also kill Lol Guy, but that's not going to win you the game if you can also kill their medic when yours just dies every mid as well. But anyway, even Uber's on last here. Previously, we saw an attempted sniper hero shot. Got hard denied by a sentry gun. This time around, we'll see what Legacy opt to do.
Need to see the spy Sapper, or just, you know, peek out a shutter and just kill the gun for free. As Zam getting aggro, gonna try to escape with his life. Gungan, the one actually going down. Kite's a little too far away from that shutter. Kobe dead next. I think that's potentially to a trap. So things in favor right now of Mama's Boys. Looking to maybe get some pressure into second, but Chris caught out in the shutter. Zam hits him with some dirty rockets.
Yeah. Down 2 scouts here is actually not the end of the world for Red, because like if you were to take an Uber exchange to hold, you would probably do it on the soldier in this kind of map geometry. It's all so enclosed. Nonetheless, repressure now while Chris is still dead. Bomb in from Speedy does trade out. Kills on the engineer, actually. No Uber has been popped quite yet. Another kill, no scouts for the blue team. Oh my god, they're all just dying. It's all Bobo on point. And at this point, it's just being waited out. And this is, what is this? 13 minutes in, already a 4-0. And okay, there's the pause.
Yeah, you need truthfully, you know, gameplay reasons aside, I'm disappointed in Mama's Boys waiting to the 4-0 to call attack. Like, something's wrong here. This does not look like the team that we've seen all season going through. Technical for Mama's Dolphin? Okay, we saw attack in the chat, but it will be a technical for Mama's Boys, as they may have some hardware issues. But regardless, statement still applies. I would have liked to have seen attack after maybe the 2-0 of like, what's going on? What are we doing? How can we not auto lose the game off of mid?
Yeah, because at this point, like, they're just so far behind that overtime doesn't even matter anymore, because this game is going to be ending with the 5th round, whether that be Mama's Boys clawing their way all the way back or just one more round for Legacy. I don't know. They kind of just need to win a mid to start. They have been on the other team's side of the map briefly, but immediately lost a few people. And yeah, I mean, you just got to start off by winning mid, because if you're losing every mid pretty regularly, then it's going to be so hard to win.
Yeah, seems like we did get fake news. It's not a technical. It is a tactical for Mama's Boys. We'll be running up again in 10 seconds, hoping to see that they can pull something together on mid that we haven't seen from them yet. I mean, crazy to think after the marathons we saw in the last match, we could be a map into it in this little amount of time. But, you know, we're coming on potentially map point.
Yeah, and it does start off with the mid. So I'm curious what the adjustment's going to be for Mama's Boys. I mean, if you are on Legacy, you're happy to just kind of keep playing what's worked. You don't need to overthink things. Both demos showing up. Damage quite yet. And I imagine, yeah, we see actually no committal bombs quite yet. Both teams playing a slower mid, kind of uncharacteristic so far. Jay gonna bomb onto Zam. And what a pipe there from Chris. Gonna completely roll Zam out of the air. That being said, numbers still even. Still even footing on this mid. Hitting impressive shots does not give you extra kills. And in fact, Omo goes down. Traded out with Speedy, but with Chris dying, down goes Bobo. 99% Uber. And Lolgai as well was only at 89. So if Bobo actually ended up getting and using there, I think Mama's Boys would have accidentally found out they have Uber advantage and won the mid.
Yeah, just really quick building from Bobo, but, you know, building better because he's in more dangerous situations, and then eventually gets him caught out by the scouts of Legacy. So much better showing from Mama's Boys on that mid. You know, definitely seemed like there was something different in the air from before, but not enough ultimately, as they find themselves in basically the same situation anyway. Hold up on last with Uber disad, you know, praying they're going to be able to defend.
Yeah, and it could just be over right here. Like, gun will be going down with the Uber into last. No picks quite yet. Engineer going to switch off. ×4 on the point. Soldier bombs in. 3 kills for Legacy. This is looking over. Oh. And it is a very decisive 5-0.
that's just really shocking to me to see such a quick win. And I mean, Legacy's playing very well, but I don't want to say that this is Legacy going like Super Saiyan 15. It's more, I think Mama's Boys, something feels off with them, right? There's so many dynamic players on that team that we haven't seen kind of do the things we're used to them seeing. Jay has not been the chaos creator we always see him. Slumnish isn't the machine cleaning up kills. Feels like there's no damage really to even be cleaning up on. So I don't know if Granary was just a bad map pick. Felt like they didn't look comfortable on it at all.
I agree. It does raise into question why they chose that map when they just looked outmatched on it, to be honest. And while I mean, you were mentioning we weren't seeing like J Chaos and stuff like that. That is true for sure. But I mean, Mama's Boys were really not in a point where they were comfortable enough to kind of play their own game. They were always on the back foot and kind of always playing reactively. And the few moments where they had some advantage with which they could start taking space, it kind of vanished as soon as it came.
Yeah, absolutely. And something I'm always interested in when you get to times like this, right, is that these players aren't in the comfort of their own home. You know, they might be on unfamiliar hardware. And on top of that, Legacy just played a 3-hour match against Froyo. So they've been there, they've been warmed up. I mean, we took a 15, 30-minute break, right? But that's standard for matches. Whereas I think Mama's Boys came in at won a relatively quick game against Global Quinn, and they've kind of been on ice for the past 2-3 hours. You know, wonder if maybe there's a warm-up difference. So I don't know, but very concerning, because you'd really like to hope that it was just a Granary thing, and as we move into Sultry, things are going to get better. But I feel like Sultry is still new enough of a map that it's not like, oh, we're going to move into Process or some real comfort map where these players have had thousands of hours over, a decade of playing this game. Sultry's still pretty new. You're going to have to lock in and really kind of find what gave you so much success in the regular season.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I don't know, because on the other hand, you always see series where teams just win on the other team's map pick. I don't know why it happens, but it does happen. And that could be the case on Sultry, because again, if Granary's a map that these teams maybe haven't scrimmed on super frequently, then Sultry is probably also going to be one of those maps that they just scrim on less, comparatively speaking, to some others. And when that's the case, it's not so much a question about like, oh, do they have the right amount of experience or like comfort on the map, but more so, how do you have enough experience on the map to know that it's a good pick, rather?
And I mean, ultimately, this is still Legacy's pick too. So Mama's Boys might be looking for comfort somewhere there is none. Coming in, you got to imagine their teams know enough about each other from scrimming each other throughout the season that we're not privy to have a reason to pick this map against Mama's Boys, where maybe they don't look strong on it in scrims, or they've managed to take rounds in the past. They feel like there's some kind of play style they can exploit. You've got a reason for it. I mean, I think we're looking to potentially get into this quickly, and keep throwing back to the Highlander, but the Highlander special is teams win on each other's maps. Is that something you've noticed in sixes, where maybe teams get overconfident and that's why they're losing it, or is that
it definitely still happens
more isolated
as well? I wonder how much of that is just like confirmation bias, because you expect a team to win on their map picks, so when they do, it's nothing special, but when it's like flipped, you kind of notice it. But we might be going over to this next map soon. I mean, we're not taking a break this time around. It does help when it's like a 17-minute 5-0. Yeah, I don't know. If you're Mama's Boys, you kind of just need to forget about what just happened. Kind of just need to lock in. Hopefully, I don't really know if the quality of gameplay or diversity of gameplay on Granary is enough that you feel particularly warmed up after something like that. But I don't know. At this point, down 1-0 in the series is kind of do or die for Mama's Boys.
Yeah, I'm not certain. I mean, Mama's Boys, it's you know, now you see that and you start to question the relative strength of all the teams coming into this, right? People are always thinking, oh, Froyo's going to show up at LAN. What if they did show up at LAN? Legacy just also showed up, and is Mama's Boys, are they playing at the level they played in the regular season? And Legacy's just gotten better over the weekend and some kind of, you know, LAN buff, you could say? Or is it that they're not showing up? You know, is this a stylistic issue? You know, what happens if Legacy wins this the same way? Is Mama's Boys going to kind of roll over against Froyo as well in the lower bracket? We don't know. They seemed dominant enough against Global Clan. So it's not like the team is completely shot.
Yeah.
So it's very interesting, and I'm very excited to get live here, which I think should be happening sooner rather than later.
Yeah,
But
I do kind of think that if Mama's Boys lose Poultry here, especially if they lose it by a lot, then they might just roll over to Froyo in the lower bracket. I don't know. Because keep in mind, like, this is the #1 seeded team going into this tournament. They were the team I expected to be the favorites to win Grands. And yet, the first map we've seen them here on the stream, and they don't get around, they don't get a mid. It's just a stomp, basically.
yeah, I mean, the one good thing here, regardless of what happens, lower bracket finals are not until tomorrow. So regardless of what happens here, your run does not end now. We do have the losers round 1 between Froyo and Global Clan. The loser of that match will have their tournament ended today. But even if you lose here, you're not over. You have a night, you know, get back. I think most of the teams are all staying together as we go live. Talk it over, you know, see what's going on. Come back tomorrow refreshed. You still have a shot at coming back.
And you can have just like a off day.
Yeah.
And that was something we were seeing that I think we saw in Denver, in fact, where G6 on day of Grands really not so hot as the day before. We are in this first mid anyway. Chris actually getting focused down quite a bit with the spam. The high bombs from the Red Soldiers just landing on high ground. Oh man, Chris getting focused down here. Furthest one forward. Lol guy goes down though. The aggression from Chris pays off with 2 kills from the lock and load. And now it's just Operation Keep Mabo Alive, which seems to be going wonderfully so far. With Psy Guy getting out of there. Kobe is hiding. This is a threat. This is like the one player needs to get looked out for. Gets cleared, gets dealt with. And out of the gate, Mama's Boys have basically done better than they ever did on Granary.
Yep, I mean, they did manage to cap Granary mid once during that last map, but never off of a mid fight, and now they're moving right into second. So, unexplored territory here for Mama's Boys. As much as I didn't think I'd be saying that, it will be Legacy pushed back to last, and Babo now with still a 55% ad. You could potentially be seeing a very quick round here for Mama's Boys, and I mean, winning, you know, cures all ills, right? So,
Yes.
Uber
And it
coming
will
in
be a
from
punt
lower.
to Uber. Pretty standard door to Uber through. Gun does go down. Uber doesn't really have a good place to end, however. There's just kind of a no man's land in front of the point. Getting bombed by Speedy as well. Just getting a ton of damage. Yeah, this is definitely not going to be enough. And Babo and Chris are both caught. Not the greatest Uber. I mean, usually, if we're just talking fundamentals, you kind of want to end on a side and just have some side with which you can, you know, follow your own positioning. The entire blue team was kind of out in no man's land, and it made them very bombable, very spammable, and didn't really work out.
Exactly, yeah. Just, you know, they were just feeling pressured because they really wanted to use that, but they still had the ad. Wall guy now at 100 right as mid gets capped up. So the lack of a force, although we do have Jay at least scouting out some information, trying to find where they go. But, you know, they're potentially can use the super to bully into second. Big jump coming up from Speedy. Jay lives on a fraction of health, but will go down. The long-range chip from Kobe takes him out. And now, really, we're about to see a last-to-last here without Uber even needing to be popped. They know they have numbers ad right in from Dungeon onto Kungan. It's going to be Chris going down first. They've already started to get cap time. The jumps coming in from the soldiers. as Speedy will be the trade, but they have enough cap time. They know they can kind of stay around. Sai will be the next to go down as the Uber comes out of Babo, trying to just get the point, but not going to be able to get that cap. Jay going to not be able to chase out Kobe and Lol Guy, who retreat back to mid. But
that was remarkably scary, all things considered. I mean, the instant pick on the demo already makes a last push so much more likely to work. That being said, I'm pretty sure 2 players got denied, and yeah, Mama's boys still feel confident enough to be pushing forward, as they should, as they find a kill onto Zam. Bomb in from Jay. Actually, the double bomb. Jay and high five.
The lock
Plus
and
the
load
lock
on
and
Lol
load
Guy.
is able to, yeah, collect the kill on the Lol Guy. So we have been going from each team's last back and forth, and I don't want to speak too soon because, you know, second still has to get successfully dry pushed by Mama's boys to have another shot at a round, but things are definitely looking to line up that way at least.
Yep, from, I mean, yeah, this second largely undefended. From Legacy's last to Mama's Boys last and back again. A fantastic journey through CP Sultry. We'll end up right where we started. You know, full ad for Babo pushing into last right here. Kobe up on Engineer, Gungan on Sniper. See if the off-class can do anything. And another Dungeon Uber coming through. Chris gets levitated for a bit before taking out the gun. No kills coming through, nor any cap time. Gungan up on the heavy, starting to cause all of them to scatter. Bomb coming in, will not find anything from Jay. High five gets taken out. Slim will be cleaned up, and it's just Chris and Babo now looking to escape. Once again, the full ad Uber is not enough here.
Yeah, unfortunate. I mean, again, I think that was kind of just a misplayed Uber. Oh, is Chris gonna die? Chris is dead. That's really not a time you want to lose your demo. But unfortunately with that Uber, I mean, they just didn't actually lock out the spawn, just let Legacy refight out of the same door they left, and the heavy was just in a really difficult position to deal with. This time around, however, Babo's at least building, did not die on last, so we won't see the coast to coast to coast to coast. It looks like things might be settling down here on second at least.
Yeah, as now we will have even Ubers with Legacy looking to push into Mama's Boys second, and Gungan though gonna get taken out by some traps on the flank right there. DJ going in deep, trying to chase out Zam, who surfs away successfully. Jay goes down, but high five coming in, takes out Sai. Kobe gonna be next. So Speedy still alive, Lol Guy escaping as well, but fight well in favor of Mama's Boys. Gonna be capping up the mid here.
Yeah.
Bomb onto Babo, finds the force, and Lol Guy as well gonna be using.
Okay. Ooh, Speedy is behind. Actually, both soldiers behind him showed. Yeah, down goes Babo in the post. Okay, this is now very scary for Mama's Boys, as it's just pure scrap. Chris is able to find a kill. Meantime, there's 3 players on second, but Lol Guy is beating your scout. He feels comfy. Took a little bit of damage there, but got the pack, so we'll be able to refight second now. Just force out any of the stragglers and preserve what ended up being about 20 ad when all is said and done. This demo kill might be enough to take mid, but looks like Mama's Boys are contesting it.
Yeah, and truthfully, that could have been a lot easier, but really good job by Slem, and I think that was high five to just get behind, cause a lot of havoc, you know, lead everyone around, and buy time for the rest of the spawners. Now really trying to push into mid. Zam and Speedy gonna go down right away. They find Jay in exchange, but not going to be nearly enough to push into mid. You know, Lol Guy happy though to keep building up this Uber, sitting at 90. They're starting to get aggressive on it. May look to use the second they get. If they, you know, Froyo Mama's Boys gives them anyone to it, it doesn't look like they will. Bomo staying in will get taken out, but mid now finally over to Legacy.
Yeah, and with this kill, Legacy are definitely going to want to take space on 2. But with it being even Ubers now and Babo getting Uber, we might see an exchange come out and just try and punish any space taking. That being said, wow, 2 kills immediately from Legacy. Only losing Gungan in the process. And Zam is behind. Getting 1v1 actually by Chris, who's getting ran at now. Gets a flash, Okay, they're finding the 2 kills in return, but Lolgai never used, which is a little bit scary for Mama's Boys. They'd like to get this speedy kill for sure. They do get it. Nice play from Shy Guy, however. Takes out Bomo. Chris is just shoving through Choke solo as a demo, but Lolgai ultimately is going to survive, meaning this is going to be ad for last if they are successfully able to push second without having to use the super.
Yep, Momo just spawning up, so we'll be 6v6 there. But yep, everyone too afraid of getting caught out. Not worth risking your life on second when last is right behind you in a 0-0 game. So as you so said, second gonna go across. We really haven't seen the Dungeon Ubers working well, and yep, it looks like right side is gonna be the choice for the now for Legacy. Really trying to get some ground in. They get the gun before needing to pop the Uber, which is always huge.
But now Babo has, and that's kind of the double-edged sword of taking space and playing things slow when you have ad, is the margins are going to thin. So in this case, I mean, this was enough ad to just pop an Uber and not really have to worry about Babo getting in a post Uber. But if you want to take it slow, you want to try push the door, you want to spam down the gun without using, and yeah, there's going to be times where the other med is going to get Uber, like we saw here.
Exactly, and just, you know, some trades happening in lobby, but really nothing big enough to go off of. See what Gungan comes up on, as that may add some flavor to this last push for Legacy, but it will be Scout Speedy. The next one now going to be going down. Same statement applies, but Momo the Engineer has the gun up, sitting on the level 2 right now. And I mean, ball is in Legacy's court. I think Mama's Boy is really just waiting to catch it.
Yep. And we're waiting for the spawner. So far, no off blasts. So this is a last you can snipe into. I don't think sniping into this last is particularly strong. Probably in the weaker end of 5 CPs. But, I mean, you can really do it in any last if you want to. Yeah, this is that point that can be difficult to break. We have Sentry Gun pretty central, just kind of controlling space. Babo just posted up next to the gun, nice and safe. It's actually going to be Slemdish getting caught out. A little over-aggressive of a peek there. Considering he's on Scout as well, defensively, but Speedy does die to take out the Sentry. And it doesn't look like... No, Zam is going. Okay, bomb in from Dungeon, gonna land. Gets pretty hard denied, body blocked by the Engineer. And yeah, with 3 kills, Mama's Boys might even just push out here.
Yeah, it'll be interesting because Sam's already up in 1, going to get those forwards on mid, can rejoin in short order. So I don't think Mama's Boys kind of were decisive enough in that repush to get the ground they would have needed. But they know, they didn't make any serious overcommittals. They can back right up into last. No harm, no foul, and that's still even Ubers.
I'm gonna keep my eyes on Gungan here, who is rolling out on a specific class that people like to watch and that hasn't really gotten any value today yet.
Could be a lot of them.
Yeah, in position now, so are we going to see pressure? Zam actually dies, and it looked like there was an attempted stab. Okay, now...
Oh, the glow stick! Yeah.
Wow. I mean, that's one way to play, man.
Yeah, he gets the sap on, but just put directly into the dirt immediately. And, yep, not going to come back up on Spy. That had its use, but nothing to be found. And we remain 40 seconds.
It's worth noting that it would have been very easy for Mama's Boys to push out of last there with those 3 kills. They chose not to because when the reset is this close time-wise and much more achievable, definitely a more attractive option. And especially when the other team is forced to take such drastic options as this salvage exchange just to try and avoid that reset. That being said, Lol Guy goes down. At this point, the blue team kind of just play their heels. They have a heavy in a wonderful position here on top of the rock. I don't know if I've seen a heavy stand up there before. Just nice turret, more than enough to hold. And with 3 seconds left, we will be looking at our first reset of the match with 13 minutes down, 17 to go.
Yep, get to see this mid all over again. So, I mean, reminder, Legacy continuing to be skilled at these mids, but
Mama's boys showed up big on that last one, managing to, take control over that. Have to see if the trend continues or if Mama's boys really has improved on the mids for this match. No immediate bombs coming out from either side to spam in the exchange. Positions being confirmed. Now both soldiers at the same time really get the same idea. Jay going to be getting in deep behind. High Five getting forward, but the kills going to be tied up to a piece. Both demos dead, and Jay in the backline finds Zam. So I think with the Lol guy so hurt, it's just going to be positioning favor in Mama's boys' favor. But Steel's coming back up. They're looking to contest.
Yeah, refighting on even numbers, not working out at all, I would say. Because even if you're forcing Mama's boys to back up, they've already gotten the point tapped. So their spawners are showing up way earlier than yours. So long term, they're still going to win that fight as long as, unless they just feed someone in the first couple seconds. There'll be an immediate soldier bomb here from High Five, going to go down. Just attempting a timing there. And yeah, with that pick, it's counter sack time for Legacy.
See if they even decide to commit to it. Looks like they won't. Don't want to risk dying too late or, off cycle, giving any openings. So no sack opportunity presented itself, but, happy to just sit on second. Make Mama's boys, come up with a push. Not the easiest point to push into. Really, none of them on Sultry, I feel like, really are.
Yeah, 2 is interesting, because if the beam plays on top of point, which is where you'd like to play by default, just nice high ground, pretty central, it's actually, from my experiences, more as a demo player, pretty spammable with stickies. So that's always nice. But you have other options. I mean, we're seeing here some cheese pressure. The rotation is met. High Five did bomb in during the cheese pressure. Didn't get too much damage on the little guy, but almost found a trade onto, I believe, Kobe. And the immediate countersack from Zam through choke does not work out. Was maybe hoping to catch the combo of Mama's boys still rotating through cheese and not so prepared to deny the bomb, but that did not work out, unfortunately. And it looked like Bomo went for a play or got caught or something, just thought he could win a 1v1. Did not. And we might see Bomo snipe here. I mean, again, sniper into this point, not terrible, not fantastic. I'd say generally this map is decently well balanced around sniper. It doesn't have too many egregious sight lines, and I think the map maker went to great pains to make that the case.
Yeah, no, the first time I saw this map, I looked through choke and I'm like, that sight line, wait, there's a grate there. Okay. Because I feel like old TF2 map design would have not had the grate on second and let the choke sight line just see onto it, and then this map would very much change the flavor of how second is played, I think. But, and that cheese pressure really trying to come through, potentially. A couple players from Mama's boys getting into second, not committing too hard though, and able to safely escape. Kobe dead, but not confident enough to push off of that single ad. Here comes in High Five, chasing is that Zam around. Not going to find it, but Zam going in on his own will go down. Gungan's going to be next. That's already 2, and the damage now coming on to Lol Guy is too much. The Uber is forced out. They managed to get the kill into High Five, but that's about it.
The last immediately. Yeah, they're popping in. Oh man, Lol Guy's caught on point. Does go down. Okay, 2 kills with the Uber, and 2's already capped. They can just get on last. Looking like Mama's boys, despite the start of the game, are going to be the first ones on the board. And I was going to say on 2 there, I was almost going to be disappointed with how it felt like Mama's boys were reacting properly to them getting that first pick on Kobe. That is a real opportunity, but they did just enough cooking to where they executed their plan before Kobe can show up, and yeah, they were just able to secure multiple kills and the force and chase into last. Just beautiful work from them.
Yep, similar on Snakewater, I think it was, getting those advantages outside of the last point. That's exactly what we see working out quite well. Jay getting deep in behind, going to be matched by Legacy as well. Coming back in, still just spam being, so of course Jay now rebombing, but all of the kills very quickly coming in favor of Legacy, including the big one onto Bobo. Slem staying alive will chase Kobe back basically all the way out to last, and will win this 1v1. But after going down a round, Legacy come out strong onto this mid, and second already getting capped up. Rumpus, what's the mid to last rating?
for
Of
Sultry.
Sultry.
Definitely easier to pull off than Granary, and we saw Legacy pull off plenty of those on Granary, to be honest. I mean, they already have 2 here and still 70 ad, so they have all the time in the world to do whatever they'd like. I mean, if they'd like to dry push a door and spam down gun without using in this kind of ad margin scenario, they by all means could do that. Instead, it will be a dungeon Uber immediately landing on the gun. Psy guy getting reflash, taking that out. Psy will be controlling the right spawn as the rest of the team attempts to cross left. However, they are unable to contain Mama's Boys within spawn. The Heavy is going to fully bust that. And with 2 soldier kills, Mama's Boys are going to start going forward. Jay trading with Kobe. And yeah, looking like a successful try push so far.
Yep, just enough pressure to force everyone out. You know, even with the kill onto Jay, not enough for Mama's Boys moving, as a unit, able to force them out. Recap their own second, backspin against the wall, and you know, pretty much that all the damage off of mid has been contained. They're actually going to pop the Uber out now, letting people jump forward. Seems a little bit misguided. I don't think a lot of Legacy were close enough to realistically catch them. But if you're Legacy, you are more than happy to, you know, you're probably giving that point up anyway. Now you get the Uber out of it for free. They're going to pop right back in instead.
I mean, flip-flops are flip-flops. Teams, they're a dynamic situation you can play around. Chris actually going to trade out with Gungan here after that Uber chase. Jay bombing in as well. Notably, High Five was behind. Bombs in now. Gets a really nice rocket onto Kobe, but unable to connect another. So Kobe will survive with that scout privilege, all things considered. And actually getting a lot of damage onto, I believe that's Slemnish as well. Nonetheless, fight is very clearly going very well for Mama's Boys. Finding Lowell guy in the post as well, just to top it all off. There's cap time on mid, but the point was never actually converted for the red team. So we're looking at a potential round-winning last push here from Mama's Boys.
Yeah, I mean, you got to figure that the pace of this goes. If you go up 2-0 with like 10 minutes left before overtime, you're doing all you can to force that map free. As the Uber comes out, Sam gonna try to stall it as much as he can. Gun goes down as well, and now the real fight starts. The Heavy coming out, gonna get collapsed upon. But the frags way more in favor of Legacy. They lose the Heavy, but he draws in enough aggro that the rest of Legacy are able to pick off the people shooting him. That's a full wipe, and now they can go recap second. No, nothing to worry about.
Yeah, and usually if a team that Ubers into last finds a kill with their ad, like, they're pretty likely to win. And Mama's Boys were looking to be in such a great position as far as numbers were concerned, but then in the blink of an eye, Psy finds a kill as Kobe does, and then Kobe picks up another on top of that, and suddenly it's just a hold.
It kind of looked like Mama's Boys were like a bunch of ants swarming around. I think it was Gungan on Heavy, and then the rest of Legacy just came in with the bug spray, you know? Probably just grouped up too many players taking the same damage. You know, means that numbers add means less than you might think if you don't have the positioning that goes along with it. But mid being capped, and now the pressure moving into second could potentially lead to a cap there as well. Space Coast could have been casting this. We're going coast to coast.
Yeah, true. I mean, that was just a good Uber on mid from Legacy, finding both soldiers, able to transition that into 2. And that's kind of you get the boons and the busts from the flip-flop plays. This was definitely more of a boon where, yes, you're not catching the other team's medic. Yes, you're giving the other team ad by, so proactively popping through. But when you find the kills, you can get a little bit more. And now it's Mama's Boys' task pushing out of last into 2. And on these ad margins, they don't like the prospect of it. They are just going to let things even out. So that pop through on mid not only secured mid, but found them second as well.
Yep, and I mean, it seems like the last is, again, kind of the name of the game. Just teams are confident enough in that ability to hold last that you're not willing to risk, losing on second, because that's the only way we've seen a round taken so far.
All right, well, Kobe going down here. That might be, usually if just a scout dies into last, it can be kind of conspicuous as an off-blast sack. He seems to be staying on scout, however, so probably just ended up tying it a doorway and I missed it. Nonetheless, though, Gun is actually in a different position than it was earlier. this time posted up top left by the door. And that position definitely much more of a denial gun for a dungeon bomb. Really stops that from happening. It is spammable from far right and spammable from left, I suppose, but both of those just so difficult to get into the position to properly spam it, as we see Speedy attempting it and getting pretty hard punished for that. And that's kind of the name of the game for holding last, at least in even Ubers, is put the gun somewhere where it's going to deny the bombs, put the medic next to the gun, and then just put spam classes on the doors that people want to peek.
And I don't know if the camera's caught it yet, but Bomo's engineer with the exit telly for Babo.
Yes.
In case any sacks come in, you can just, snap your fingers and vanish, unable to chase out that med. Just like a very minor piece of technology, right? But, if it gives you an extra 10% chance to survive a sack, you got nothing else you're doing as an engineer when you're on last, so build that
I
telly.
may have only seen an exit telly actually come into play maybe like once. But again, you have nothing else to do as an engineer, so with that surplus of time, you may as well, because it could be useful. Gun actually does successfully get spammed out, so we might see a stack come out now. Sam, however, dies to take out the gun. Gungan dies trying to peek, so I don't think we're going to see any more players from Legacy stacking. And this time around, Kobe was actually already rolling out on Sniper and is now on that class before the misfortunes befell Sam and Gungan. So this seems to be their options into last. However, with only 50 seconds left, that's not a lot of time for a Sniper to cook. And in fact, is Kobe going back to switch off? Yes, he is. Okay. Very much makes sense. I can expect to see maybe another exchange into last. Kind of looks like Legacy are posted up to do something to that degree.
Exactly, yeah, and I mean, just Blast on its own really seems to be pretty tough to crack. Dungeon is the Uber of choice. Coming through, the gun will go down shortly, but then Speedy and everyone else knows they have to clear out. They haven't gotten any frags. One of the soldiers popped up and will go will go down. The arrow will not connect, and they find high five. But with the Uber coming in, they lose two. And a trade two more, but Babo still hasn't used yet, and almost still on heavy. Uber popped, yeah, just for the stats.
Pretty easy reset, kind of what you can expect to see there. And I don't know, those kind of last-ditch effort exchanges just seem so unlikely to work if the other team plays correctly. Not even necessarily well, just correctly, where I'd like to see Legacy do more drastic options, especially against a team that seems pretty adamant against pushing out of last, even in situations where maybe they should. You can kind of punish that by just getting more aggressive and kind of making them uncomfortable.
Agreed, yeah, and I mean, on those last-minute pushes, you don't really have too much to worry about. Pull out a spy, pull out something weird. Really, try sending a bunch of people in, and I don't know. You gotta scare them somehow. But lots of pressure. Legacy continuing their excellence on mid. We'll find Babo. High five coming in from way behind. Not going to find anything but a respawn timer. Gungan left behind to cap up the point. There's the team moving in, and I mean, stop me if you've heard this before. Second map of a match. Legacy winning mids, having ad, coming into last, failing to convert. We've been here before.
Maybe, but still, more opportunities are more opportunities, and I'm sure that Legacy are definitely feeling comfortable with the position. It's just a matter of actually converting, which is the tricky part. Will be actually Kobe peeking into last, getting a bunch of spam for his trouble, in fact. Probably going to need to get re-healed and not even finding a kill on the soldier as a result. Who does get popped, finds the heavy and Slemish, so overall looking pretty decent, all things considered, for Legacy. But that being said, yeah, suddenly picks now going in the favor of Mama's Boys. Little guy is trying to find some form of kill, realizing he is already fully caught, and notably Babo living as well, so pretty much everything that could have gone well there when all is said and done did for Mama's Boys, and they're going to be pushing out into two now.
Yeah, I thought that may have had a better chance just when it looked like Bomo and Heavy came out a little too early and kind of got swarmed and killed. But, similar situation. You get everyone around this Heavy, sets you up for the rest of everyone else on his team to just hit you with the same spam. But Kobe on the sniper finds the headshot onto high five. So just pulling out, the the raw sniper right here, as we are 2 minutes away from overtime.
Yeah, and I'm actually surprised to see such a slowed reaction from Mama's Boys, because this was like 60 ad for them. And being down, like, sure, if you're down your pocket scout, I understand like slowing down a bit, but you're only down a soldier, which is really not the end of the world, especially against a sniper. Like, that seems like the kind of situation where you should feel comfortable just to pop through, right? Oh man, looks like Sam somehow getting out there. That was actually pretty surprising. Just kind of barreled in through Frog, expecting to see some players on point. Was not the case, but was able to live. And now it's pretty much an even Uber's sniper stalemate.
Yeah, just really need to get that sniper to open up a pick, because you're so unlikely to win any actual direct 6-on-6 confrontation, because sniper just offers so little kind of direct combat ability. You're locked in to really just looking for a pick somewhere. Sam gonna be trying to get behind into Flash. I definitely know he's gotten back there, and I think they're kind of sending out the squad to start chasing him. Jump onto Babo, really not gonna find anything.
Yeah, and High Five already actually pretty aggressive here in Cheese. Yeah, unfortunately loses the 1v1 against Gungan, and we have a technical pause, it would seem. Yeah, I mean, overall, things are moving at the moment. I mean, like, players are going and players are dying back and forth, but it is still, in the macro sense, a second stalemate. 2 minutes left on the round timer. Excuse me. 2 minutes left on the round timer, so yeah, there's still plenty of time if Kobe Sniper wants to figure something out, or if Legacy wants to figure out another plan to try and force Babo.
Yep, and we're getting reports of some monitor stuttering for Babo, but I mean, it feels like the only thing on in this match where I can really feel like I can definitively say one team is better than the other is Legacy's mids. Because no one's been able to successfully cap last on a last push. The one round we've seen came off of a wipe on a second defense, which made last free. So, I don't know if the sniper here is maybe the answer to try to find something to mix it up. I respect the attempt, but it feels like we've seen just Dungeon Uber after Dungeon Uber, with ad, without ad, with NG, without NG, fail to land anything.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it is just kind of fundamentals, because, just play the correct pacing, play the correct positioning. And it seems like once one thing gets figured out for a push that failed previously, something else kind of slips up and ends up not working anyway. But being able to diagnose those problems and just kind of, address them is definitely something to talk about during pauses, even though this one is technical and not tactical. You may as well be talking about what's going on. But yeah, it's surprisingly still a 1-0 game for Mama's Boys. It does feel like they're on the back foot, but they've been able to kind of hold on.
Yeah, I mean, anytime you see this amount of kind of back last to lasts, things are getting a little bit interesting. And that, again, we've seen there's no reason to really put up such a big defense on second when that's the only way you lose a match. You lose a round, apparently. So puts the teams in a bit of an awkward spot, I would say.
Okay, so there are some players taking advantage of the technical pause to use the restroom. So it'll be a few minutes, but we'll get going relatively soon here. And yeah, what's the, we are basically already in overtime, actually. Only 40 seconds left. Not really enough time it's not enough time for Mama's Boys to score a round, so it's not enough time to actually be meaningful in the game state in general. So yeah, we're in all likelihood going to be looking at either a 2-0 or a 2-1 game for one team or the other.
Yep, quite seems like like Legacy as a type, having managed to win both of their maps in the first match 2-1, forcing another one here, really just slow back and forth, and that happens when you're a team that doesn't give up last easily.
And
If
I'm sure
anything-
they'd like to close it out here as well, because it's easy to remember, or easy to forget rather, that this is map 2. This is not map 1. This is the first competitive map, but
Right.
no, it is Legacy already leading the series 1-0 with a 5-0 roll, basically, on Granary.
Exactly, yeah. And with that, I mean, Mama's Boys have shown up exactly as we needed them to. You know, this feels like how Granary should have gone.
Yeah, exactly. Definitely
So-
agree. And I wonder if it was a bit of a warm-up factor, because obviously Mama's Boys are looking in better shape here. Still a close game, still a 1-0 as we enter overtime. Now, that being said, Sultry tends to be a lower scoring map overall, but still, it's a close game. I think everyone can agree.
Yeah, you know, always good to see a close one. If you're, you know, maybe I'd rather see a 5-4 than a 2-1, but I'd rather see a 2-1 than a 5-0.
You know, I like when, well, like a 1-0 game where there's like 10 attempts to push into last is just as exciting to me as like a 5-4 game where teams are just kind of trading rounds back and forth. I don't know, because it's still like, I just like kind of the diversity of the gameplay, as long as there's, you know, more than just sitting around on last, which, to be fair, has been happening a fair amount here, because Mama's Boys, I mean, this was something that when I covered their match against Froyotech on Snakewater, they really just did not pressure out of last or push out of last or do anything. They were just happy to take the reset and play for the reset, you know, as early as even 3 minutes in. And in situations like that, like, yes, there isn't that much you can do to get the other team to push out as the attacking team. There isn't much to do on that front. But if you're going for 3-mans, going for 4-mans, and the other team is still not pushing out, well, you can honestly rest assured knowing that you are making plays that are only risky in the sense that it's high risk, high reward. But if the risk is the other team pushing out and you losing ground, if that's not a real risk, you're really just having more effective sacks that the other team is not capitalizing on.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And we did get word that we should be readied up back again in about a minute. So all the technical issues for, I believe it was Bobo, should be fixed now. Seems like we just finalizing what they want to do once they get ready. So we should go back into it. So as you noted, we are basically already in overtime, only 30 seconds away. I mean, should, you know, all of one team kill bind at the disconnect from the server, maybe we'd see a round before then, but very unlikely otherwise, given both meds have Uber anyway. So I'll ask again, and that's this on Snakewater, and you were right then. Are we going to map 3?
You know what? I kind of feel like we might here. It's looking fine for Mama's Boys. It's not looking great, but it's looking fine. Serviceable enough to get them across the finish line. And I'd like to see a map 3 because it's always exciting when a series goes to 3. And I feel like it would be anticlimactic almost if Mama's Boys were not able to at least get a map off of Legacy. But we are going here. There was no round, there was no reset, so it is straight into the action. And look at this, Gungan actually taking a bunch of space choke. But Kobe on Sniper going to get bombed and killed. So down a kill for Legacy. They're going to back up. High Five was dead from earlier, so the overall numbers are even. And Ubers are even as well.
Yep, see if, I would imagine Kobe comes back up on the scout here. Sniper, yep, only going to do so much. They tried it, didn't really like it. I'm going to go back as we move now again into second pushing. There is the overtime trigger. So win limit has been set to 2. Win limit has been set to 2.
Yeah, looking like some cheese pressure. Actually going to be Speedy getting dead on, but the follow-up from Zam through choke. Both soldiers dying. Gungan took the opportunity to slip behind. I don't know if he was spotted or not. This could be a very lethal play if he was not spotted. I mean, I imagine a lot of people were looking at the soldiers in the air. But that being said, Kobe died as well during that. So there's no scout with Lolgai who has to leave alone. And the back cap being ×2 means that Mama's Boys know exactly what's happening. They know that it is Gungan behind. Point does get stopped and Gungan gets killed. Actually almost got the back cap. I was not getting excited because I had no expectations for it to work, but that was remarkably close. And Gungan gonna get denied, so Mama's Boys successfully able to convert mid off of what was basically a counter sack with a few picks. And now it's time for them to pressure forward. Speedy with a nice rocket, gonna completely shut down high five.
Trying to get in. Yeah, no, that back cap went so close and really good on Sai to jump in, delayed the point just enough to potentially allow it to happen. But when you die, you know, that cap's over regardless of how close you are. Zam will crash into the entirety of Mama's Boys at Mach 5, not really finding anything other than a respawn timer right there. So the mid to second tug of war continues.
Yep, it's looking like some choke pressure. Zam is on the rollout now, but maybe Jay was or someone. Enough for Mama's Boys to be slow, get these players extra healthy. And yeah, Jay with 300 going over towards Cheese. Oh, they might be trying to take this 2v1 here. Meanwhile, Combo's pressuring Choke. Chris just looking for any and all spam that could be helpful for the rest of his team. And it's on the red team to try and prevent that spam from happening by spamming back. Rotating the spam classes of the soldier in the demo on those doors that are being peeked, applying damage to those peekers, and denying them from getting good damage off.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, again, so overtime has been triggered. It means that if Legacy want to win this match, you know, finish their schedule for the day, move into grand finals, they will need 2 rounds right now. Should there be a single cap from Mama's Boys, we move on to map 3, which I believe is Metalworks.
That sounds right. I did forget, but that sounds right. Good damage actually on Sam on the door, gonna force him away. So, actually Jay, however, was landing on stickies, and high five did commit as well during that. Maybe expecting Jay to live, but landed on a carpet. So down 2 soldiers for Mama's Boys, probably more than they wagered for. We'll see if they play this aggressively for the exchange as Legacy walk through the door, or if they choose to concede space. It's actually going to be the red team initiating the Uber exchange. And some flashes from both. It's really all about the post at this point. Honestly, next team to get a kill is probably doing decently. It is, however, a trade, but no, Bomo will be the next one to go down. And Jay dies as well. Don't think Jay realized that Speedy was right underneath him there on 30 HP. Very killable. But yeah, post Uber going quite well in favor of Legacy, who are able to convert, I guess, 2 points off of that, both mid and second.
Hello, darkness, my old friend, as we move back into last. And I mean, Legacy in particular not having had any luck on the last pushes.
Yeah.
Kobe, yep, there's the spy. They know something's got to change. You got to do something different.
Okay.
Seen it from him before. It didn't work out too well. Maybe we'll see a bit of a better usage right now. And the other thing with spy is that it really helps when your team's making that distraction, right? They're getting in, they're kind of taking a little bit of a risk, spamming doors, making people look away rather than just cloaking in and trying to kill someone completely.
Oh, I would really love to have seen Slemish off-class check there, because he's not really doing anything, just running around on scout. Like, he's peeking lobby, but anyone can do that. Kobe is in position now, and it's worth mentioning, actually, that a sap and sack play of having the gun get sapped and as a soldier bombs in is a play that, in many respects, became popular because of Sultry. But yet again, okay, saps the gun and going for the pistol here. These spy sap plays have been really out of sync, I must say, where the spies have been getting the sap after their teammates are already dead. This time around, the 3 kills seems to be enough for Mama's Boys to push out and secure second. They get a force as well, so this could be very nice. We'll see if there's a counter pot from blue. They're looking like they don't have to. I mean, it was unlikely they had to anyway. It was just a matter of whether they wanted to get aggressive, try and catch Low Guy or not. They deny 2 spawns with the cap, so gonna be moving this Uber advantage and player advantage into mid.
I think the Lol guy must have jumped on some stickies in the middle of that Uber because he got skyboxed in the middle of that.
Yep.
Came back down. But yeah, Babo not needing to pop is really the kind of point to note here. They're getting in super deep, ignoring the point, getting into second, gonna send, you know, people back to start capping it now. But as long as Babo's got that Uber, it means good things for Mama's Boys. They're gonna pop that out through choke right now. Wall guy is safely out. They will lose high five in exchange for Speedy and Kobe. So the second cap's likely to be free, but doesn't, you know, help
know
them
about
any
Sam.
much in terms of last.
Sam behind him, Frog goes to the play now. Okay, they know about him. Should be getting killed shortly here and doesn't find a trade. That's basically all Zam can hope to get there after already being revealed. Yeah, being unable to find that is definitely a little more difficult for Legacy to push out with this Uber advantage. If they had even numbers rather than being down a pick, make that down 2 picks, Kobe dying to a trap, we might see things reset. I would not be shocked to see an engineer spawn here, as it looks like Mama's Boys are also reciprocating. Only 80%, close to getting, but not having yet. They feel comfortable enough to actually be peeking into last. It's actually Gungan spawning on heavy. Decided not enough time to build a sentry gun. We need some defensive firepower right now.
Yep, want to have him up and just, you know, denying people, sure any bombers can't get in, kind of in exchange of that sentry gun, because they do not have an engineer right now. Don't feel it's necessary, having had an ad, don't want to tie themselves down with that. But Gungan, yep, now going to actually switch on to the engineer, funny enough.
Yep, now that the pressure has kind of been ceased, good opportunity to start constructing the sentry at least. And yeah, I mean, 2 minutes 40 left. This time around, Mama's Boys in the driver's seat. We've seen how Legacy have kind of thudded into Mama's Boys holds on last. Now it's time to see if the opposite is true as well. Or if Mama's Boys maybe can pick things apart better. Maybe they can take more risks. Maybe they can just do things differently. High five actually just waddling through the door, looking at it. So it does go down. I'm curious if that almost seems like an off-class sack type of deal. Maybe he thought he could have just like missed some rockets and it was actually like a fine fight to take. No, it is an off-class sack. We have Slumage going back to spawn to be swapping off. What class it will be is yet to be decided, and it's probably the one most people expected.
Yeah. Sniper gonna come back up here, see if there's any kind of, you know, special picks he can find right now. But again, the story to me is just that no one's been able to push last for last. Only the one snowball from a second wipe is the difference between these two teams right now. They're looking to get forward in that right side from the offense perspective to give Slim some space to take a peek. With everyone playing close on the floor, though, it'll be difficult. Now he's spotted, and his job gets even harder.
Yeah. Now they are well aware, and going to be more difficult. Now Slumnish we've seen do quite well, especially in that Snake Water match against Froyo that we have brought up already. Just hitting many shots, and oh my god, little guy, as I say that, I thought I was looking at Slumnish. I didn't even realize what angle he had, but he manages to drop low guy. And look at this, Blue's already in. They haven't lost anyone. They can use now. This game's over, right? If it's not over, it's a miracle.
Yep. Couple players up doing their best. Lol guy switching off of Med onto Pyro. Gonna go down immediately. I love the desperation. But it will be Mama's Boys taking a 2-0 here on CP Sultry, tying up the series 1 map apiece. We're going to Metalworks.
Yeah, and just perfect example of what so many of these players love about Sniper, and what I personally kind of hate about Sniper is that it can work. For the 5 times where you just reset kind of hopelessly and the Sniper gets nothing done, or, you know, just kind of tries to cook for 45 seconds to a minute before dying after getting a single shot off and missed. You have times like this where Slam is just hitting the headshot and basically single-handedly winning the game.
Yep, and it looks like we will be moving over now to Metalworks for map 3. I think, Dolphin, do we got time for a quick break as we swap over? Yep, so we'll take a quick break, give us a chance to get some water, stretch our legs as we move into, really for these teams, the last map of the day. that's gonna decide who will make it 2 grand. So stay tuned, get yourselves set up, because we're gonna have some Metalworks action to close out the day.
that you want me. Your voice, I want it to haunt me. Each move is made just to taunt me. Nonchalantly, I seem to have your attention. You have to drop your pretension. You're scared to leave this dimension. Apprehension. I take your hand. You leave your chain. We understand. There's nothing there. I know you want to be my girlfriend. Don't think I can't see it on your face. Don't stop, I'm onto you. Don't say you do what you gotta do. Don't leave like I know you want to. Out of the blue, I caution you not to break me. But I can tell that you make me. If I am dreaming, don't wake me. Time to take me. You are the first to make it out. What you traverse would flood my doubt. I know you want to be my girlfriend. Don't think I can't see it on your face. Your life so far has hit a dead end. I could take you from this evil place. I know you want to be my girlfriend. Don't think I can't see it on your face. Your life so far has hit a dead end. I could take you from this evil place.
Welcome back, gamers and gamettes, to the RGL.GG 2025 Philadelphia LAN. We are coming now to map 3 of Mama's Boys against Legacy. Winner moves on to the grand finals. We saw Mama's Boys just manage to tie up the score 2-0 on Sultry after Legacy went out to a dominating 5-0 lead on Granary. We are moving into Metalworks. I am Alto, Wild Rumpus to my side, Dolphin behind the camera. As always, Rumpus, how are we feeling going into map 3?
I honestly don't know what to expect. I mean, Mama's Boys got completely rolled on Granary, and then it was a grindy nail biter on Stoltree that Mama's Boys were able to close out. So I guess momentum is in their favor, but it's a new map, and the teams have had time to stretch their legs, you know, kind of reset mentally, I suppose, and go into map 3. I mean, my gut feeling is that Mama's Boys are probably still the favorites. Just that's what I was thinking before the tournament started. That's what I was thinking this morning before anyone played. And after they were able to stabilize on Sultry and find a win there, that's kind of what I'm thinking now.
I'd actually have to say I think I disagree, where I think, to me, the one thing we've seen consistent across all 5 maps we've casted is Legacy having some really killer mid fights. And maybe it's the statistics nerd in me that says if you win mid, you're statistically more likely to win the round, that I'm kind of going back to. I think they had an incredible amount, I mean, both map 2s of both of the matches they've played, they've had an incredible amount of opportunities where they've had dominant mids, gone into last with full Uberad, unable to convert. I think we saw that on Snakewater, notoriously difficult last to cap. We saw that on Sultry, notoriously difficult last to cap. My take on it, Metalworks, not the same difficulty as those two. Maybe not as easy as a Granary, right, once you get there, but not the same difficulty. And I think that with the way they play, they won't run into a lot of the same issues. So my take on it is that if they're able to keep up that sustained mid success, I think they can be ready themselves to take it into Grants.
Yeah, that's true. I think, I don't know, they need to be consistent on these mids, though, because, I mean, Granary, they were just so obviously better. Like,
Yeah.
you can only get so much info out of that. Sultry was kind of back and forth. I mean, Mama's Boys were in some mid to last positions. So it was still honestly seeming kind of fine for them. And yeah, Metal, I don't know. I think the mid on Metal is a pretty difficult one to learn, actually, for demo specifically. It can be a very difficult role on Metalworks mid. Very easy to just die like immediately. But it also kind of shares some of the DNA of previous maps in that the even Ubers kind of hard to break on Metalworks lasts. It's kind of like 5 CP lasts in general are kind of difficult to break in even Ubers.
As they probably should be. I mean, I think, to me, though, if it's only difficult to break in the even Ubers, that could play to Legacy's strengths with their success in getting those dominant mids, right? Seems potentially more, higher up than Sultry on the mid to last scale, right? We've made a reference to twice now. I think if Mama's Boys show themselves as the better team on mids, I think a lot of that goes away, and I think then you're left with Legacy being a still very good team, but one that maybe lacks the killer edge needed, because really, to me, it was those mids on Granary. That's why that match went so one-sided. That they were always able to constantly get all of this ground. These weren't, hard-fought mids where they win with one guy up and both mids die. This is, they're coming into second with full Uberad and they're able to win.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see. I think teams are close to getting ready here. I saw Kobe walking back to his station, so he might be going sometime soon. A player in particular that I want to keep my eyes on Metalworks, I think is going to be Jay, actually, who I don't need to sing the praises of as a talented player, but very creative soldier and applies rocket jumping very strongly in game. He's not the strongest jumper that plays Soldier, because there are jumper mains who play Soldier, but when it comes to actually applying those practices in a 6's setting, he is for sure among the best. And Metalworks can be a Soldier's playground in many respects. If yeah, there's a lot of high bomb opportunities, a lot of kind of traversal opportunities and things for Soldiers to do on this kind of map.
Definitely, yeah. And I mean, you know, you're looking at Jay, definitely someone to be a threat as the players have readied up. We are live here, map 3 of Mama's Boys versus Legacy. Winner makes it into the grand finals. Loser drops down to lower bracket where they will play against the winner of Global Clan and Froyotech. So coming into mid, both demos looking to get here roughly at the same time. Difference in the rollouts though, with it's going to be Psy going lower. No immediate fast bombs on either side. Both teams looking to just kind of scope each other out, get an idea for how they're going to play. There is Zam getting in deep, gets some good damage on a number of players, but dies for it.
Yeah, high five reciprocating with a bomb point. This time around, it will be cratering side guys, so at least finds the trade there. This mid is looking pretty comfortable for Mama's Boys. I don't know if any craziness can happen. Oh, it looks like all 3 players from Legacy will just be retreating. Low guy survives, so it's going to be even Ubers. But Mama's Boys, if they're fast here, might be able to take a fight on second. It's looking like they will be pulling up from Alley. Spawners are on the way, so at this point, if you're on Legacy, you're kind of just trying to buy time for those spawners to arrive. Let's see. Okay, will be a fade bomb from High Five. Excuse me, from Jay. And yeah, things are again a reset here. Mama's Boys poked around on 2. Wanted to see if they could make something happen before the spawners were active. They could not, so now they're going to establish a proper pressure and sack.
Exactly, yep. Gonna have to see again what these 2 teams choose to do here, since it's probably not gonna be the first time we're in this situation of even Ubers pushing into second, but they're going for an aggressive exchange right up into Alley, getting super deep right there. Jay getting hit low, Chris as well going to get that pack. Lots of damage, but Zam gonna go down. Slem and Babo getting caught out as well. Speedy to be the trade, so 2 for 2 on both sides, with the heals on the side of Legacy means that the longer this fight goes, the healthier they will be. All of this damage is sticking. Another trade going there, but Chris going down will not be reciprocated. Jay hit low and forced out into mid. It is just High Five getting deep into second. And it feels like there's a little bit of lack of decisiveness from Legacy on if they just want to push forward into mid or go back.
Yeah, they're just searching around for High Five, who has actually done a good job of not only getting out, but kind of wasting time. Because, yeah, it gave Bravo time to kind of show up. And actually, 3 kills now for Mama's Boys. So the fact that it's Uber Dissad not really mattering so much. Old guy is at 80% now, so there's potential to use Uber when Mama's Boys are actually here on second, which of course is a threat that Mama's Boys are taking into account. As we see, Uber does in fact get popped. I didn't actually expect that to happen, but Mama's Boys perfectly safe and out of there. And now, in the driver's seat, 60% Uber advantage. If they can successfully take second without using, then they can push into last with ad. Or if they can pop into second and get enough kills, that might transition into a round on last as well.
Yeah, the wipes on second into last cap seems to maybe be the preferred way of pushing some of these teams. But yeah, I was also surprised to see that Uber, especially so early. Felt like almost a blind pop when I don't think it was needed. But the Uber will come out from Babo. Sai going to be caught out immediately, as will Zam. But only 2 for 2, make that 2 for 3 in their favor. And even then, Jay going down. Yeah, just the reflex that you said coming in. Bomo getting in deep, trying to get on to Lol Guy. But it's going to end up with Babo kill binding. So a promising Uber turned around, not really able to just secure any kills safely, all trades until, you know, the rest of Legacy all grouped up, able to just take it back into mid.
Yeah, for anyone at home maybe new to competitive TF2, the reason why Babo kill binding there on Medic is because he understands he's going to die no matter what. So if he can press a button that kills himself, then he has the opportunity to at least spawn earlier, which is a little bit better there. But yeah, Uber actually getting popped through house. not looking like it's going to find any kills. So we're looking at a flip-flop. Notably, there is a player in the forwards, and Jay might have a nice little timing here. I love a delayed forward peek. He's on Soldier, not Sniper, but just applying pressure to point, getting some spam onto Kobe. Now, at least the red team knows that Jay is not on last, or at least wasn't on last, but yeah, has since backspawned. Kobe goes down, and Abo 80%. This is what, like 40-ish ad, but Omo spawning on Engineer, which kind of indicates that Mama's Boys, I don't think, are trying to push with this ad.
No, and I mean, really, the two teams nowhere near each other right now. Wall guy on 80 will likely have, even if, you know, any aggression decides to come out of the side of Mama's Boys. So will be knotted up here with even Uber.
Okay, so we do have Kobe spawning here on Sniper. Again, pretty standard class to see into last, just in general. Metalworks, as far as the Sniper success spectrum is concerned, definitely one of the better maps, I would say, because of this peak that we are seeing right now. You can just have a teammate hold open this shutter for you. And a little quirk as well is, if I can go into some map making nerdery, those shutters have triggers that determine when they open. And those triggers are not all the same size. They are, you know, approximate, but the one on Metalworks is pretty large. So it's pretty difficult, particularly to sticky trap it and be able to kill someone who's peeking it, just because they can kind of peek it further away.
And then we did see the Sniper just rotating around, trying to use him kind of like a can opener to pry open this last defense. Eventually, you know, might be able to get a pick onto someone that matters, but you need that sight line first. Trying to go around, yep, trying a different angle. Note that exit telly by Bomo has been built. Should any sacks come in, it will be very easy for Bobo to just warp away back to spawn. Not have to worry about that. As some good pressure now trying to come in, getting really close to these doorways. Speedy and, Jay and Kobe gonna end up being the trades right here. Bomb coming in, Speedy getting levitated by the gun, and Bobo doesn't even need the exit telly to stay safe. So 1 for 2 right there. See if Kobe decides to keep up the Sniper. I doubt he will. No, still on it.
Yeah,
no,
I mean,
switches off.
Oh, yeah, going back to spawn for that. Or, no, it died. Yeah, I mean, minute 30 left. It makes sense if you are, well, if it's convenient, then switching off means that you just have a scout for the impending exchange, I suppose. I mean, these teams, oh, yeah. Duncan going down to a trap there. Probably didn't think that Chris had the time to set a trap that deep in lobby. And that's just going to make the impending salvage play, or I guess salvage isn't necessarily the right word, just the desperation play, all the less successful, as we see an attempted mini sack wave here, just to, I guess, follow up on Duncan getting caught. Yeah, minute left. I mean, Mama's Boys, I don't expect to be getting too aggressive here. Actually, Slumdish does peak quite deep. Goes quite low, but still. 50 seconds left. We'll see if it's a sack wave. We'll see if it's probably an exchange. That's just what Legacy has been doing, but not too much success, so they could switch it up.
Exactly, yeah, and I mean, it feels like kind of the Uber, the one thing we haven't seen them try yet. Sam now coming in, just sacking for the gun, maybe to open up the airways for other sacks coming in. They will find high five as well, but how many bodies is it going to take to do that? Jay hit up low, but will escape. They sack 5 in, and yeah, with only 15 seconds left, you know, interesting. I mean, it looks like they are going to push forward and not going to let it reset.
Interesting. I'm actually, okay, yeah, no, they are. I was going to say I was expecting a reset here. It looks like they are taking it. I mean, honestly, Foreman looked pretty strong there. I think that they got a kill. They got 100 damage on Bobo. I think if they go for that kind of play, maybe 20 seconds earlier, where if they do get the force, they're not really in a time crunch to re-push, maybe even a little sooner than 20 seconds earlier, then yeah, I think they can be cooking. And I don't know. I am definitely biased and a personal advocate of the 4-man and the sack wave over just kind of the exchange that we've seen not working too well. But yeah, first reset of the game.
Yep, second mid now coming, and Mama's Boys did win the last one. Saw a lot of really good focus fire coming out of them, and they're going to take Psy out right away. That's been a constant in both of these mids. Now Jay coming and going to trade with Zam. They take each other out, but Mama's boys chasing all of Legacy out of this mid. Speedy trying to jump out, will fail that jump, but no harm, no foul. Makes it back on to second, 6v5 as or excuse me, 5v4 as the cap goes through. Should be enough for the spawners to get back in, but big bomb out of high five. Wall guy dancing will dodge that first rocket, means he does not have to force. So great fancy feat by him.
A little bit of beat from high five. Just missed a rocket when Lol guy had not spotted him yet. If he hits that one, probably going to be a force.
Unaware
anyway,
players are the hardest to hit.
Yeah, that is true. With only one pick, we actually don't even see a counter sack from Legacy. They are just chilling. Kobe going for taunts here. Kobe is a fan of taunting to spot around walls because that does put you in third person temporarily. Doesn't seem to be using the director's vision, which is a taunt that lets you do that silently, as opposed to Scout, who shouts in pride, I guess, or taunting, or whatever you would call Scout screaming for his primary taunt.
Yeah, no, I know. I didn't get the time to say it, but he was doing that a lot when they were pushing into Sunshine last, all the way in map 1 on that right side, just taunting to try to get vision around the wall. That said, though, Bomo getting in deep and will go down. Also, Chris, yeah, caught stranded in alley, trades back in onto Zam and Kobe, though. But the all of the Mama's Boys team is going to be forced back out to mid, rotating back around, trying to get into the main choke area. And yeah, nothing really to come of that. But surprised they got those trade frags back because it looked like Chris was really caught out.
Kind of expected Bomo to do this. Will be rolling out on Sniper. And into this point, this class really not too shabby. There's tricky angles, I'll say, like especially peeking through underpass. You can kind of nip at people's toes without them realizing. And a fully charged shot into a medic's toe is going to drop their roof. So it's definitely still a decent class here. Rotating towards alley. Again, a nice sight line, but you have to worry about the high bomb potential. Is Speedy actually going to be fade bombing that as the house shove is being threatened? That is another big thing you can do against a sniper peeking into your second is just shove the flank, because you're expecting probably only one guy to be there, since one of the flank members is in all likelihood on sniper with the combo.
I'm just chuckling a little at the sniper pick because in the pregame here, Bomo said a BO3 where I haven't spawned up on sniper yet. What's going on? But here we go. That said, bit of a whirlpool going on. They're going to wrap through lower to push from behind into alley. Lots of flashes coming across. Bomo going to be the first to get caught out. Got a little bit too deep. Zam going to be next, but some low health bars all around. Slem and Jay both going to go down, so slight numbers now in favor of Legacy. Chris caught out as well. High five, the only remaining member, could look to go for a back cap and will, but I imagine Sai is going to have something to say about that. Realizes it's over, tries to maybe get anything, but taken out. Legacy.
Time wasting exercise there from high five, and we did see Legacy pulled out a third option to try and counter that sniper into second, which is Uber exchanges. Sniper is a very low HP class, a very slow class, and it's usually a class playing around the medic. So if you can take that exchange, you're likely to get that counter pop, and you're likely to be forcing flashes, which, if you're unaware, flashing extra players actually reduces the remaining time on your Uber more than it would if you kept it on the same player. So if you can take an exchange, both use at the same time, but the other team flashes a bunch of players, including their sniper, then your Uber actually lasts longer and you're at advantage. But speaking of advantage, we have an Uber advantage taken into last. 2 has been capped off, so now last is cappable. Good cap time, but Babo in the mid-90s. As long as this heavy stays alive and Babo gets Uber, this should be a hold long term. Is the case. Zam goes down without getting the force, and I guess the real question here is, are we going to see the engineer come out or a push out? Looks like it's going to be the latter.
Yep, no changes in the classes, and yeah, I love the aggression there. You know, take that Uber and see what you can find. You know Babo's going to be coming up on Uber anyway, but you got to get rounds to win the game, right? You know, you don't win matches off of not giving up ad. So they take it, and yes, Babo does have the ad now, but Lol guy already on 80, been building incredibly well. So this is going to be even anyway. There's not even going to get the opportunity to use the push off of last, I think.
And they did end up switching NG and choose not to push out, which you can't mess up pushing out a last if you just never try it. It is kind of like I mentioned earlier with that sort of karmic superstition where, yeah, it's in some sense it feels like you're going to get forced on last if you don't push out with the lad. As we actually see the immediate 4-man here from Legacy, that does encourage the push. You can see here kind of one of the benefits of the 4-man is even when you don't get the force, these players get denied, but Legacy have the option to play an exchange on mid. They're playing close like they want to do exactly that. And yeah, they find a kill onto Jay as well. So all things considered, they didn't have to reset to a mid. They already own mid, and now they have a pick back into 2.
Yeah, don't think Jay was expecting to find 2 players just waiting around that corner. Chris as well caught out in alley again. And as you said, yeah, they perfectly managed to kite that back, find 2 kills coming in. Chris still not up yet. They're saying, all right, get back in. We know there's no engineer set up. Bomo on the heavy. We're likely to see some immediate pressure coming in. Speedy going for the jumps over. Jay gonna get pinned against the wall. Will go down, trades with Zam. Bub caught out next. High five, excuse me. But everyone on Legacy hasn't used Uber yet. Backing out. Wanted to see if they could kind of test those waters a bit. Only get the trade, not maybe the kind of advantage they were looking for, and they don't commit the Uber.
Yeah, and honestly, the fact that all of this is what came from one 4-man that didn't get a force is kind of showing that, yeah, the adjustment has been made from Legacy. They're now having reset the clock in the same position again that they were earlier. That it almost seemed like they lost out on by losing the point and whatnot. But nonetheless, it is still even Ubers. 3 minutes left on the clock now. Gun is almost constructed to level 2. It is now, so the hold is at least somewhat sturdy. Sai trying to sack in, it appears, actually just gets dead on. This is a much less potent sack wave attempt. That being said, Babo, some damage, presumably from Sam, but 3 picks. Look at this lobby shove, actually. Okay, this is aggressive from Legacy. It is an Uber exchange. More flashes, however, from the red team. Looks like Gungan was thinking about going to last, but there's still a gun on last. Finds a timing onto Babo, but no, is able to survive. Ooh, bomb in now. Babo is actually perfectly healthy at the moment. And Kobe on point, getting ran away. Suddenly 2 kills on point. And it might just be back to last for Mama's Boys. What was looking suddenly very good for them, a kind of sketchy exchange taken from Legacy, kind of turned itself around, and now just back to last.
Oh, and Lolguy coming up on the crits here. So what looks like a slight disad will eventually neutralize itself as he manages to build faster. So, unless we see a spy up, there's no way to notice that. It's something we've seen him on before in the regular season. Wasn't really working to much effect, and much less useful when you have that sentry gun, because critical damage not going to work on that. You're also not invulnerable, so it's able to still shred you. But if you're able to get, enough kills with it, or to get a drop onto Babo, that's really what you're looking for.
Yeah, but also the trouble is usually with a Chris Creed play, what you're banking on is the fact that it builds Uber faster. So in situations where it should be even Ubers, you have the opportunity to take a crits in when the other team doesn't have. This is interesting, actually, in that Legacy are still going for the sack. Okay, they take out the gun first and then pop the crits. Fortunately, Babo, a little too fast on it, is able to react in time and pop that Uber. That's kind of where you see the disadvantage of the crit screen, which is the fact that if you aren't able to capitalize on it building faster and you're forced to use your critical charge into a team with an Uber charge, then they kind of just have the trump card. That being said, once a situation like that happens, it kind of resets where you have the crits out again, but into last, I'm not so sure.
Yeah, and again, it's just if the gun's not there, then you can really bust in, guns blazing, try to really make something happen. Whereas now you basically sack a soldier off the bat just to get the gun. So even if you do that and you get a crits kill, now you're back to neutral. And the other team still has Uber, but they do manage to pop here. Yeah, they get it on. They get the sticky onto Chris and they get the gun, but Babo sitting on 81. If I think they wanted to try to get the laser beams, love the willingness to try something new. I'm just not sure the crits is it.
Yeah, and I'm also a notorious Tomislav hater. I guess in this case, it's probably not too bad because it is at long range, but Uber gonna get popped there, take out the Buddhist, who I think was doing a taunt or something. And another reset. Zam with a little air shot just to close things off. I don't know if that wound up in the log or not. But yeah, Mama's Boys have shown one thing, and it's that in even Ubers, their last is kind of off limits.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, frankly, I think I actually would have preferred to see a heavy into last without the crits. Then with it, try getting him in through that left side. I don't know, do something different. You know, as you said, these even Uber pushes are not working, but Legacy, maybe even Uber push is not what they're looking for, looking to get these strong mids and kind of snowball into last. As we now get into the third mid of this 0-0 game.
Man, Pablo was very weak there, and Chris actually eating some spam. Didn't get the bow in time. Well, I suppose he did because he survived, but that was sketchy for a moment. Things have kind of stabilized now. Picks on either team. Edie gets the pack. It's really anyone's game at the moment.
And I mean, credits to Jay, just ran in and assassinated Sam, just really kind of out game sensed him, caught him lacking, whereas High Five went down to just getting pushed in a 2v1. That said, though, Jay going to be the next one going down, so slight numbers add in favor of Legacy. They're going to be able to use that to force out all of Mama's Boys and secure this mid. No Uber ads, so no snowball that I'm sure they were hoping they may have been able to get. But a big jump coming in from Soldier. Speedy will escape with his life. Not really much to find, but they've really pushed up alley here. Kobe getting taken out, but they have cap presence. And that's going to be a force onto a lone Bobo.
And with a little bit of juggling, it still is a counter problem nonetheless. This is actually, man, it's kind of tough to call because there's players behind both teams. Yeah, Bobo getting landed on now from Sam. Oh my God,
the last rocket he can.
Amazing. In the meantime, it looks like Blue's flankers are all living and regrouping with Eels. So we might see a fight into mid for Mama's Boys off of the fact that, okay, as I say that, nope, they are just backing up. They are just playing pretty standard.
Yeah, not really willing to risk too much. Again, I think we've seen maybe getting caught in bad situations on second really the premier way to lose rounds. So really don't want to take any mistakes right now, knowing that all it takes is a wipe here. You find yourself down 1-0, and I mean, at this point, getting down 1-0 with the way these teams have been playing is a pretty significant hole.
True. I mean, rounds have not been going fast, in part because Mama's Boys are playing like exceedingly safe, which is going to mean they're scoring fewer rounds, but also having fewer rounds scored against them. No off classes here. Like Soldier just peeking alley, might be going for a bomb. Alley is a kind of notorious place to pressure from. You can just bomb a Soldier really high, really easily from there. A little bit of pressure underpass. Yeah, this is just a little bit of cooking from Legacy.
In comes Speedy trying to get forward. Good pipe from Chris. Take him out. I think Bobo was pretty far out of that. So even if the air shot doesn't come through, no harm, but looks cool, makes you feel good. Anything to give you a little bit of mojo could be a difference maker in a game so close. As Zam now going in for the high bomb, not going to find anything either. High Five claims that one. Speedy spawning up. It will be the 6v5 push into mid right now for Mama's Boys.
Yep, they're taking space through a house. I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't actually sack here. And yeah, they are not. At this point, minute and a half left, so a reset is looking more and more achievable. However, second is definitely a point that is more dry pushable or space takeable than a last point. We are kind of seeing some of that as the combo did rotate towards alley. Now, exchanges are not too uncommon on this point as teams kind of bite off more than they can chew on second and then end up eating an Uber to the face and having to use themselves. It's just Soldiers bombing from alley and fading. No one committing to anything quite yet, but Psy Guy actually just going down to spam. And a demo kill is definitely a nice one to have for Mama's Boys.
Yeah, really kind of makes pushing into the next point a lot easier.
Forward.
Yeah, really forward. They want to use this Uber. I don't think they want the stalemate to happen. And they're going to find kills onto Chris and Bomo right away. So the numbers actually now evening out back and forth as the kills get traded, but slightly in favor of Legacy. They've got both scouts running in as well. Uber's traded out on to the point. Couple flashes, I think, on the side of Mama's Boys, meaning that it's going to be a little bit better of an Uber on their end, and they're able to force them back into last with this. So when we are looking at seeing a rare second stalemate, it will end up going in favor of Legacy, and here we are again.
Yeah, and that was very, very close margins because Kobe was like single-digit HP, caught a very clutch bow from Lil Guy, who in his own right, just slightly better spam for Mama's Boys probably gets the force and just secures Uber advantage for them. So the fact that they were able to string that together and end up turning it into a favorable exchange is quite nice. It's like left side getting shoved here. Yeah, just two players going down, not getting anything.
Yeah, and I mean, Lol Guy building slightly better than Babo despite having the longer Uber in that exchange. So it's just, I don't think they're willing to push out right now with their backs against the wall here. So willing to just, wait up, and we're how far away from overtime? Just under 5 minutes away. So it's very possible we could be looking at a 1-0 as the winning score here.
Yeah, absolutely. I dare say at the moment is looking likely. Gungan is trying something new here. Now, a Sap and Sec is pretty strong on metal. I mean, it's particularly strong on any type of last where the sentry is a really strong linchpin to the hold. Metalworks is definitely one of those. And in fact, it's a reason why on occasion you'll see man treads even into Metalworks just to avoid that knockback from the sentry. But it looks like it will be a Sap and Sack play. Gungan going in now. Gets the Sap, and yep, that gets the force. So
Gungan
finally,
actually got Ubered for a moment there.
Oh.
Saw that
Right,
come
nice.
through. So Spy getting that done. But yeah, they're going to lose so much. And the force coming back in onto Lol Guy as Legacy. The Spy works out. Coming back in. We have a round on the board. 1-0 will not be your final score.
Yep.
We need at least 2 to win. So great work on the Spy play. The Sap and Sack really working out. I wasn't sure if it was going to work, but I think a couple players got a little bit too aggressive.
100%. I mean, the Sap Sack plus it was like a 3-man on top of that. And I mean, it just goes to show when you're actually creative into last, it's not so impossible necessarily. You're looking at a new mid, however. Yeah, true. Bombing from Zam does get dealt with pretty easily, and Jay might find a pick here as well. Yeah, not a trade, but a pickaxe kill. So Kobe is a little bit behind as well. So after this re-heal interval, we're going to see some re-aggression from Mama's Boys. They're going for it now. Bomb in onto Kobe, who's very weak, but actually does catch that damn rocket. That being said, a lot of time for Lil Guy to leave with the rest of the combo, so not any mid to last type of potential here. But nonetheless, another kind of comfy mid fight for Mama's Boys.
Exactly, yeah, they've been proving to be the better team on these mids over the long run, I would say. Jay trying to get in, get some damage done, but nothing serious. Some pressure coming in alley side, but a little bit of attention from the soldier to force that out. Getting in deep is Zam. Will get enough damage in for Chris to go down, so probably worthwhile as far as a trade goes. Still allows you to play a lot more freely, don't have to worry about traps anywhere you're walking. But that's going to be Bomo catching Kobe out in-house. Jay now going for the counter, gets taken out. Psy Guy going to be maybe the bigger kill going down. Zam's going to spawn up, but no demo means that with a numbers add, it could be very possible that we see the push in from Mama's Boys here, and they're committing from alley.
Yeah, bomb in now. Lil Guy is just so weak during this that I think he wants an exchange if possible. Soldier dying on point probably says, hey guys, let's call it off, because an exchange won't be good. Instead, they are kind of lingering left lobby here. Okay, there we go. Back to last. Okay, Mama's Boys. They have 2. It's even numbers, even Ubers. All the time in the world. I'm actually a little surprised we didn't see a cap delay there. It's a strat we used to see a little bit, especially with the advent of a quarter round timer, as teams would delay the cap on 2 just to, not have that round timer tick until their guys are actually ready to sack. Just get a little extra time there to sack with. Nonetheless, not what we see here. They just reset.
That's
the timer
a Gungan Pyro I'm looking at when you have Uber? Interesting. Not quite sure what the rationale here is.
I mean, Pyro and Last is just a good class. Reflect spam, you can just set people on fire. It's not like a scout is like super useful to have. And also, if teams get a little too cute on the doors, Pyro's actually really, really good in exchanges.
No, it's something I feel like most teams should have on any last with a shutter and when you have Uber disad. But when you are even, I question its usefulness because it's just one of those things where you wouldn't want to really leave last with it.
Oh,
So it
yeah.
limits a lot of your options. And I mean, maybe this is kind of Legacy's way of saying we're not leaving last, like we're just going to stalemate here as a way of going out. They know they're up 1-0. You know, they kind of have that extra life in their back pocket as we're about to go into overtime, I think, momentarily, if we haven't already. But here come in the sacks. Jay going to go down right away. High five going to be next. Really no damage onto Lolguy whatsoever.
Yeah, you are right about the fact that the Pyro does trade that defensive potency for a slower offensive re-aggression response, because usually the Pyro has to switch off. When you do see Pyros push out of last, I don't want to say regularly, but certainly on occasion. Not enough that it's noteworthy, but yeah, that's kind of a trade-off being made. Being said, we do have a bot mode or BOMO sniper yet again here. I don't remember if it was if it got any value last time around. In fact, I think it got played around on second pretty well. This is last. This is different. It's a little harder to deal with the sniper on last. Oh.
Double soldier in again. This time Lolguy eats a rocket early. Will end up forcing. Could reflect kill onto Jay. Chris will go down as well this time, so they're able to successfully get the Uber out of Lolguy. They're moving into second, looking to try and recap this. They still have the Pyro, and maybe you hold on to this, use it to make them use this Uber to get second back now, rather than looking.
I think it's going to be a tough ask to try and do that. They actually just pop through. There are players behind, potentially caught. Like Zam.
Right back to spawn the Pyro.
Zam gonna find a trade? Okay, Zam found a trade. Basically, this is going actually perfectly for Legacy because it looked like High Five and Chris actually kind of High Five traded, but Splendid and Chris kind of overchased and got punished for it. Now the re-aggression, I mean, Red doesn't even need to recap too because they had it all along. At this point, Lolguy is about to get Uber, so only now is the Uber ad dwindling, and it is 60 Uber ad at that.
But they will use it to take mid, likely going to try to bully their way into second with it. I mean, I'm doubtful of their ability to really get a last push off with it. So see if they can get any ground at the second, or I think they may just be happy to let it go even and, keep it where it is.
Yeah, they are slow here. This was definitely pushable. They are starting to go now. The advantage is lost. Bravo already has Uber. It's actually players under point. Yeah, Kobe goes down, as does Speedy. Chris eating some damage here in the re-aggression alley, but they find a kill for it. And you look at this, Lolguy is very committed, but so is Pavo. So it's going to be an exchange. And Red's just trying to force a bunch of flashes here, but they're walking even deeper behind enemy lines, which means these players should just be caught and dead. Just a matter of how many kills they can get before that happens, and the answer is none. Don't really understand that walk forward from Gungan. Seemed like, yes, you're going to have a tough time running away to your side of the map because there's just so many players around you chasing, you're down players, but that doesn't mean that it's easier to run even deeper.
That's something I 1,000,000% would have done in a pug. Been like, what happens if I run behind them here? I'm screwed, but what if I can successfully bait them back to their own spawn? But, invite LAN playoffs, maybe not the place for that. That felt like someone got possessed in the comms and said this would be really funny if we did that. I mean, in the sense that it does draw them back, right? It prevents them from maybe snowballing as hard as they could and gives time for some of the other spawners to come up worth it. But I don't necessarily know if Lolguy had to die in that play. So,
I mean, the trouble is if Lolguy doesn't stay with Gungan, he's probably dead anyway to a chase because he doesn't have scout speed. And the blue team's honestly happy to just turn around because it entails a medic kill. But speaking of kills, there's 2 kills going into last with still slight advantage for the blue team. They're going to get a lot of cap pressure. In fact, Babo getting some of that cap pressure as well. Is able to get a pick on the Zam, but it gets traded out. Counter Uber gets popped from the red team, finds 2 kills. So for the time being, last looking pretty holdable for the red team. That being said, not much ad for blue either. We'll see they're backing up towards bridge by house. Looks like a high five going for a play. It's some nice rockets. Don't think he's going to get a kill though. And yeah, potential push out here from Legacy. Although, nope, spawners are here. Never mind.
That cap was so close, and I totally understand why Babo popped there, but that actually took the cappers off. I would love to get like a frame by frame. Oh, Jay in. Gungan blocking the cap though, just long enough for the cavalry to come in. That was a bit of a disastrous play. It took way too long to clear the point right there of Jay. They're going to lose their medic for that. And I mean, you know, they have the kind of benefit of that extra life, as we said, as Babo comes up on Uber. They're walking in right here. Gungan does have the sentry. Sam is trying to buy time. And there's the cap.
I was actually a little surprised to not see the immediate refight from Mama's Boys, because it looked so good for them. I mean, the players on point were just weak. And despite the fact that there were more combat on red, the health disadvantage for them kind of seemed to outweigh that. But I do really like the play they made where they backed up. I think that Babo really recognized, hey, if we go to this door, we will get Uber just in time. And they did that, and it worked out perfectly.
Yeah, but now, once again, we are 1-1 tied up in overtime. The next cap will be the match winner. The winner moves on to the grand finals. The loser plays winner of Global Clan versus Froyotech. And a quick trade between soldiers off the bat right here. Kobe, though, going to be the one going down. Good jump in from Speedy. Gets some damage down onto Babo, but not enough. The rest of us
scout speed. Yeah, the chase is on. Lol Guy is just going down. Oh, what a pipe.
Great pipes, but
no matter what, Lol Guy was going to have to use their... They can find more kills here, that'd be nice.
The sword,
the sword. Oh my god, Bomo is just running around. He's living. He is still alive. Finding the force. Somehow it's high five who goes down. But still, full Uber advantage for the blue team. They are down 2 players. One of those is a spawner on the way from last. Things are maybe a little scary with the soldier behind and Zam, but they are not scared. They're finding a kill on Speedy and Choke, and they are trying to wrap. Look at this, the aggression. They might even chase with this Uber. It almost looks like, yeah, Babo wants to. Almost seemed like Bomo wanted to as well. Looks like they're happy to just get these picks behind because, again, this is Uber ad into last. If they can find these kills on second, they end up having to use, but nonetheless, that's a demo and a soldier. They can cap off 2. There is a fight on last for the blue team.
Yep, I'm keeping an eye on the classes right now, scared of a potential quick push in. So much action going on behind Kobe. I think it feels like everyone's just stalling for time. Kobe will successfully buy enough time for the rest of the team to spawn up. So not the worst way to go down in the world. And now with Babo having used, Lolguy will get Uber in that time. You're looking at an ad right now, but you know, with your potential trip to the grand finals on the line, are you bold enough to push out? They're flanking through lower. The blind use, and they're not going to find anyone.
That is kind of catastrophic. I mean, the stakes were so high, and they pulled out something that is not a thing, not a play you see very often, like ever, is the pop through map room rather than a pop through shutter where you already have the high ground and et cetera, et cetera. Nonetheless, needless to say, it did not work out. But Lolguy already at 50%, meaning if they can slow down the attack on second, which kind of doesn't seem to be the case, unfortunately, you might see a fast Uber into last. Okay, there's players turning for Zam. Kobe goes down, however, and yeah, the combo's going into last. 20% ad for the time being and dwindling. Okay, the fact that they have backed up off the door means Ubers will even out. But if Zam can die behind, that is now 2 kills into last, which is plenty to pressure with.
Yep, Kobe spawning up shortly, but Jay going across. Slem and Speedy going to be the first 2 trades. Sai going down next. No stickings makes this a lot easier to cap. Lolguy will be forced right here. Jay still just hiding in last as the delayed Uber now comes out from Babo. There's just so few bodies on the red team. Gungan's doing his best to juke for his life. The soldiers now looking to cover the point, but the lock and load connects onto Zam. They're doing such a good job delaying. They've given Sai time to respawn, but Gungan's life likely going to end here.
But Sai is alive. Bot mode
Oh
in
my
on him. He
God, they
can't
just
hit the
need
pipe.
guys on point, spawners.
That's going to be it. Mama's Boys come back from the 5-0 hole on Granary to take them upper bracket finals 2-1. They're moving on to the grand finals.
Yeah, and needless to say, they earned that as well with it was, again, a beating on Granary. They just got kind of rolled 5-0 very quick. And I guess that was just a warm-up game for them because they were able to hold on in Sultry. And I'll say they held on Metalworks as well. They were definitely more comfortable on the mids. I think they won the majority of the mids. But overall, still pretty close game on Metalworks. I mean, they were down 1-0 when overtime hit.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, really just able to come back, come alive, and get the wins when they needed to. If I'm anyone on Legacy, I'm really regretting that lower Uber with the blind pop. I really love the willingness to try something unconventional that might not be textbook play to surprise someone. That's just as valid in such a high-stakes situation like this. But when it goes wrong, it goes oh so wrong, and it looks oh so bad. Because you know the thought process there, but there's nothing worse than popping Uber into nothing.
And I think that with plays like that, where you're trying to take some surprise play or pull out a new strat that you don't usually default to, in times like that, it usually makes more sense as a play. I mean, like the sap and sack we saw with the double soldiers going, that was something that was pulled out maybe only once here on Metalworks, and it works really well. And you see like a heavy crits into last play, for example. It makes sense. I just don't know the fundamental reason for trying to pop through map room other than assuming it's not spotted and you're going to be able to catch someone with a soldier bomb, which just really wasn't the case. It seemed kind of a coin flippy Uber to take in general. I mean, already just popping out of last can be such a scary prospect because if you mess up, and if you mess up in a big enough way to where you don't convincingly convert second, then you're looking at disad last.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I mean we've seen disad last held on Sultry, right, and on Snakewater, but Metalworks just not that easy. The ways in are too close. There's too much cover. You can't just spawn and start shooting point as you can on some of these other maps. There's too much going on there. So just that disad last, not something you can bank on. And it almost feels unfortunate because it feels like Legacy's played so well today. And maybe even if I think about, they again felt kind of in the driver's seat for so much of the map today. But Mama's Boys able to kind of come back, didn't roll over on the mids like we've seen so far, really put them in the back foot at times, and were able to show why they were the number one seed coming into today.
Absolutely. And we are going to see, actually, maybe I'm speaking too soon, because there is, and this is a nice thing about LAN actually, is you can tell when a nice match is happening because there is a conglomeration of people behind the setups. And that's happening right now with a Froyo versus GC match, which I believe is being de-streamed somewhere. Maybe Essentials, maybe Fireside, somewhere. Which, it's Essentials, I'm being told. Which I thought would have been over by now. Because this match was going on when we started, and they are still going on, which tells me it's probably in map 3. Okay, they're in the midst of a long round, so much closer game when, I mean, you remember I was saying, I was writing off GC. I was like, yeah, Froyo's going to take it. So we don't know quite yet who's going to be playing against, we don't know who's going to be playing against Legacy tomorrow. But yeah, one of these two teams.
And I do want to point out similar happenings there. Froyotech took the first map pretty convincingly. Map 2, they move into what else but CP Granary. And once again, the lower seed team manages to come out, win Granary. I'm not sure what they're on for map 3 yet, but both matches kind of playing at the same time saw a upset on Granary. So if there's one thing I'm probably expecting in grand finals, it is an immediate Granary ban coming out of the side of Mama's Boys, because there's some bad juju on that map or something, but not worth the risk of taking that again.
Agreed. Is that all from us? I know the schedule had some other stuff, but yeah, we're done for now. We weren't going to cover any invite anyway, as the Froyo Global Clan game was going to be the last one played for invite. So yeah, tomorrow we are going to be covering more stuff. We still have to go through the losers finals, and then the winner of losers finals will go on to grand finals, and the winner of grand finals wins grand finals.
Tends to be how grand finals works.
Yeah.
But definitely tomorrow, noon sharp, EST, EDT. We're in daylight savings time, if we want to be precise with it. But noon sharp, that lower bracket finals between the winner of Froyo versus Global Clan against Legacy. So, I mean, a Froyo Legacy rematch would be phenomenal. And if Global Clan manages to upset Froyo, would also be equally phenomenal. So you're promised a good time. There's no way to lose.
Yes.
So you're going to want to tune in.
That is the nice thing of when the top three are so closely contended, is you get really good matches in all these matchups.
But I think that will do it for us here. You can tell we've already lost a lot of the in-person viewership to the ongoing Froyo GC match. So thank you for watching and for sticking with us all of today. Noon tomorrow. Tune in. Not going to want to miss it. Thank you for watching. Have a good night.
that you want me. Your voice, I want it to haunt me. Each move is made just to taunt me. Nonchalantly, I seem to have your attention. You have to drop your pretension. You're scared to leave this dimension. Apprehension. I take your hand. You leave your chain. We understand. There's nothing there. I know you want to be my girlfriend. Don't think I can't see it on your face. Don't stop, I'm onto you. Don't say you do what you gotta do. Don't leave like I know you want to. Out of the blue, I caution you not to break me. But I can tell that you make me. If I am dreaming, don't wake